Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Listen, I want to thank you for making this investment in yourself because of all the subjects that you and I could tackle to make a difference in the quality of our lives. Health is it. Because if you don't feel good, your relationship certainly doesn't tend to grow and expand in its quality. Neither does your career, your economics, your ability to impact your kids. I mean, really, energy is life. And the more of it we have, the better we feel. Now, I don't know why you picked up this program. If you're one of those people that wants to lose weight and you finally said, I've had it, I'm taking my life to another level. Or if you're doing really well and you just want to increase your energy. Or if you're one of those people that are underweight and you're saying, you know what, I want to absolutely shape my body to where it needs to be. Whatever your goals are, you need to understand that health is the goal. I know a lot of people that are fit, but they're unhealthy. So this program is how do we get so healthy that our body will adjust to its natural weight, that our energy becomes the vibrant daily aspect of living that we expect, rather than something we build up to psychically by pumping ourselves up emotionally or psychologically. This is a natural state for all of us, but what we've got to do is follow some simple laws. And if we follow those, we don't have to give up our life. We don't have to become crazy or fanatical to be able to have the energy we deserve. And with that, the sense of excitement about waking up in the morning, the sense of excitement about all the aspects of your life. So I'm thrilled that you're here with me. And I'm very excited to share this format with you because it's live seminar format. And most of my tapes, is me talking directly to you. And I actually like that form immensely. But we've had so many requests saying, could we please hear a live seminar? Because Tony's a maniac in that environment. So if you're willing to deal with the maniac, you'll find these tapes rather interesting. And I really, really want to say to you, don't just listen. Do what we're talking about here. And if some of it is different than your own beliefs, I totally respect you. You don't have to do everything I teach, but try it for 10 days. Because if you'll do what I'm talking about for 10 days, you'll be able to judge by results in your own body. In addition, I'm also very excited to introduce you to a man named Dr. Robert Young. Dr. Young is a research scientist and one of the most brilliant people that I've found in this area, and he's made a radical shift in some of my own thinking about some fundamental principles in terms of how to increase that level of energy. And so at the end of this program, I have a Power Talk interview with Dr. Young, and I have to tell you, no matter who I've put him in contact with, I've seen a transformation in their health at a level that before I would never think was possible. And the science of what he's created, I think, will definitely hook you. So be sure when you're done listening to the Normal Living Health program live to continue with those bonus tapes of Dr. Young that'll give you a great foundation for knowing how to implement this level of energy that I know you're committed to. So without any further ado, let's get started and let's go live to our Living Health program. I wish you all the best. Let's rock. Today is the subject that I started my career with, health. And to me, health sounds kind of wimpy. Health. What it really was for me is energy. Or maybe even a better description of today. Today is about the power of the ultimate force that exists in your universe, that force that gives you life. That force that makes your heart beat 100,000 times a day without you ever having to think about it, making about 3,000 to 5,000 trips through 1,000 miles of arteries and capillaries. That's what's inside of you. They took them all out, laid them side by side. It's amazing. And this is all happening. You got this little lump of matter called a brain. It weighs about 3 pounds, and it runs the most magnificent system on the face of the earth. And it does it with less supposed power than anything else that would exist in terms of computer power. It can store more information. Your little brain, besides running everything perfectly simultaneously, it can store more information than you could put in the World Trade Centers with today's technology, which is as miniaturized as you can imagine. It would take the Hudson River to try and keep it cool. And yet our bodies do that every moment with all the demands we make on it. We have liver cells that are working right now that have 50,000 enzymes in each liver cell doing its job more than 1,000 times a second. Your eyes make 10 million distinctions in milliseconds, 10 million different distinctions to let you know what's going on. All your muscles, if they all pulled in one direction instead of contracting against each other, you could pull several tons. Your body is the most magnificent structure on the face of the earth. And absolutely the most magnificent thing, and most of us take this wealth for granted. In fact, we abuse it. In fact, most of us think we're fragile, and that some little bug's gonna sneak into us one day and take us down. Give us the flu and have us spitting up all this phlegm. or maybe something worse, an AIDS or a cancer or whatever the case may be. I'm here to tell you that you are not fragile. I'm here today. My primary outcome today is not just tell you what to do, but to remind you of what is true. Because we live in a cultural hypnosis that has taught us that we are fragile, that things can just happen to us, rather than what is natural, which is health and energy. Emerson said, the day in the life of one human being's body is enough to steal all the luster from fiction. What goes on here is so magnificent, and if you ever start to really study it, it'll change your self-esteem overnight because you see how powerful you really are. But what's happened is we have a set of belief systems, and whatever we believe, when we look for what we believe, we look for brown, we find it, as you've learned this weekend. And what I want to do this weekend is give you, or today I should say, is a second opinion. It is my opinion. It's backed up by thousands and thousands of researchers, and I'll back up everything I say. But it's another opinion. If you go to one mindset of person who's been trained a certain way, they're going to give you one mindset. Doesn't mean they're right, doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean they're wrong. You have to sit today and say, does this make sense to me? And while I'll document every single thing I'm going to talk to you about by the top researchers who have all the social proof you'll recognize from the top universities, doctors, hospitals, researchers, etc., you also have to be willing at times to say, I'm going to enter a little common sense corner in my brain and say, what am I really going to believe? And the best way then to decide something is not just to believe it, but to test it with your own body. And I'm going to ask you at the end of today to give yourself a 10-day test, just to see if what I'm saying makes any sense. You don't have to believe a word I say. You can just test it with your body and judge by results. And if you do that, you will have a brand new life as a result of this day. This day could be as powerful as any other day. So, my goals today for you are a couple. Then, number one, it's to really affect your philosophy about this thing called your health, which really means the force of life, your energy. I really want to affect that philosophy, the way you look at health and the way you look at dis-ease. And I'm going to spend the first half of the day not talking about the solution, which is what I do 99.9% of the time. I want to talk to you about the problem and with it the solution. Because if we don't understand the problem, it's so pervasive about what currently is guiding us is this country in terms of health, then what will happen is the next time you'll listen to all the new things I tell you or all the simple tools, you go, yeah, I'll do that until you get ill. And then you go right back to the old hypnosis. I've watched it. So unless we interrupt the current what? Pattern, we'll have no possibility of creating an alternative that you'll really follow through on. So I'm going to really go at you with this, and I want to tell you up front, this is my opinion backed up by thousands of people, but I understand there's a point of view, and if you disagree, I'm totally okay with it. But I will tell you up front that I'll tell you now it's my opinion. After this, I will no longer operate from that frame of reference. Because I got to try and give you a second opinion that you rarely will hear with a tremendous amount of intensity and passion that comes from my heart and soul and caring for you. And what I say to you is take everything I've got, write it down, take notes. Don't argue with it yet. Take it in. Don't let your current belief systems block any of it out. Just take it in first, and then test it, and then respond. Because if you react to me, then what's happening is you're responding to your belief systems rather than what I'm actually sharing. How many of you want to be a little bit open today, be a little bit flexible in your approach? Say aye. Excellent. So I want to affect your philosophy towards health. Number two, I want you to be able to eliminate fear. My major goal, what hurts me inside when I see people, is I see people live in so much fear, and probably the greatest fears people have to do with health. These things that affect them in various areas of their life. So I want to make sure we eliminate that because that was one of the greatest gifts that happened in my life. Three, I want to massively change the level of energy you naturally experience, not just you demand. Every one of you has given a tremendous amount of energy this weekend, but most of you by demand. And that's part of having energy, is building the muscle. But the other part is having the reserves capable, so when you make the demand, you don't run out of steam. You're not doing it unhealthfully. Because I began to study years ago, I used to remember hearing the words health and hearing the words fitness. And which one do you think I moved towards? Which one do you think? Fitness was what I want to move towards. Because that health, mamby-pamby, kind of weak. Fitness, now that's something I can get into, right? But what's true is there are a lot of people that are healthy and unfit. A lot of people that are fit but unhealthy. Fitness does not guarantee health. Do you remember Jim Fixx, the runner? Wrote the running books? What did he die of? Heart attack, right? He was very fit, but unbelievably unhealthy. So fitness is that ability to have this endurance and this drive and this demand, which I really value. But if you don't have health as your base, you will burn out. That's the person who goes out on the tennis court and they look good, they don't seem to have any extra weight or anything else. They're 40 years old, having a great time, and they drop dead of a heart attack right there. They were fit but unhealthy. I want to make sure you leave here with energy that comes from health, not just from the strength of fitness. And then to build on that, a sense of fitness that'll give you a sense of power, like you've never had before as well. And lastly, I want to make sure you have fun today too. Because I think if you enjoy this, and if you can look at some of these things with a sense of humor, especially some of the things I'm going to do in the second half of the day, I think you will never forget what we talk about. Because the second half of the day, you will laugh a lot, but it's kind of like when you think about your old belief systems and you have a new association to those. Well, some of the things you were certain about before you got here, you may feel similar about by the end of this day. So how did I get into this? Well, when I was very young, I always wanted to be successful, accomplish things, and so I worked very hard, as most of you know, to study principles that would help me succeed. And a lot of that was driven by my background. And so sure enough, I worked real hard. I became quote-unquote successful, which by my standards as a young kid was I made a lot of money. And I made this money, I was 19 years old, and I was earning at that time about $10,000 a month, which is a lot of money for most people, but definitely a lot of money for a 19-year-old kid, because you have no overhead, right? You know? So it's definitely a lot of money in that case, right? So I'm making all this money, I'm becoming so successful, like all these great things coming, and everything in my life was flowing. I was touching people's lives, I was doing what I loved. I felt like I was walking through life, living my purpose, doing what my spirituality really means, which is to contribute in a meaningful way. So I felt all these great feelings, so much so that it was not what I was used to, and I got outside my comfort zone, and so my brain started asking interesting questions like, how come I have all this already at 19? I got all these great friends. I have all these people I love and love me. I've got all this money. You know, I do what I love. I'm extremely successful. How come I got it at 19? You're supposed to wait till you're like 50 or 60 to get this kind of stuff, right? At least 45. So then my brain figured it out. It's because I'm going to die young. I swear to God, that's what I thought. And then I didn't just get the thought in my head, but I started obsessing about it. And I go tonight and I sleep. And I didn't think I was going to die like easily, like real quick, bam, you know, truck take me out crossing the street. No. I was going to waste away of cancer. And I would see these people, I had chemotherapy, and I'd look at them and thinking, I don't think I'd want the treatment. That looks worse than the death. You know, and I'd see some people I care about who went through this process, and I watch them just waste away. And so I had these images so clear in my mind. And I would wake up in the middle of the night with cold sweats because I just knew I had all this now at this young age because I wasn't going to be here very long. And what changed me, what broke my pattern, if you focus on something long enough, what tends to happen? You tend to experience it. Fortunately for me, I didn't actually physically experience it, but a very, very close friend of mine, a lady friend of mine at the time, came to see me, and I was in this stress mode, and I was stressed about everything, even though I was succeeding. And she came up to me one day, and she goes, hi, and she started crying. I said, what's the matter? And she says, you know when people cry and they can't catch their breath? And I said, what is the matter? Because this is my mother. This is my mother. I said, your mother what? She said, my mother has cancer. It's like, ooh, stay away from me. I mean, it's like, it scared the hell out of me. But at the same time, for most of my life, I've focused and built an identity in myself about I'm a person who can make a difference for anybody. So even then, I stepped forward and I said, hey, it's okay. And I want to break her pattern and help her out. You know, I said, it's okay. I said, look, hundreds of thousands of people have gotten cancer and beat it. I know we don't hear much about it, but it's a fact. I mean, listen, all we got to do, I'm into modeling, right? All we got to do is find people who had cancer and got rid of it. Find out exactly what they do, find out what they did in common, and model that. If we model what most people do, we'll get what most people got, which is most people die of it. I said, listen, I'm a speed reader. I will go out, and I said, I'm going to find the answer for her. I don't care what it is. Don't you worry. And I swore to her I'd find the answer. So I said, I'm going to go out and read 30 books in 30 days. All in the area of nutrition, health, fitness, figure out what I could do to really understand what was going on in the body so I could help her. And I did. I read 30 books in 30 days, and at the end of 30 days, I was totally confused. I was, because you'd read one book here, and it was by this PhD, right? He had every credential in the world from Harvard. He says, do this and this and this, and you'll live forever. And then, of course, I read the next book, and it says, it's by a guy who's equally qualified, right? And he says, if you do that, and that, you'll be dead tomorrow. Do this and this and this, and you'll live forever. I remember at the time, these two books, later on, several weeks later on the news, these two men started suing each other, right, in the public forum, talking about how each one of them was dead wrong. So I'm just sitting here going, so after enough of this stuff, I finally said, you know what I got to do? Since there's so many people who have so many opinions who are equally qualified, what I got to do is I got to create for myself something, as I'm synthesizing, pull the best from each of them, what makes common sense to me. Instead of saying, I'm not smart enough to figure this out, I got to give all this up to someone else who's an expert, I'm going to become an expert on the most important force I have that I carry my life through, my body. I'm not going to give that up to somebody else and hope they make the right choice. So I'm going to go with what's common sense, and then I'm going to take what's common sense and I'm going to test it in my own body. And I'm going to help other people do the same. So sure enough, I started studying all these things, and I came across several books, and I went back to this woman who had the cancer, and I met her and got a chance to develop a relationship with her. And she had cancer the size of like baseballs, tumors on her shoulders and in her female organ. And it was pretty intense. The doctor gave her 9 weeks to live. And he said that he didn't really think surgery would do any good. But then he reevaluated, he talked to another doctor, and they said, well, she might live as much as 4 months, and that if they went in there and did surgery within 4 weeks, they might be able to do something. They might be able to slow it down. Maybe she could live 6 months or a year. They all argued about how long she was going to live. Not that she was going to live, but if she would live within a year. But he didn't want to operate right away because she had some kind of infection or something like that involved with it as well, and he wanted to give her some medication to do that first before they went into the surgery. So I went to her and I said, listen, read this book. And I gave her a book called One Answer to Cancer, which wouldn't be the book that I would number one recommend today, but it talked about this man who had cancer. He was told he had 4 weeks to live, and he completely eliminated all the tumors from his body. And he did it all without using any invasive drugs, no chemotherapy, nothing like that. And so he talked about exactly what he did, what his method was. And I said, listen, they say you're going to die, so you can just accept that, and maybe you still will. But I said, if this guy did it, and this seems similar to some of the other things I read, why don't you at least try this? And then I gave her a second book, and that second book was by a man named James Allen called As a Man Thinketh, a book you should write down and go get. It's a little tiny book, but it's a classic. And basically what it says is what we already know, that as you think in your heart, so are you. So you become. As you think, so you become. Because I realized that you can't just take care of the physical side, that the mental side of us affects our biochemistry as well, and have to do both. And I figured if we didn't change her mental side, she probably wouldn't make the shift. So she got As a Man Thinketh, she started reading it, she started reading this other man's book, and within a few days she got started on this program of detoxifying her body, getting the poisons that were in her body out without cutting it open. And so she did this, and she did a variety of things, and I'll tell you some of those things tonight as we go through these processes. But all I can tell you is that within 4 weeks, she'd lost 28 pounds. Now, most of those pounds she lost in the toilet, by the way, in waste that was coming out of her like it was going out of style. All this poison that was inside of her screaming out of her system. And within 4 weeks, you couldn't see, at least, anything protruding at all in her shoulders. 4 weeks. So she goes back to the doctor, and he says, well, you're looking much better. Maybe we'll wait a few more weeks. So he said, we'll wait to the 9-week segment because it looks like you're doing a little bit better. But he said, we got to go in and cut it out. So after about 7 or 8 weeks, she's feeling phenomenal. She's in the best fitness of her life, best health of her life. She doesn't feel any sense of dis-ease in her body. And she comes to me and she says, I talked to the doctor, he wants to operate. Now, I'm a 19-year-old kid at this time, right? And she says, what should I do? And I said, oh, great. I said, I tell you not to do the surgery and you die of cancer, and that's on my head for the rest of my life. I said, I can't tell you what to do. I'm just, getting started myself. But I'll tell you one thing, if it was me, I'd at least wait a little longer since you don't seem to have any, semblance of anything the matter with you anymore. I mean, I'm sure there must be something in there, but obviously you're moving in the right direction. And she said, I totally agree with you. I said, no, don't agree with me. I said, you do this on your own, right? This is life. This is your decision. I can't do this for you. The same thing is true for all of you today. I can only tell you what I believe. So she said, okay, but I just want you to know I'm not going to do it. I said, well, great. I'm glad for you. 2 weeks later, she went in for the surgery. Why? Because there's an interesting thing that happens to us as human beings. When we get in a state of uncertainty, when there's a lot on the line, when there's a fear of loss, especially our health, most of us don't see ourselves as being qualified to make decisions about our own bodies. So we look to those people who seem to have more certainty. Now, because someone has more certainty, does that mean they're right? Yes or no? No. And we as a culture have been taught to respect authority. And so I'm very supportive of doctors. I have a practice management company called Fortune Practice Management. And all we do is manage doctors' businesses for them and help them to create a life. So I'm not against doctors. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. But a doctor is a coach, just like I am. And you can't give me the responsibility. You can't give him the responsibility. No doctor is God. They're all human beings who make mistakes and do great things both. So you got to look at them in that light. And these people work unbelievably hard. They care immensely about people. But many are completely overworked, and they have a difficult time keeping up because things are changing so rapidly. The point of the matter is this guy, all he knows is he's been trained. If you go to a baker, they will bake. If you go to a surgeon, they will cut because that's what they're trained to do. So he decided that we had to go in there anyway because we couldn't take a chance. And he convinced her she would probably die if he didn't do the surgery. And that's usually it. The fear of death will get us to do almost anything. So she put herself in his hands. They cut her open. And guess what they found? Zero, nothing. So he said there must be something there. So he brought her back for exploratory surgery. And imagine what that does to alter the body, to have something going and cutting around. They did find something. All he found was something, the end of my little pinky's fingernail. That's all that was left in her whole body in 9 weeks. So what do you think happened to my belief? First of all, I was euphoric because I felt the sense of, wow, I had contributed to saving a life. But I'll tell you honestly, I saved another life simultaneously. Whose was that? Because I freed myself from the fear, because that was the only thing I thought could stop me in my life. I always thought, man, I know I'm guided. And I feel like God guides us all. I'm in tune with that. I'm here. I've got a life's work. I know what it is. But this is going to take me. It's like zero fear. And when you take away fear, guess what happens to your energy? You know, it just explodes. You can't believe how much energy inside of a human being is suppressed just by fears they don't even realize they have. And so I became an evangelist, you know. And she, by the way, went back and, you know, talked to her doctor and said, look, I don't have anything. It's amazing. I mean, I did this in 9 weeks and everything else. And he said, it's a miracle. She goes, yeah, let me tell you what I did. He said, it's a miracle. She said, no, but let me tell you. He said, it's a miracle. And she said, it is a miracle. And let me tell you, and he just didn't want to hear that. He said, you just better thank God. She said, I do, but I did my part. So let's take a look. Why don't you open your book and let's take a look at where we're going to deal with our belief systems first, because that shapes everything, right? Our belief systems. Because we got to say, okay, everything human beings do is driven by their beliefs. All behavior is belief driven. So let's take a look and say, what are the organizing principles or beliefs, I put you here in your notes here, that are driving your life? So tell me, what are the beliefs, and on page 3 here, it says, what are the primary organizing principles or beliefs that our society conditions us to believe about what is disease and what is health? What do we have to do to avoid it? So tell me, what are some of the limiting beliefs that we get, or that maybe some of us in this room have had? What are some limiting beliefs you've had about health? Raise your hand. Anybody at all? Yes, ma'am.
Don't get near someone that has a cold.
Don't get near someone who has a cold, right? Why not? Well, then you'll catch it. We're going to talk about that one. You're going to find out most of you eat colds rather than catch colds. Yes?
I used to believe that once you get sick or once you catch a cold or something, you immediately take medicine.
Immediately take medicine.
I haven't had it in almost 2 years.
You haven't had a cold in 2 years and you stopped taking medicine. What kind of medicine would you normally take?
Whatever seemed good on the commercials, I guess. Or
whatever seemed good on the commercial.
Yeah.
Very good. Somebody else, organizing principle. Yes, sir. What's a limiting belief about health?
Well, I think that milk gives calcium.
Milk gives calcium.
I used to believe that.
Used to believe that. Good for you. I'm glad it's a used to believe. Because milk actually leaches calcium from the system, as you're going to find out today. Leaches it. People, the big dairy consumers, have the weakest tensile strength in their bones of anybody. I'll give you the research on it. No question about it. Yes, somebody going, you're going to take away my milk today? Just remember this. Today is about giving you things. Today's going to be about giving you a series of gifts, and anything that we get rid of will replace with something better that's still tasty. Okay, so you're freaking about your milkshake right now. Don't worry. Stay with me. What are we taught is the source of disease? What is it? Come on. It's germs. It's viruses. It's all these sources. Well, I'm going to show you today what the reality is. And the reality is we are being treated in this country in a way that puts our health at risk very often. Now, am I attacking the medical profession? No. Let me give you a frame of reference. Medical doctors, again, work harder than anybody you probably know. Most people think they're rich off playing golf. I don't know too many that are doing that. I know most of these people have committed their life because they care about human beings. And they will give their heart and soul. They will do it at the expense of their own health, their own emotion, their own families. Most of them go to school for a decade or two, right? And during that time, as soon as they finally make it out of school, guess what they do? After paying for all that education, they now go totally into debt so they can go start a practice usually. And then now they're running full speed trying to help everybody. I'm telling you, these are some of the most special human beings on the planet. I used to attack doctors because I saw the behavior that happened from some doctors. And I get so upset because I saw it hurting people. I don't have that feeling at all. I don't demonize doctors. Doctors are incredible people. But we have put doctors in a horrible position for 2 reasons. Here's a good metaphor for a doctor. A doctor's out there, cares about people, give anything. And one day he's walking by a stream. As he walks by a stream, he hears this yell, help, help, help. And he looks out the stream and sees somebody drowning. Well, he's a good man. A lot of people would just walk by and try and go get some help. Some people would say, I don't know what to do, and freeze. Not a doctor. Doctor cares about people. He jumps in head first at his own risk. It's really strong current, saves the person, drags them out. They're full of water, pumps their chest, gets all the fluid out, gives them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The person survives thanks to that doctor's effort. But the minute that doctor finishes the one, all of a sudden, guess what the doctor hears out in the river? 2 yells going, help, help. Oh my God, doctor jumps out in the river, right? Grabs one, grabs the other, drags one by the leg, other by the head, drags them both in, brings them out in the sand, pumps them out like crazy, mouth to mouth to both of them, almost out of breath himself, and all of a sudden saves their lives. Phenomenal. But just as he's finishing, guess what he hears? 4 more screams. Jumps out and there are 4 more screams. He's trying to help everybody, trying to do everything this human being, man or woman, can possibly do as a doctor to help them. Drags them both in, pumping them, and while they're still pumping all 4 of them, 8 more screams. In fact, the doctor's so busy helping people, he never has time to go upstream to see who's throwing them in. All right? All right? Yeah. They care deeply. Let me tell you, here's the reality. The half-life of the current medical education, according to the AMA, 4 years. What does that mean? It means that a doctor who's leaving school today knows more about medicine than one who left 4 years ago, massively. So 50% of the information has grown in 4 years. The bottom line is, these doctors are primarily educated with new information by the drug companies, by the drug salesmen, because there's no physical way they can do everything they're doing, help everybody, and stay educated, because we have 8,000 new drugs that have come out in the last 4 years alone. 8,000. And what's happening is we're constantly being told what to believe. And the people who are teaching us are the researchers, and the researchers usually work for which company? The drug company that's promoting it. We live in a society today that's better living through chemistry or surgery. I want to talk to you about a different approach. An approach that's worked for hundreds of years, probably thousands, but hundreds under a particular title, that's made a huge, huge difference in the quality of people's lives. So, what is health? Put it down. It is energy, it is vitality. And I put with energy, everything in life becomes real and possible. Now the big question, of course, is where does energy come from? Where does all energy come from in everything, whether it be plants or animals? Where does energy come from? That's right, it's made up in your cells. Cells are the factories, they are the building blocks of all life, plant and animal. Now if we think about that, if cells are where energy happens, they're this little biochemical electrical factory. And you've got, to give you an idea, inside your body, 75 trillion cells in your body. 75 trillion. And all they are is life pulsating through you. You are nothing but cells. Every organ in your body, every bit of tissue is made up of nothing but cells. Cells are the basic building block. So think about this then. If you and I want to have lots of energy, we better make sure we take really good care of our what? The cells of our body must be nurtured. Health, life, and death starts, is created, and ends at the cellular level. That's where it all is. As your cells go, so do you go. So what you got to be thinking when you're thinking about health is, what is this going to do to my cells? Now think about what a cell is, the membrane of a cell. Think of this little factory. Is this a sensitive little device, yes or no? You better believe it. That's why we have all this exterior to cover us. And all these orifices have a series of filtering devices before anything can get into that bloodstream to make sure that you're protected. But a lot of us have learned that when we get ill, what we should do is inject foreign matter directly into our bloodstream, directly where cells are going to be impacted with no filtering device. And we wonder why we don't seem to get better long term. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we take care of those cells. So on page 7 at the top, the quality of our life, this is our core organizing principle for health. The quality of your life is the quality of the life of your what? Cells. So then the big question is, okay, Tony, so what do my cells need to not only survive, but to really thrive? The number one force of energy that cells use, they must have, is called oxygen. Health is energy. Energy is built at the cellular level. Cells must have oxygen. It is the number one source of energy on planet Earth, not food. Oxygen. When you are tired, the first thing you must do is get more oxygen to your system. How did I get you to go for 3 days and 3 nights through through an insane number of hours, unbelievable intensity, and not be out of your mind with like your body feeling horrible and terrible and tired. How many felt pretty energized most of this weekend long? Say aye. How do we do that? That's right. We were moving and we were breathing, but the movement was stimulating the flow of oxygen through your body. Whenever you have pain, you've been sitting a long time, it's because you don't have any blood flow. The blood flow isn't flowing, so you're not getting fresh oxygen as clearly or as much, and so you experience this thing called pain. Oxygen is the number one source. The second thing that cells need to thrive is nutrients. Nutrients. Not food, because many of you eat what you call food doesn't have any nutrient left in it. Right? It's totally devitalized, and it doesn't give the cells anything. And here's the secret. Anything you put in your body must either be assimilated or eliminated. If your body can't assimilate it, it's giving it no nutrients. And if the body has to eliminate it, that requires a large amount of what? Anybody know? Energy. Most people are eating food that is draining them of life force because it's food that the body has to work overtime to trigger and figure out how to detoxify and change. Working overtime trying to eliminate. So all the nerve energy is being wasted away. That's why people go to sleep and they have more than 6 hours sleep and they're still tired. Or in some cases, maybe more than maybe 7 or 8 hours sleep, right? How embarrassing. But it's because that person wasn't getting oxygen because the whole blood supply is all thickened up trying to deal with the fact that it's not getting nutrients. Anything that destroys or diminishes the flow of oxygen to your system is potentially disease-producing and absolutely lowers your nerve energy, period. Anything. Anything that will increase your energy flow is really anything that will increase the flow of oxygen to the cells of your body. So think about it. Anything that's going to interrupt my flow of oxygen, diminish the flow of oxygen, is disease-producing. Anything that will increase the amount of oxygen that gets to my cells is going to make me more healthy and more energized, period. Now, nutrients, by the way, are important because they help to provide the energy so that your ATP can be continually manufactured, continually reconnected in the cell. That's why you got to have nutrients, not just quote-unquote food. And the third thing that all cells need to not only survive but thrive, and this is the thing most people don't do, the ability to eliminate their own waste. What is the process of life? At its basic essence, it's consuming and eliminating. Right? That's basically what all animals do. It's what your cells do. They all consume. They take in nutrients, they take in oxygen, and they spew out and eliminate their waste products. The problem is, what happens if the cell is living in an environment? Where's the environment? Let's say the bloodstream. The blood is delivering these nutrients. The blood is delivering for us this oxygen. But the problem is, what happens if day after day after day, we're constantly putting more poison in, more things the body cannot assimilate, has to eliminate, till the energy of the body gets lowered. Pretty soon you start to accumulate what in the body? Waste, toxicity, toxins. Part of that waste is, watch this right now. Boom! 7 billion liver cells just died. How exciting. But guess what? Boom! Same time, 7 billion new ones were created. Only one problem could come up. If you're living your life in a way where your nerve energy, what most of us would call resistance, is lowered because of the way you're living your life, now there may not be enough energy to eliminate that waste, which is natural waste. The body knows how to eliminate it. And so it's get retained in the blood. Now your blood, day after day, gets more and more toxic. As it gets more and more toxic, to protect you, guess what your body does? Retains more what? Water. In an environment with more water, all these cells that were close together where the blood would flow in, give it its nutrients, now the space expands, and it's harder for the nutrients to get to the cells. Also, with all this water, there's less what getting to the cells? Anybody guess? Oxygen. So you have less what? Energy. As you get less energy, all the cells become weaker. As they get weaker and you have less energy, the functional efficiency of your whole body begins to drop. And pretty soon you go, I'm getting old. What you really are is toxic. And what you want to do is eliminate that waste. So I want you to know about 3 studies that are critical to understanding what it takes to be healthy. How many agree that health is energy, that energy comes from the cells? Let's say if you agree with that, say aye. Aye. If that's really true then, and we know that we need those cells to get us oxygen, then let's look at a little research. The first study here is from Dr. Otto Warburg. Now, here's a guy who won the Nobel Prize for his studies in cell respiration. And he had this theory. He said, okay, there's no question in my mind that oxygen is the single most important nutrient that the human body must have. So I wonder what would happen to cells if I were to lower the level of oxygen available to them? What would really happen? He's one of the first people to ask that question, really test it out. And so what he did was, he got his Nobel Prize because he took these cells, and he took them out of various animals, and he put them in bell jars. And then what he did is he reduced the oxygen level down to about 70%, and in some of them, in the case of 60% of what the animal would normally get. So it took the cells, let's say, for example, out of these rats, stuck it in this bell jar, reduced the oxygen down to it. Now, what do you think happened to the cells? Some of them did die. Many of them weakened. But here's what's really interesting. A large number of them mutated. They mutated because cells need oxygen, and the force of life is so strong. Did you see the movie Jurassic Park? Do you remember there where they said, oh, these dinosaurs, we made them so they can't, have any new dinosaurs? There's that moment where they find the dinosaur eggs. And they go, uh-oh. The force of life is so strong in your body. Most of you fear cancer. What cancer is cells that have not been given enough oxygen. Something has ruptured something has made them go haywire, whether it be chemicals, but usually it's a lack of oxygen. In order to survive, they're not trying to live in an environment with no oxygen because they want you to live. So without oxygen, they go rampant and grow like crazy. They're growing, they're living. But they take over the space in your body, and that's why you see these lumps coming out. They don't belong there. Cancer is your body trying to stay alive in spite of the fact that you have poisoned it continuously. That's what's really happening. Now here's what's really interesting. What he did is he went through this and he said, wow, I drop it down 60% lower. Some of them mutate. That's really fascinating. Mutating cells are what kind of cells? Anybody know? Cancer cells. They start growing rapidly. He started thinking about this and wrote this paper about it. Then his student, years later, Dr. Harry Goldblatt, he's a Rockefeller Institute researcher. He decided to take that same hypothesis and really test it. So he decided to take cells out of these rats. And what he did is he did the same thing, but he did two things. He took one bell jar, and he put in that rat cells, and he reduced the oxygen down to 60% of what they would normally get alive. He took another bell jar, and in this one, he kept the oxygen level at the normal level. Well, the cells that were kept at a normal level of oxygen, same percentage, how do you think they did? Well, guess what he did? He gave them nutrients, and he gave them the same amount of oxygen, and he gave them the room to eliminate the waste. They all lived fine. In fact, they were vibrant. He went to the other ones. What happened? Some died, some weakened, some mutated. He then took the cells back out of the bell jars, re-injected them back in the rats. And the rats from bell jar number 1, the control group, no problem. The rats took the cells back in, went on, continued to have healthy lives. The rats where they took the cells out where there was less oxygen, they injected in the rats. Every single rat developed what? Cancerous tumors. Every single one. What might this tell us about how important oxygen might be in dealing with this scary thing most people think of as cancer? A little important, or maybe the most important thing of all. What would you say? No question. I'll give you another clue. 1 out of 3 Americans gets cancer. 1 out of 7 athletes gets cancer. Why is it that much different? I mean, how could that possibly be? Because they get a lot more what in their system? Oxygen. So you might want to become an athlete quickly. Third study, Dr. Alexis Carrel. This guy's a 2-time Nobel Prize winner, and he did work for the Rockefeller Institute also. And he did some amazing research. He took chickens. Check this out. He took old chickens. An old chicken's like a 12-year-old chicken's an old chicken. Right? That's old in chicken life. I don't know, it's like 7 times that or something. I don't know what it is, but that's an old chicken. He took cells out of chickens. And he took their cells and he put them in bell jars, and he did the 3 things I just told you that a cell needs. What did he do? He gave it plenty of what? He gave it the what they need, and he made sure that continually the waste products were eliminated. Those 3 things. His goal was, he said, there is no reason for a cell to ever die, and that's why I did the research. He wanted to know what would make it work if you gave it what it needed. Guess what? Chicken 12 years old is about ready to die. How long do you think these chicken cells live? Not forever. They live longer than he did, though. He's dead. The cells got thrown out about 10 years ago. Yeah, they were still alive. Before he died, 3 years before he died, he wrote this research report. His belief was, if you gave the cells what they need, these 3 things, and you avoided physical rupture, what would cause physical rupture? Injury, car accident, smacking something. If you did that, if you gave the cells the oxygen they need, the nutrients they need, eliminated the waste, and you avoided physical rupture, the cells will live forever. Now, this is not some guy from Azusa talking, right? This is a 2-time Nobel Prize winner whose whole focus is cell respiration. And this is someone who knows more than anybody you're going to talk to, probably, about what happens in cells. Now, that's a pretty fascinating thought. So what would be the problem then? The problem is we put our bodies in a position that is unnatural, where we pollute ourselves, and usually as we get older, the pollution builds up more and more and more, and that's what we call aging for the most part. Cells have an unbelievable power. They should not break down. The natural state is to be in a great place. So if cells have all this power, why do they break down? Top of the page, page 9. What causes you to become ill? The answer is simple. The accumulation of toxins in your bloodstream. That's what causes illness, is the accumulation of toxins. Now, why do cells die? Well, cells die, number one, the most common killer of cells is lack of what? So let's say you have a really fatty diet. You got a high-fat diet, and you're tired all the time, and you feel sick, and you're wondering why. We talked about this yesterday. You got a lot of fat in your system. What happens to the red blood cells? They stick together. If they stick together, they move more fast or more slowly through the bloodstream. Which one? More slowly, which means you get more or less oxygen, which means the cells get stronger or weaker, which means some cells may actually die or... That's why we see all these studies that show high fat intake related to cancer. It all comes down to oxygen. Oxygen, that's your baby. Secondly, what causes cells to die? Any disturbance in the electrical fields of the cells will kill them. Any disturbance in the electrical fields of the cells. Every cell is a biochemical electrical force. If you do something, you put something in your body, there are a lot of non-foods you put in your body, or drugs, that disrupt those cells. The cell membrane is very thin. You break that membrane, all the guts of that cell are going to drain right out, the cell's gone. You do anything, you put too much sodium in your body. There's this thing called a sodium-potassium pump. And the sodium-potassium pump is what creates this electrical energy in your body. And if you disturb that, all of a sudden, you've got a major problem. When someone takes strychnine goes in and it disturbs the electrical fields of the body, and the cell just short circuits, it's dead. That's what it is. Number one thing that will make your cells weak is the very opposite of what most people think, and that is decreased workload makes your cells weaker. Decreased workload, making less demand on your body, makes cells atrophy and weak. Remember I told you yesterday that they're doing these studies at 3 different universities here in the U.S.? They're taking men and women in their 60s and 70s and making an increased what? Demand on the muscle cells of the body. And when they do that, guess what's happening? They're finding they can create the same level of strength in 60 and 70-year-old men and women as they're finding in 20 and 30-year-old men and women. The problem is when we get older, we have these belief systems that say we're going to have less power, less energy, and we become more toxic, so there's plenty of people around us as evidence. And so pretty soon what occurs? Pretty soon we stop moving, we stop using, we stop demanding. The way to get weak in anything is don't challenge yourself anymore. The reason people get fragile in their bones and get older, they don't challenge anymore. The people that are most physical, make the biggest demand, have the greatest strength. Whether it be the muscles, whether it be the mind, whether it be the soul, whether it be human emotions. When you're challenged, you use your courage, it gets bigger by demand. When you don't use it, it gets weak and small. This is the law of life. You don't want to seek out less challenge. You want to make demands on yourselves, but not demands by putting poison in the body, the demands of physical movement, of using your mind and your body in intense ways.
This session continues on the next CD.
Second thing that causes cells to atrophy is the loss of energy through what we call innervation. Innervation. What is innervation? Innervation is when every day you're demanding more energy than you're putting back in. So what happens is most people live in a stressed life. It's not physical stress for most people. They call it physical stress. Physical stress was when you used to be out in the jungle trying to chase down something that you were hunting and you could get killed yourself. Physical stress, most people don't do in society anymore. Physical work. Most people, it's psychological stress. All day long, they're racing. They're making their whole bloodstream go crazy, working overtime, releasing all these chemicals in the body that don't support the body, and it's all triggered by an undisciplined mind. That's why one of the principles we're going to talk today about is how to direct your own mind to be healthy as well. You can't leave that out. So people have all this stress, and what happens is you get all the stress in your body, and sure enough, you use nerve energy. And then pretty soon, you try and go to sleep, and most of you have eaten in a way where while you're sleeping, you're not resting. Your body's working trying to break down all the junk you put in there. So you wake up in the morning tired. Why are you tired? Because your body did not rest. You slept, but your body didn't rest. So there's no buildup of nerve energy. You've been depleting it. You do this day after day after day. You get to a place that most of us call lowered resistance. What it really is a state of innervation, lowered nerve energy, because the demands have been so high and the chance to fulfill or rest has been so low. Third, diminished blood supply. Why would diminished blood supply cause cells to become weaker? Anybody know? That's right, less oxygen. You're going to learn today that if you will train in a very gentle, comfortable, aerobic fashion, where you can exercise and keep carrying on a conversation, no pain whatsoever, that just by doing that for a period for most of you of anywhere from 6 weeks to 2.5 months, you can increase your blood supply massively, most people by 20 to 25%. It's unbelievable, the latest research. Because now what happens is when you increase all this aerobic power, all this additional blood in your body, it means you got tons more what? Energy, because you have a lot more what available? Oxygen. See, people think, I got to go do my aerobic exercise so I look good. You need to go do your aerobic exercise so you got enough blood, keep every cell in your body strong so you're unstoppable. So it shows up in everything you do in life. You got to make sure you do that. And that's why sometimes when people are just doing weight workouts, they get great muscles, but they don't have a lot of energy. They get fatigued real easily because they're missing that balance. Fourthly, inadequate nutrition causes cells to atrophy. Inadequate nutrition. If you don't have the nutrients, the body does not have the energy to create the right ATP and to create the energy that you need. 5, loss of endocrine stimulation. Loss of endocrine stimulation. What that means is through time, people go through various emotional stages in their life. Sometimes what happens is to avoid pain, we literally shut ourselves down emotionally. To do that, we literally shut down the flow of certain chemicals in our body. Those chemicals are critical for the lifeblood of various cells. So very often our emotional pattern will literally make a change in how our cells function. So one of the things you did yesterday when you developed these new beliefs is every one of you in this room made shifts in your biochemistry yesterday. In fact, you live by those beliefs and you let go of some of those fears, it changes the endocrine stimulation in your body, and you'll find that you're going to have a different flow of energy. That's why I said when you eliminate fear for people, the amazing shifts in their energy that occur. And lastly, and this all comes, by the way, from a book I'll give you, which is The Basis of Disease, and that is aging, he said. But as I went through his notes, he said aging is the process, as he described it, of the accumulation of toxins in the system, so that what happens is cells become weaker and weaker, and it usually accumulates more and more through time. Because most people do not do things to detoxify or cleanse their system. They just keep doing the same thing day after day. So that's really what makes a cell weak. So then the big question is, what causes disease? Now, we've been taught for a long time that the cause of disease was germs. But the reality is, anybody who really is studying disease today on a large scale, in fact, I'll give you the answer to why you want to give up this germ theory. Here it is right here. This is called Robbins' pathological basis of disease. No relation. This Robbins is from Harvard. And so what's interesting is this is the current textbook used at Harvard and used at many medical schools around the United States. Remember what I told you about the half-life of medical education being 4 years? Right? I'll give you an idea. Here is, I'm going to just read you something. In chapter 1, page 1, which incidentally is on cellular injury and adaptation. It's talking about the etiology or the cause of disease. The concept of one cause leading to one disease developed largely from the discovery of specific infectious agents as the causes of specific diseases is no longer sufficient. I couldn't believe when I found this. This is currently being taught to medical doctors all over the United States. They're being taught germs are not the single cause of disease. They can contribute to it, but they are not the cause. When you got the flu, isn't a little flu virus that's jumping in and getting you. It has to be a series of factors. And we're going to talk about why we find these particular germs around and what they do and how they support us. Continue. Although it's true that there would be no malaria without malarial parasites, or no tuberculosis without tubercle bacilli, and no gout without a derangement in the urate metabolism, underline this: not all individuals infected with these organisms or born with this metabolic abnormality develop the disease. So we're saying here, and this is a fact, is a lot of people have all these germs, but they don't have anything happen in their body ever. So if germs are the cause, there's no such thing in science as a cause without a what? In fact, that's what he's pointing out here. Okay? So he says, or develop it at the same rate or with the same severity. This is not Tony Robbins, this is the man from Harvard telling you this is the basis of all disease. And yet, when you open your newspaper and we get here near January 1, I guarantee you're going to be hearing about that flu bug coming to get you again. Yep, it's coming. It's going to get you. Has nothing to do with your lifestyle. It's that bug going to get you. Because then if it's your lifestyle, then you might have to be responsible or something. And plus, we can't sell you anything if it's your lifestyle and it's you. In fact, you might even not buy some of the things we have, if that were true. So we got to make sure that you continue to be fragile and know that it's not you, it's just these bugs getting you, which we're going to approach. Here's the cause of disease. Health is what? Health is what? So the cause of disease is a lack of energy, which we really call disease is due to a deficiency of force. That's according to Dr. Isaac Jennings. Disease is due to a deficiency of force. Deficiency of force. Now, what does that mean? Well, I'll give you an example. Dr. Isaac Jennings is a very famous allopathic medical doctor in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And Isaac Jennings, one day, just doing his normal allopathic medicine, he'd been working for 15 years as a traditional doctor, medical doctor. He started having some challenges in his city where they were unable to get some drugs to treat people with. There was a shortage. So people came to see him and they were completely freaked out. So what he did was, he didn't treat them because there was nothing there. And he said, you know what I'd rather you do? Go home and rest, drink lots of fluids, the kind of stuff most people tell you to do after you've had the flu shot and you still get the flu, what you should do, right? And so sure enough, these people got well without any treatment, which just fried his brain because it broke his what? And it caused him to question some of his what? And all of a sudden, he wasn't so certain about the cause of disease, even though he'd gone through the traditional medical education, which, by the way, you talk about having compassion for a doctor, go watch what a doctor has to go through to make it through medical school. You talk about a dehumanizing process. Unbelievable what these people go through. First of all, just to get into medical school, you got to be a genius, right? And you learn from day one, you can never be wrong, because if you are, you're out. And medical school is the process of not only physically destroying somebody, because you give them more physical work than they can possibly do. Many doctors have to use all kinds of stimulants to stay up just to study. So they already learn to become dependent on chemicals. But in addition to this, they're constantly trying to push you over the edge. And the reason they're doing that is because they're afraid in real life, in life and death situations, you're going to fall out. So they want to make you fall out still in medical school. So it is a totally abusive, destructive, dehumanizing process where doctors have zero time to stop and say, does this make sense to me? They have to know the answer they're being taught and be able to give it immediately or they're gone. All out of their desire to help other people, right? Unbelievable what they're put through. And then they learn, boy, you better be right. Then they go to the residency and, boy, you better be right. So their whole life got to be right, because not being right means the end. And then we expect them to be right always and not to be a human. Pretty crazy. So this man fortunately got out of all that conditioning, and what he began to do was ask new what? And guess? Questions. And that produced even more doubt and gave him a break in his pattern to look at other possibilities. So what he began to do is an experiment. He decided that he was going to start treating people and just see what would happen with only two things: colored water and bread pills. Which are called what? Placebos. Now, most of you know that placebos absolutely change people. In fact, any disease known to man currently today, when they do a test, a certain percentage of them will use a placebo, no drugs, and people get well no matter what. And it varies based upon which study you read, but it's usually anywhere from 25% to 30%, just by a placebo, meaning they don't even get the person to change their habits or anything else. Just the belief that they're going to get better. Their mind giving the direction. 25%, 30% on average. In virtually any disease you can imagine. What he found was something really amazing. He added to placebo some instructions about lifestyle. Just told them some things to do that would allow them to build up their nerve energy, because what he began to see is these people are just run down. And so now when they're run down state, of course, all the things in the world that normally there to support you, to eliminate waste like germs, now they start to build up and take over because the natural process of the body is so weakened. So he'd give them this stuff, and he'd say, no, I want you to rest, I want you to drink these fluids, I want you to go out and do a little movement. He'd give them this exercise. And he documented every single case for 20 years. He treated everything from polio to smallpox to the flu, never once using a drug for any one patient in 20 years, and kept track of the results. He kept track of his results compared to everybody else in the county in which he lived, how often his patients even came back to see him, how often it took for them to make it through the disease. Documented it and wanted to have his life's work, which he called the no medicine approach to medicine. He thought for sure he would win the Nobel Prize. What do you think happened when he came out with this study? He was viciously attacked by the traditional medical approach. And he was also attacked very intensely, as you might guess. By the way, he developed many other doctors who agreed with him and did many studies over the next 10 or 20 years, and they created something called the Natural Hygiene Society, which exists to this day. Natural hygiene is a philosophy of health. Most of what I'm going to talk to you about today, in terms of what to do to make things better, really comes from the concepts of natural hygiene. And people throughout human history obviously didn't call it natural hygiene, but practiced the same fundamental principles. And the problem is, at the same time he was doing this company called organization called the AMA was being formed, and there was a difference in funding, because one had something called drug companies. And a certain amount of funding certainly makes a little bit of a difference in how much influence you have in society. And so the bottom line is the AMA became stronger and he became weaker, and he was actually attacked even by his own patients. He was sued by several people because they came at him saying, you told us you were giving drugs, we paid for real drugs, and you gave us this, even though he showed them that they got well faster than people traditionally did. Because people have a mindset. Anyway, he was a genius. And his work really unleashed a lot of people over the last 100 years or so. But he's the one who said disease is due to a deficiency of force, because here's what's happening. You work hard, you play hard, you overeat, you exert yourself, you put out all this nerve energy. Now you have a lowered level of energy called innervation. When the body has a lowered level of energy, let me tell you the first thing that happens. It doesn't have energy to make everything in your body work. So what does it got to constantly make work? Your heart, your blood flow, what else? Your brain, right? All the basic process of biochemistry. So you know what your body does? As soon as it has lowered levels of energy, the first thing that shuts off is the process of elimination. That's right. How many of you ever found this? You're like really, really burnt out and tired, and elimination is not happening quite as often. Can we talk here? Say aye. So what happens is you no longer eliminate. It may not be that you're not eliminating at all, but you're not eliminating as rapidly as you're building the waste up. Does that make sense? And remember, every moment of your life, even if you're not putting poison in your body, the process of metabolism is cells are dying. The body knows how to get rid of it. What are the 4 avenues of elimination that are available to the body? They're here at the bottom. 4 avenues of elimination. How do you eliminate poisons? How does your body do it when it's got toxins? Number 1 is the skin. The skin. Why is the skin number 1? It's the largest eliminative organ you have in your body. When you got poisons in the air, boy, it pushes out the skin as fast as it can, get it out of the bloodstream, get it out of the system as fast as it can. And we have all kinds of names depending upon which part of the skin it comes out and what shape it takes on. But it's basically the body getting rid of toxins, eliminating through the skin. Second area is the lungs and respiratory tract. So you spit up this phlegm, you cough. These are ways for your body to get rid of toxins. Third, the third is the bowels, the colon, right? Major way to eliminate, a way that most people get clogged up and don't use very effectively, and as a result experience a lot of disease in the body. And fourthly, of course, is the urinary tract. Urinary tract. So what we've got to be able to see is, just by being innervated alone, our nerve energy drops, the toxins start building up. As they build up in the body's bloodstream, there gets a point where we hit what we call threshold. It's like if I took a glass here and I start pouring in it toxins, pour, there's a threshold level where what will happen? It'll overflow. And when it overflows in you, you call it disease. When the body gets to the point where it goes, hey, I'm at threshold. The body's integrity is right now being challenged. We're really at a point, I got to do something now or we won't survive. And so the body goes, and it gets rid of it as fast as it can. It comes out your skin, and you call it acne. It comes out here, and you call it the polar flu. It comes between your toes, and what do you call it? Athlete's foot, right? Depends on where you go. It just depends on the location that it gets rid of things. And of course, what do we immediately do as soon as all this waste that must come out of the body starts coming out? We immediately, based on our cultural conditioning, do what? We try to stop it. So we go take some pills to take all that mucus and push it right back down into our body. Now, is that intelligent, yes or no? No. Absolutely not. I want to tell you something. These are poisons that are trying to get out of your system, and you push them back in. And the reason we've seen such a huge amount of cancer and so many other diseases is, over the years, you watch in your whole life, you watch millions of commercials, literally millions in your lifetime, showing you how to have instantaneous relief, but not to deal with the real source of the problem. Deal with the short-term cause, the surface cause, which is the mucus of when you're feeling uncomfortable. The real cause, the source of it all, is the way you're living your lifestyle, what you're putting in your body. So we push all this mucus back in, and as we build more and more toxicity, you know what happens? Sometimes what happens is the lymph system of the body. Lymph system's the system that is the sewage system. It cleans everything out. It'll come by and see all these toxins and protect you. It'll wrap itself around it and form what's called a what? A tumor. That's what a tumor is. It's all this waste that this lymph is wrapped around. It's all these cells that's wrapped it around, trying to protect the body till the body has enough nerve energy to eventually come in and break it down, which is what happened to my friend, by the way, the lady I told you about. All she did is she got herself in a place where she cleansed the waste out of her system. She had more nerve energy because she did the things I'm going to teach you today, and her body didn't have enough nerve energy to go in and slowly begin to tear down and get rid of waste. It knows how to get rid of waste. It knows how to get rid of toxins. It just doesn't have enough energy to even keep going through the day. Most people are tired by the time they get home from work, much less go out and do things and make things happen or physically exercise and so forth. So this is the process of what really causes disease. So one, what makes the poisons build up is where you're putting more in than you can eliminate. Two is biochemical additives, things your body cannot use that you find in all kinds of foods. So here's the organizing principle. Anything that my body ingests, it must assimilate or it must what? Eliminate. I am saying that any dis-ease that you experience, I don't care what you call it, is nothing but the body finding some way to get rid of the poison you put in your system. And let's use some common sense. Step over to my common sense corner here. Common sense. Let me ask you all a question, and you know the answer to this question. Okay? I want you to tell me what your body would do if I took what you know is a poison and put it into your bloodstream. If I gave you a real poison, tell me what your body would do, and let's write something here. It says, how does your body respond if you put a poison in the bloodstream? What will the body do? Raise your hand. A poison, something you know is a poison. Yes, sir. It'll fight it, but how? What will it do?
It'll try to kill it. So it'll
try and kill it. Well, kill a poison?
Well, it'll battle it and try to get it out of the body.
No, listen to what he's saying. Battle it. What will it do? What will it do? If it's a poison, there's nothing to kill. It's a poison.
Oh, okay. So it's a poison. It'll try and bring it out of the body, maybe through throwing up.
Okay. So one of the things the body will do, write it down. One of the things the body does when you give it a poison is it'll throw up. Why? Because it's trying to preserve the integrity of the body. So it uses the elimination channel that we talked about and gets it out. Because the body's at threshold, says, I'm going to have major problems or die if we don't handle this. Somebody else, what would you do what would your body do if it gets a poison? Yes, sir.
Fever.
A fever. Now, why do you get a fever when you get a poison in your body? Your body gears up. There's a poison here, so your body speeds up. Try and deal with it. As your body speeds up, it heats up. You want to know what a fever is? Try this. Go to your car, put one foot on your brake and the other foot all the way down the accelerator and hold it there for a couple hours like that. And you'll get a fever in your car. Okay? That's what happens. You're making this huge demand on the body, but at the same time, you don't have enough nerve energy to deal with it. So what happens, these two forces hit, you got it. And also when you have a fever, often you sweat. Is sweat a way for the body to get rid of poisons, yes or no? Yes. And people who are really toxic usually have night sweats, something you might want to remember later on. Right? People who are really toxic have night sweats. Yes?
It would possibly try to isolate it, keep it from getting around into the other parts of the body, put mucus around it and so forth.
Put mucus around it or lymph around it. Okay? Somebody else tell me, what happens if you were given a poison? What would your body do? Yes. Your body would eliminate. How?
Diarrhea.
Diarrhea, the big D. Diarrhea, the body goes, I got to get this out of here. And I got to get it out fast. That's what diarrhea is. What else? Gas, very good. Flatulence, a way that you get rid of poison, toxin, yes.
Affect like your mind and how you feel, whether it's like through a headache or dizziness or your
Would a poison give you a headache, yes or no? Why do you get a headache? Because what's happened is the bioelectrical field and the oxygen level have been interrupted by these chemicals that are in your body. That's what gives you a headache. So you get a poison, you're going to get headaches, no question. Or some actual poisons or toxins, they'll actually affect the nervous system. You could pass out. Why would you pass out? Knocks out certain bioelectrical fields, and the body is in a total survival mechanism that says, we got to take every ounce of energy the body owns and figure out how to survive right now, how to get rid of this poison. So it literally knocks you out so it has every ounce of energy it can. That's what happens when you give someone a poison. Okay, they faint. Yes, what else? Yes.
Acne or fever blisters?
Acne or fever blisters. All of a sudden, it's got all this poison, it's killing cells, and your face is one of the large lunar organs, boom, it's going to push it out. Now, I want to ask you a question. Look at all the things that we wrote down. Can we put those back up on the screen? Vomiting, fever, cramps, irritability, sweat, mucus, gas, the runs, dog breath, convulsions, I'll give you the other ones I wrote down here, burping, blacking out, fainting, headaches, phlegm, joint pain from the poison in there, low energy, fatigue, inability to sleep, heart increase or heart decreases, kidneys that won't urinate, irritation to any of the cells in the body, perspiration. Let me ask you a very important question, and please listen right now. Think. Tell me any disease known to man that does not have these as the same symptoms. Tell me any disease. I'm saying to you, this is what your body, you told me, this is what your body will do if you give it a poison. And I said to you earlier, all disease is your body trying to eliminate poisons. And you said to me, if you poison my body, here's what my body will do to get rid of it. So now I'm saying to you, great, let's go to disease. Tell me any disease known to man that does not have these symptoms. My point is this, put in your notes this. When you have all of this energy in your body and you put all this poison in, the body can deal with a lot. But there's a point where it's threatening the quality of your life or survival. And at that point, the body jumps to your aid and says, we're going to eject this stuff by any orifice we can find. We're going to dilute this in any way I can. Retain water, get rid of it, do whatever I can. I'm going to create diarrhea. This poison is out of here. In other words, disease is the cure. You get that? Disease is the cure. And what most of us do, as soon as we start experiencing symptoms, is we try to jam that crap back into us, and we wonder why we don't have a quality of life long term. How many get this? Say aye if you really get this. It is the cure. You don't go, I caught a cold. You didn't catch a cold. You created a cold by your lifestyle. You've built up more poison. It's gotten to the point where your body had to get rid of it. Don't stop it. Let it flow. Augment it. Drink more fluid so the body can dilute it and get it out faster. Get some rest. The body has more nerve energy and get it over it quicker. Don't stick something in there that's a virulent poison the body's got to deal with so it doesn't have any energy to get rid of the phlegm anymore. Don't dry up your nasal passageways and then wonder why you have problems later on breathing. Think about it. So in your notes, put down, disease is the cure. And a vital understanding of anything in life, this is what has made me effective in helping people emotionally, is this. The cause of my pain is rarely the source of my pain. See, most of us think as the cause is what creates things. The cause is the level that people see. The source, that's where it all happens. That's what creates the problems or the good things in your life. So we got to deal with the source. And if we deal with the source, things change. Now here's what's interesting. We've been taught it's all germs. But now we go and we say, nope. According to the medical profession, it's not germs. What do germs do? Does anybody know? Why do we have germs? Are they important? We could not survive on the planet without them. Germs are scavengers. What germs do is wherever there is weakness, wherever there is waste, germs take down waste and break it down so that now it can be absorbed into the environment. You will find germs any place you find a tremendous amount of waste, period. I'll tell you, where do we get our whole theory about germs? Who gave it to us? What's his name? Louis Pasteur. Before Louis came along, what was the cause of disease? I read it to you earlier. What was it? evil spirits. You were sinning, right? Those kinds of things. God had done it to you. So Louis came along and he discovered these wonderful organisms through his microscope called germs. He started noticing all these different biological forms. He identified them. And he noticed that when people were sick, that there were these germs there. And he went, there's the cause. We've never been able to see it before. And everybody went, wow, what a discovery. And from then on, everybody operated from that presupposition. And I'll give you a good way to understand this, a simple way. About 12 years ago, I went to New York City for one of the first times I ever went there. And I got there, and it was during the trash strike. Anybody remember this? Maybe some of you out there in New York will remember this. In Spring Valley, if you went into Manhattan, I'm sure you remember it. Because it went on, I don't know how long it had been on when I got there, but on the streets everywhere, there was trash almost as high as people. It was unbelievably gross. The smell was foul. It was horrible. And there was an unbelievable breakout of rats everywhere in the city. It was a bad time to be in Manhattan. But you know what's interesting? How intelligent would it be for me to come by in New York and go, oh my God, look at all the trash these rats brought here. You go, Robbins, you must be new. No, you see, we brought the trash here, and that's what brought the rats, because they feed on the trash. And I go, oh, really? That's an amazing concept. Equally, it would be stupid to take someone who's died, open up their body, find all these germs, and go, look, those rats, that's what killed the person. What killed the person was the toxicity built up, and what these rats did come in as scavengers was to break it all down and feed on it. And yes, if you create enough polluted environment, you can get enough rats, they start creating their own excrement, and they make the problem worse. Same thing with microbes. How many follow the metaphor? Now, let me ask you a question. What is the traditional approach through the old paradigm of medicine, traditional American medicine, allopathic medicine, on how would you deal with a situation? You'd use the war metaphor. You would say, we must kill all the rats. And most people would agree with you, right? Because they go, look, those rats are making my life miserable. Because those rats get your attention. The trash also gets your attention, but the rats really get your attention. Because they move around and you can see them. So now you go out and try and kill all the rats. Let's say you're even successful. What will happen? More will come back. Why? Because you dealt with the cause of your upset. The cause was the rats, but you didn't deal with the source, which is the what? And the trash inside of you, the toxins, are created by your lifestyle. How many get this? So I'm not saying that germs don't exist. Of course they exist. They are your best friends unless you create an environment that attracts an overabundance of them. Now, I'll give you the scientific basis of this also, if you'd like. Turn the page. You'll see over here, by the way, on page 13, a little reminder. It says the germ theory is based on the study of interim causes of illness. Circle the word interim. It's the short term. It's right up front. Rather than the source that initiates the illness. So we want to find out the real source of illness. And so if you'll notice down here, if you'll just turn the page, let's pop it on the next page. It says traditional medicine has looked for a specific germ or microbe as the cause of disease. Germs, viruses, and the terrain, the level of toxicity found in the body, are all cofactors in the manifestation of disease. In other words, I'm not saying to you that these germs don't play a role in having you have dis-ease in the body. They do, but they can't do it on their own. You have to create an environment where they multiply in an imbalanced way, where your body now no longer has the strength to deal with it. Turn to page 80, let's see where it is, 81, and I'll give you Koch's postulates, and those who are doctors in the room will tell you, in medical training, this man created basically the scientific basis for evaluating causation and disease. And Koch's postulates make it really clear why germs are not the cause of disease, and again, why Robbins and all these other people that are writing these textbooks now, the modern textbook, no longer say germs are the single cause of disease. Here's what he says. Number one, if a germ causes disease, then in any germ causes disease, definite, specific, and unique germs must, one, be found in every case of the disease. Are the germs that are supposed to cause a disease always found when the disease is present, yes or no? So here's a question. Can you have an effect without a cause? No, that's why one scientific reason why germs are not the cause of disease. Two, they must never be found apart from the disease. Is that true? No, right now you have streptococcus germs inside of you. You have pneumocystis germs. AIDS, most of the AIDS patients in the early days were all basically, they had pneumonia. Pneumocystis was the basis of it. You have pneumocystis in you right now. Tons of it. But you don't have pneumonia. So how could that be? because it's not the cause of disease. You can't have a situation where you have the cause and not have the effect. Just like you can't have the effect without the cause and say that they relate scientifically. They don't. 4, for germs to be the cause of disease, they must be capable of culture outside the body. Never has a culture been made with normal, healthy, living tissue. Medical theory declares that germs attack and destroy healthy tissue within the body. However, no germ has ever been known to multiply in normal tissues or normal secretions in the laboratory. Germs are seen in association with disease only in that they are feeding on decay. Until it can be demonstrated that germs have an affinity for normal, healthy tissue, the germ theory remains unsupportable. Specifically, when they grow germs in the laboratory, they do it in meat broth, in chicken broth, and all kinds of rotten eggs. They use substances that are of decay. If your body is healthy, it is not decaying inside. Because the only way to get germs to grow is to give them something that gives them life, which is decay. Germs are designed to take decay, break it down, because if it wasn't for germs, we'd all be this high in waste on the planet Earth. They're what break it down for us. So they're not the cause. And lastly, if germs cause disease, then it must be capable of producing by injection the same disease that's undergone by the body from which they were taken. So in other words, if I take out this cause out of your body that's creating pneumonia in you, and we put it in me, then it should create pneumonia in me. Is that how it works, yes or no? No. Now, how can you say that's the cause and only works in you and doesn't work in me? Step into my common sense corner, and let's think for a moment. When is the flu season? That's right. It's right around January 1. In fact, you can chart it year by year. It's within the first week, the last week of December, first week of January, like clockwork, decade after decade. So it obviously is a bug that likes the winter and probably sleeps in the summer. Okay? Now, we are taught that this is created by a whole variety of strains of these bugs that come after us. And what's really interesting about this is these bugs always come at us only at this time of year. They attack viciously, and they affect us. Now, what are the symptoms of the flu? Fever, diarrhea, sweats, fatigue, lymph nodes enlarging. What do your lymph nodes do? They strain the toxicity from your body. And if I overuse a muscle, what does it do? If I demand more from a muscle, it gets what? Bigger, it swells up, right? So this is the basic fundamentals of what the flu is. Now, let's pretend just for a moment that we didn't have a traditional education and we actually had common sense. Let's pretend. And we wanted to see why is it that so many people suddenly are coughing and sneezing and got all this excess phlegm and got diarrhea and feel tired right around January 1. Let's just try and use a little common sense just for a moment. Let's see if there's anything that might relate to that. How many of you remember where you were last Thanksgiving? Come on, how many remember? Say aye. Where were you? How many were at a large meal on that day? Can I see your hands? Now, what happens at this meal? Everybody comes together to see their family. They're happy about that. And as they arrive together to be with the family, have this feast. And of course, everybody wanting to be healthy, they organize the meal in an appropriate way to make sure they have plenty of oxygen and nerve energy as a result of this meal. Is that true? Yes or no? No. In my family, man, didn't matter how hard things were, how tough things were. My dad, my mom always found a way, and we had the turkey, this big mother of a turkey. We ate bologna sandwiches most days, but we had a turkey on Thanksgiving, right? And sure enough, we had ham too. Turkey and ham. Two big toxic things that jam into our body, right? And then we didn't stop there. We had lots of mashed potatoes and lots of meat gravy, right? And made sure we had some of that Melinsa and some of that token vegetable on the side, stuffing, all these things. And what did you do? You probably sat down and said, I'd like an appropriate amount of food in order to really maintain the vitality of my life. Is that what you did? Yes or no? No, what did you do? You pigged out, didn't you? And by the way, I ate so much in those days, man, I ate so much, my stomach was swollen, right? And then what'd you do? Then you barely could make it away from the table, right? And you struggled to get to a chair, right? And you got to the chair and somebody said, pumpkin pie? And you went, okay. And then you put some coffee in on top of that. Maybe some ice cream on top of the pumpkin pie just to make sure you get a little more phlegm inside of you. And now your body's going, what are you doing? And so then what'd you do? Did you go, oh, wow, done with my meal. Now time to go out and let's go have some fun. Let's go play some sports. No, what did you do? You went to sleep. Why did you go to sleep? Because your body went, you sucker, you sit down right now. I got to go to work. Right? Body's all working here. And by the way, after Thanksgiving, did it end there? Oh, no, because you looked just, you went, wait. I'm going to go on my diet later. I know I'm not being good. But look, Christmas is just around the corner. Right? And of course, there's the office parties, right? And of course, at the office parties, we never put the product of decay in our body en masse, like alcohol. And of course, it doesn't end there. We make it to Christmas. By the way, during this time of year, is there more nerve energy being expended anyway? What is it about the season that would cause your body to have to use more nerve energy? The shock and stress of two things. Temperature changes in 90% of the population, in terms of the season changes. And when it gets cold, your body has to use more nerve energy just to protect itself. Major difference. What else happens this time of year besides all this? The emotional stress. Does that use energy, yes or no? How many of you expend a lot more energy during the holidays? Say aye. Why? Because for you, what happens during that time is you expend good energy. You're excited. That takes more energy. You got your normal life you're living, plus you've added all this new stuff to it. And by the way, for that point, most people are at threshold. Plus, most people in lots of parts of the country bundle up. They're actually keeping their body's ability to get rid of things in. They're actually heating it up. So now the body's got to try and warm itself up, cool itself down. It's constantly going like this. All of those things would be enough to stress your body a little bit, but then you add to it the lifestyle people have during their holidays. The weather alone could start to create more demands. If you're healthy, the weather's no problem. Your body knows how to adapt to that. But if you have been using your energy all year long and now you go into a cold season, not a cold, this kind of cold, temperature cold, there's a shock to the system. The body knows how to adjust. But when you're already at the edge of threshold because you've been going like crazy and don't have enough nerve energy, all it takes a little bit to kick you over. And now all the poison that's been in there jumps out. So, for example, you can see this all over the world. It doesn't have to be Christmas time. But here we add to it the wonderful American lifestyle of, okay, it's Christmas. What happens at Christmas? Do you eat real light on Christmas? Yes or no? Hell no. You go to Christmas, what do? It's turkey and ham time again. Usually, by the way, did you make enough turkey that you had lots of turkey sandwiches, turkey pies, turkey everything for about a week afterwards? Right? So sure enough, now you do it again. And by the way, in a Christmas, you barely can walk or move once again. Do you stop there? No, look, New Year's is just down the corner. Right? And on New Year's Eve, in order to start your New Year right, what do? You think, I want to be so conscious in this new year. You probably sit down and set all your goals, right? Do a whole goal-setting workshop that night. What do you usually do on New Year's? You drink alcohol, the product of decay. There are only a few things the body cannot use at all that are total poisons. Alcohol is one of them. Alcohol instantly, the minute you put it in your bloodstream, it goes right through your tongue before you even swallow. It goes right in your bloodstream, unfiltered. It radically destroys the oxygen level in your brain. A sip of alcohol, and you've destroyed brain cells instantaneously. I'll show you the research. I'm not making this up. Instantaneously. Right? But you don't just take a little sip. It's time to celebrate the coming of a new year in a peak state. So now you drink and you wake up next morning, oh my God, you feel sick, and maybe you vomit and you worship the porcelain god, right? And you got this fever, and you look on the paper and it goes, flu break all over the country. You go, that flu bug really got me, man. Now, if it happens the next day, most of you get it. But usually it doesn't happen the next day. It's within a couple of days or a week. And you've been feeling run down probably before that. And you get all this place, you go, oh man, I can't believe it. And you know what's really interesting? It's always a special kind of flu bug. It's always a commie bug. Yeah, it's always a commie bug. It's the Beijing flu. It's the Russian flu. Yeah, it's always some commie bug coming over here to wreck our holidays. Tell you what, you want to have some fun? Let's read some real newspaper articles. These are real. U.S., quote, blame the what virus? Beijing, another commie out there. Another commie. blame the Beijing virus for the aches and pains that deck the holidays. Welcome to 1994. Now get right back into bed. If you're like thousands of others, you got more than you asked for during the season of giving. While you and your family gathered around the punch bowl, you shared more than good cheer. And now, because of that punch bowl, which didn't have any alcohol in it, and now you have aches and pains, chills, a sore throat, maybe even a queasy tummy. You have the flu. Check it out. It's rampant on the land, felling healthy men and women like oaks to the axe and leaving offices bereft of workers. Flu has been reported in 42 states, I can't imagine why, as widespread as Florida to Maine and Oregon and parts of a dozen other states, says the National Centers for Disease Control. Quote, it's a pretty good assumption that we're starting to peak right now, says Steve Jegler. Yes, because they can predict when it's going to happen each year based on lifestyle. He said Steve Jegler, who, by the way, is the brand name manager for Sucrets, whose parent company, Smith Klein Beecham, sponsors a weekly flu alert. What does Smith Klein Beecham make? I don't want you to believe in marketing or anything. Here's what I like. After polling 1,680 medical personnel in 70 regional markets, research projects that represent 107 million people, this is what they're claiming. This is the drug companies claiming. 43% of the U.S. population has flu symptoms right now. 43%. Give me a break. When have you seen half the population do anything? They can't even agree on what sex means. How could they even have disease the same way? Check it out. This is from USA Today. This is this last year. Drop down to the next paragraph, signage monitor. Go down to where it says pharmaceutical, about 6 lines down. Pharmaceutical companies make how many? 50 million doses that they sell every year. So it has to be done early. By the end of February, we have to have made all the decisions for what they're going to make and sell you next year is the virus. It's not even here yet. He says it's not always easy and predictable. Obviously, the closer we are to being accurate, the more protection you have. They're not even accurate, he admits it. But if we're fairly close, it's better. You guys get this? Now, turn the page and look what the flu vaccine is. This is how you're going to protect yourself from these evil commie bugs. The flu vaccines are nurtured on what? Underline those 3 words. Decomposed proteins of animals, egg, or human origin. In addition, the following chemicals are used. Formaldehyde, which is used to embalm corpses. That's what you put in your body to protect yourself from the mucus that comes from the way you eat and live. Sodium phosphate, sodium chloride, sodium, I can't even pronounce it, right? And thimerosal, which is a mercury derivative. Mercury is a virulent poison. So to make sure that you may not have some sore throat or cough or a little diarrhea, let's stick some animal, egg, and human toxicity of proteins directly into your bloodstream, into that delicate chemical balance, just to protect you in case it may show up tomorrow from Beijing. How many can see that flu is driven by lifestyle and that anything we find in your body is because you built the trash up and now it's feeding on it and multiplying? How many agree with that? Say aye. Aye. Thank you. Well, I came back. I missed you. What can I say? I came back because I wanted to give you an update, an idea of some of the newest distinctions that I've made. If you've been involved with my work at all, you probably have been exposed to some of the principles. How many of you read Unlimited Power? Say aye. If you did, I talked about some of the fundamental principles of living health there. Now, my goal in the first half of this session was really to get you to see you don't have to be afraid of bugs. You don't have to worry that in the middle of your New Year's, some commie bug is going to wreck your holiday, okay? That it's really not how it works. You have all these, quote, bugs inside you right now. Germs are good. Germs are things that are useful. But if we create an environment where they proliferate to a tipping point that is imbalanced in your body, then you're going to have disease in your system because they're going to feed on the trash that we've brought there. And my biggest concern is that people live in fear. Somebody last night came to me and said, oh, I got a cold. I don't want to hug you. I said, get over here. It's like, I don't get sick and hugging and cough on me. I mean, it's not very polite. But that's not something to be worried about. And this is not the time for it. But those of you going to mastery, we're going to talk about AIDS there. We're bringing one of the top AIDS specialists in the world there, Dr. Duesberg. He's one of the original retrovirus experts in the world. He's also UC Berkeley professor there. He's in the National Academy of Sciences, and he flat says, and has said for almost 10 years, and now he's catching on, that HIV is not the cause of AIDS, which sounds impossible, and people go crazy when they hear that. But we've spent $50 billion and roughly 15 years, and not one person has been helped. Not one. No one has been cured. Now, that shows you a hypothesis may not make sense. Now, Montagnier from the Pasteur Institute, who actually discovered the virus, it's a man named Gallo here in this country, took credit for it, and finally was sued 10 years later for scientific misconduct. But he's the guy we all hear HIV came from. But the man who really founded it now says HIV alone can't do it. There must be cofactors, but they know what the cofactors are. Cofactors are lifestyle, right? You are it. If we take care of our inner environment, if the inner environment is clean and vital and alive, we're going to have the energy we deserve, and we're not going to break down. So what I want you to get is that for starters. If we live in a polluted environment here, we're going to get sick, or we're at least going to get weak, right? Or if we're really polluted environment, people mutate. Creatures mutate. Same thing is true inside of you. So what I thought maybe we'd do is show you a little bit of how we get to pollute our environment. And the way we get our environment polluted is we get out of balance. And you all know that. What happens during the holidays? If you weren't out of balance before, now you're totally out of balance. How many can relate to this? Say aye. And that balance is not just the balance that comes from, eating too much. It's all of the stresses we create inside of ourselves which innervate us. But they also do something else that I didn't understand at the level of science before. I understood it anecdotally. But science is now showing us some pretty extraordinary things that can help us to know precisely where we break down. Now, to give you an example, if you're looking for your life and trying to say, why would I get out of balance? What affects it? Think of what your body is. Your body is really this unique system that's working on basically electricity. It's electrical currents tied with magnetism. So think of it as electromagnetism that's actually running you. All the nerves of your body send signals through electricity. There are electrical signals, pulses of electricity. All the cells, all the organs of your body, when they're alive, to be healthy, you got to have healthy what? Come on. Cells. To have healthy cells, they got to be totally energetic. To be totally energetic, they have to have electrical power. What makes that electrical power happen is what we have is a delicate balance in our biochemistry. Chemistry makes the environment possible for electricity to be there. So you have a delicate balance there. Anything that's going to mess up that electrical balance is going to mess up your cells, is going to mess up your organs, is going to mess up your life. So if all these organs in our bodies have this need to send electricity, in fact, nerve signals are nothing but electrical pulses again, then what we got to figure out is what would mess that up. And then what we're going to do here this afternoon is walk you through the easy ways to make it so your inner environment is totally in balance on a consistent basis, even when you take it out of balance. This weekend took you out of balance. Many of you will leave here and get sick if you don't do what I tell you. How's that for a real direct approach? You will. I don't want to give you the voodoo curse, but many of you will, because what you've done is you've done the thing that creates breakdown in the body that you've probably been doing for years before you got here, but this weekend may have added to it, and that is the creation of acid. Acid in our systems creates a breakdown of the delicate balance in our biochemistry. Now, you turn on your television, you can't miss a million commercials or somebody comes on and says, I ate the whole thing. Alka-Seltzer, remember those old ads? Or now these days, they don't do that. Now they don't wait till after you're in pain. They go, look, I'm going to eat this Pepsin AC, and then it won't hurt. And what is Pepsin AC and all these things? They are what? Antacids, okay? Now, why are we a culture? Tagamet, by the way, up until recently was the number one prescription drug in the world. Now there are more brands, so it's no longer number one by itself. But Tagamet is for stomach disorders. See, if we're eating so well, if we're so smart, how come we're taking all these antacids like they're coming out of our ears? The reason is because we live an acid lifestyle in modern times. Most industrialized nations live acid. Now, what creates acid in the system? Well, the first thing that creates acid is emotions. Anger, resentment, frustration. You can take, and in fact, I encourage you to go by your local drugstore and get some of those little pH strips. Those pH strips, you've probably seen them. They're like yellow. You put it on your tongue for a few seconds, or you can do it with your urine, and then you put it against colors, and it shows you how acid or alkaline you are. Now, why is this important? Let me clarify this first. Your body, to maintain this powerful, energetic, electrical current in you, has got to have a certain pH, a certain basis of what's called acid and alkaline in the system. It is as important as maintaining the temperature of your body. Your body has to stay at what temperature? Quick. 98.6. Well, here's the other number you better know. On a scale from 0 to 14, where 0 is pure acid, burn a hole in steel, and 14 is purely alkaline. Or another word for alkalinity is base, for those of you who have a scientific or chemistry background, right? The middle then, the balance would be 7. Our bodies need to be at 7.36. That's the ideal, which is more acid or more alkaline. Which one is it? Slightly what? It's slightly alkaline. Now, the portions of your body, like your stomach, has hydrochloric acid in it, and in that area, right, you're going to have more acid. But I'm talking about your blood. The blood, which is the river of life. What takes the oxygen everywhere? The blood. You know, what brings the nutrients? The blood. The blood is the basic source of everything. So your blood has got to be at 7.36. In fact, this is so important, guys, that if this figure were to vary 1 or 2 points, you would die instantly. Does anybody know why? Because what happens is it would change the chemistry where there'd be no electrical power. And imagine an electrical power plant that somebody unplugged. Everything stops. Your organs, your cells, everything shuts down. You're dead. That's how important alkalinity is to your body. Now, most people, though, are constantly testing the body's ability to do this. For example, we go to a cold environment, what does our body do? It compensates, right? It figures out what to do to try and speed up, try and get that warmth to the body so that we can survive. The same thing happens when you take in a lot of acidity in your body. Your body rushes to figure out how to deal with this. Now, the way the body deals with excess acid, and again, what brings acid to the body? Emotions is the first thing that most people never even think about. Remember when I asked you to call that person this weekend, which I know many of you didn't do because we gave you so much extra spare time? But I know you're going to do tonight because I know what a committed soul you are, or tomorrow morning at the latest. Because by doing that, whether you realize it or not, that anger you think about, or when you think you were victimized by somebody, that produces acid in your system. When you worry, I mean, how does it feel when you worry? What does your body feel like? Can you feel that kind of feeling inside your body, like something's churning? You are creating acids in the system. By the way, conversely, Norman Cousins, who, God bless his soul, amazing man who was here in Los Angeles, right, teaching at UCLA. If you remember, he cured himself of disease by doing what? Through laughter therapy. He'd watch for 8 hours a day all these funny films that cracked him up, and he laughed his way back to health because you can also, through your emotions, can you stimulate your immune system? Can you release positive endorphins, yes or no? So when you're talking about my lifestyle, I know people all the time who are so rigid about what they're going to eat, and they're stressed every moment about it. And I'm looking at them going, they are not going to be healthy because they're creating acid continuously, which guess what acid does? It strips or weakens the electrical charges around red blood cells. So for example, and I'm getting a little technical, but please stay with me, and I think this will make sense for you. Here's a red blood cell. What does a red blood cell do? Carries what? Oxygen. So you got all these red blood cells in your body. And by the way, when you go to Mastery, you're going to see all of these. And those of you who are doing that, if you don't, I would go get a live blood test. Most people can get their blood. They get dried blood, and then they dye the blood. So you never see what your blood really looks like. you get some test that measures numbers as opposed to seeing what's really there. So here are these red blood cells. Blood cells, in order to function, have a certain biochemistry, and in order to do that, to have electrical charges. The outside of a blood cell has a negative charge. The reason it has a negative charge is it keeps the blood cells from doing what? Anybody know? Sticking together. If the blood cells stick together, what's going to happen? Yeah, they're going to suddenly go through the bloodstream more slowly, through the body more slowly, so you're going to get less oxygen. All these little red blood cells got to make it all the way down to little capillaries. Some places they have to go one at a time. So all of a sudden, imagine you got your body full of sludge. And by the way, that's how most people feel. They sludge through life. Because if you see the red blood cells, they're all clumped together. Now, what happens is the inside of your red blood cell has a positive charge. So when acid comes along, you have an acid diet, which I'm going to talk about also, acid emotions, acid lifestyle. The acid comes by and it mitigates, it strips or weakens this charge, sometimes takes it completely away. So what do you think these cells start to do? They start to clump together. As that happens, your energy goes through the floor. But that's not the only problem. These cells start to weaken. Does that make sense? They're not as strong as they need to. And as the environment becomes more and more acidic, they not only weaken, but they die. When they die, they release their own acids into the bloodstream. So now you're compounding it. Now remember the example I gave you of pouring water in a glass and you keep pouring and pretty soon it overflows? Well, when you keep pouring acid in the system and it starts destroying cells more rapidly than your body's used to, all that acid builds up to the point where now the environment is really polluted. And what got worse, you basically have negative momentum. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Till pretty soon you don't know why you have all these aches and pains. Aches and pains are acid. It's a lack of oxygen and acid. And you can find it in any part of your body. So what we've got to do is we've got to maintain this balance. You know what your body does? Your body's intelligent. It's ready for this. It's designed for this. Except it's not really designed for what we do to it. Our bodies were not designed for us to be able to process every food the way we do in modern times. And to take in the things that we drink and eat that have no basis in nature whatsoever. So we're putting all this acid in. So the body does, it says, my God, we have an emergency here. We've got to solve this. So the body uses stores of alkalinity to neutralize the acid. And you have those stores in your body. You have alkaline reserves, they're called. And in those alkaline reserves, you have a variety of things like magnesium, calcium, et cetera, et cetera. So the body knows how to do that. But here's the problem. If you keep putting more acid in than the body can deal with, pretty soon, what do you think happens to your reserves? They go down. Pretty soon you don't have any reserves. Now you're in a dangerous situation. Now you're going to start having a major dis-ease start to affect your body. Like, remember FloJo, this incredible athlete? She just died recently. And here's this woman who was supposedly, so fit. She was fit, but she was unhealthy. She created so much acid. Because, by the way, does working out produce lactic acid in mass? And if you're a sprinter, does that build more acid than if you're aerobically running? Yes or no? You bet it does. So she kept pushing, and she got below her reserves, and then the organs in the body start breaking down. But people go, oh, there's a bad heart on this person, there's a bad this. What makes it bad, what tears the process down, other than your initial genetic weakness, is the acid. And whether your genetic weakness is affected or not, is acids go to the weakest part of the body. And so they weaken something that's already in trouble. Is this making sense to you? Okay? It's such an important understanding. So, guess where the body now goes to survive? It takes these acids out of the bloodstream and into the fats of the body, because that takes the acid away from the vital organs of the body. Because if it gets in the vital organs, you got real problems. Now, what if your genetic tendency is not to hold much fat? People that are fat tend to actually be a little bit more healthy very often if their arteries aren't clogged, because they can deal with more of the acid than somebody who's skinny. Interestingly enough. And you can see this in people's blood if you study it. So what happens, it goes into fat. Now, by the way, picture this. This is the average person that I see. They're like, let's say a woman as an example. She really is committed to her body. The culture has created these anchors that women focus even more on it than men do. Unfairly, by the way. So this woman really wants to make this change. So she really does a really good diet. She really makes all these shifts. And she says, I gotta exercise. But she's so stressed about it, she's creating an immense amount of what? right? Secondly, when she exercises to extreme because she's sick and tired of being overweight. Now I'm going to get a trainer, and I'm going to kick butt. I'm going to do whatever I can. So she produces massive exercise with massive amounts of lactic what? Probably exercises anaerobically, more than likely. Can you over-exercise, yes or no? Oh, yes. And so now all this additional acid's in her body. And she says, wait a second, it can't be my metabolism because I'm not eating a bunch and I'm working out like a maniac. I'll tell you what it is. You're not over fat, you're over acid. You will not let go of the fat no matter how much you exercise, no matter how much you eat right, if you do not create an environment that is more alkaline. You can't. It's a survival tool. Now, I was with the gentleman who introduced this concept to me that I want to talk to you about. His name is Dr. Young, and I'll tell you how I got to meet him and how it's changed my life personally. But what I can tell you is I was with him recently, with a group of doctors from all over the world, from Russia, from Korea, from all over the place. And I went through a week with him studying people's blood. And I just did it as an amateur. I'm not a doctor. There's nothing I can use, but I like to understand this stuff with precision. I'm a maniac for that. And while I was there, a group of his patients came in. He's a microbiologist, right? He's based in Utah. And they came in one after another, and we saw the before and after of their blood after they began to what I'm going to ask you to do, which is alkalize and energize your body. We're going to make sure you get a lot more alkalinity in your diet and in your fluids so that your body can deal with this and not have to pull from your reserves. While we're there, he started showing us what happens here in this situation. He shows us examples. You know how when people get older, very often they shrink? Do you ever wonder why that happens? Do you think it's like, oh, it's just our way back into the ground? We came out of it, went our way up? No. The reason is because when a person lives an acid lifestyle, after you go through your reserves and after you store in the fat, guess what's next? It needs calcium. And so it leaches it from your bones continuously. And so your bones get weaker and weaker, and you get more and more compressed. It's like stealing bone mass almost as a metaphor. It's not exactly how it is from your body. There's no reason for you to shrink, just to give you a clue. Okay? The only reason you shrink is because your bones are weak because you're so acidic, and your body is leaching from it. And you'll begin to break down in all kinds of other ways too. Your muscles get flabby because acid eats it away. And there are other elements also that affect this to give you an idea. But here's what was really fascinating. I saw so many changes in people that were so dramatic, it would sound like, a religious revival. But they're in this doctor's office, and all these other doctors studying it. And one woman, which was really neat because she's been studied since she was 14 years old by the NIH, the National Institutes of Health, which is the place that you get the definitive answers in the United States anyway. And so the National Institutes of Health studied her and her entire family, but her personally since she was 14, this woman. She's now 37 years old. The reason her family's been studied is because they have hypercholesterol. There's no one in her family with less than 450 in cholesterol. Yeah, if you're not familiar with it, around 200 would be reasonable. 450 is off the chart. I mean, you're a walking heart attack, basically, right? So, and by the way, that's what's happened. Her father died at 43. Her mother died at 41. Her sister died at 39. She's 37. And the NIH and the University of Utah both have studied her, but the NIH since 14, and they've tried to use their family as an example, and they tried every diet they could on them, every kind of treatment you can imagine. They put them on low cholesterol, no cholesterol diets. And their cholesterol still rises or stays the same. They've never been able to reduce it. This woman has been doing what I'm going to show you today, alkalizing and energizing, practicing everything I was teaching before, but adding the focus of alkalinity to her diet. Drinking a green type of drink that brings more alkalinity into the body. She's dropped 50 pounds in the last 6 weeks. She's never been able to lose weight. Why? She had so much what in her body quick. So her body's hanging on to it. Now the body's alkaline. It's just let going like crazy, and she's not working out half as hard or anything like that. But the second thing is she's lost already 190 points off her cholesterol in 6 weeks. Nowhere in her entire, deserves a hand. I agree. Let's give her a hand. All right? What's cool about this is it's, documented by the NIH because sometimes individual researchers do their thing and people go, so it's really outstanding to be able to see that. So all it is, and I asked Dr. Young, I said, so why? Help me with this. Why would her cholesterol go down though? He said, Tony, cholesterol, you don't need any more cholesterol. Your body, as most of us know, makes cholesterol. The only reason you get additional cholesterol is you're eating animal products. So you're eating the cholesterol of other creatures and putting it in your body. So with their dead mass, you're taking their cholesterol, right? Doesn't this sound attractive? Okay? But he said, here's the real problem. He said, you get your body where your blood, you put more acid in. Your blood's got to stay at 7.36 or real close, right? So it's got to do something. Now, it tries to use your fat stores. It tries to your alkaline reserves. It tries to do anything to balance it out. Let's say that you've maxed out those things, and all this acid is going to run through your arteries. What will acid do to your arteries? It'll burn a hole in it like that. You'll be dead. You can't have arteries with holes in them, right? So the body says, we need a binding agent. We need something to grab a hold of this acid and protect the arterial wall. So it secretes or gathers, if you've had additional cholesterol, the cholesterol, and it puts it on the wall to protect the sensitive linings from all the acid. And by the way, there's no downside of that if you were to then change your diet. But if you keep being acid, the body keeps adding cholesterol until pretty soon there's no room for the blood to go through. But it's like, do I die now or do I got a chance of survival? He said, so when she became more alkaline, her body didn't need the cholesterol anymore. The body adjusts. It's intelligent. It feels what's going on. It starts to release the cholesterol out of her system. Plus, he was super hydrating her, flooding her body in a way that cleansed her cells of those cholesterols. Does this make sense to you? I mean, this is breakthrough stuff. Now, let me tell you why I'm telling you this and why I found out about this, because I've lived a pretty energetic lifestyle for most of my life, prided myself that I can rock the house, whether it's 2,000 people or whether it's 20,000, for as long as the day can go by. And I did it because years ago I made a huge shift in my life, which is this dietary approach that I'm describing to you, and this lifestyle approach. And I freed myself of the fear, which took away some of the acid by itself. Right? You heard earlier I described I was always afraid early in my life I was going to die of cancer. That'll create some nice acid for you. So what happened for me is I've gone all these years. I'm now 39 years old, just turned 39. And so as I came through this process about, roughly probably 2 years ago, I started to get to the point where I was using much more of my mind for the energy as opposed to my body. Can anybody relate to that? It's like it's more mental energy and like will. Like I get on stage and crank, but it wasn't like I feel now. It's just like that just feels effortless. It was more like, am I going to do one more song? Kind of like a lot of you were thinking over this weekend, right? So what happened was I had this mindset of, I'm an Adonis and I'm humble about it. I've got this energy, I'm going to kick butt, take names. And what happened for me is it started like by the end of a program, I was wiped. But you know how things happen gradually? So you don't quite notice. It's kind of like, the old metaphor, you put the frog in warm water and you turn up the water slowly, it'll boil to death. The old metaphor. You put it in boiling water, it jumps right out. Well, most of us, our challenges come so slowly that we adjust each stage and we don't realize what we've lost. And it's like I feel when I do the Living Health Seminar, I'm almost like trying to tell someone what a rose smells like who's never really smelled one. Because most people have never given themselves the gift of that kind of dynamic energy. They've never had it because no one taught them how to have that. And that's my real goal in being here. I want you to realize, I want you to experience that nothing tastes as good as fit, healthy, and vital feels. Nothing. And once you feel that, you'll get addicted to that feeling, and it will change every aspect of your life, your relationships, your finances, everything. Because here we are living in this culture where people value everything more than their body. Their money, their career, we'll do anything for our kids, right? All these other things. And what's the last thing that shows up? Our bodies. And thank God that, our bodies are as strong as they are, but we deserve to have them at full tilt. So for me, as I started to feel this little bit of loss, so I thought, okay, I know what the problem is. I'm getting toxic. I'm exerting more energy, right, on an ongoing basis than I'm building back up. I'm not sleeping, and I'm not resting, and I'm go the whole time, and I just need to balance out and cleanse my system. So I decided to do that. Now, I know quite a bit about a variety of sciences that have to do with how to study the blood, and there's quite a bit of research that's been done overseas. And there's a certain type of microscope in the past called a dark field microscope. Dark field microscopy, I guess is how they pronounce it. And so years ago I had that, and it allows you to see what you don't see in a traditional blood test. It allows you to see that your blood, unlike traditional science tells you, is not sterile. It's like another universe with all these creatures moving around inside of it. And again, those of you coming to Mastery, you're going to see all of you. I'm going to do your blood for every single one of you as part of Mastery. So you're going to get to see your personal bloodstream. But what's interesting is there's a new microscope out now called an ultralight microscope that allows you to see even deeper. And what you also can see is things like candida or yeast in your blood, parasites. You can see everything, and it's very visual. So before I went on this cleanse, I said, what I'm going to do? I'm going to go look at my blood so I can see how bad it is, and also so I can feel the victory afterwards and see it clean up. being somewhat visual, this was important to me. So I went down. I was in La Jolla. I found out about this place that did this new form of microscope work. I went down, looked at my blood, and honestly, it scared the hell out of me because my white blood cells were ripped open and like leaking out. They weren't moving at the pace they're supposed to move. And my immune system's broken down, which probably was how I was feeling inside. I was feeling run down. And I'm thinking, God, I know I eat well and that stuff, but I thought, no, I'm not. I'm going full tilt. I'm not breathing. I'm not doing the other things that are so important. And I'm exercising like a maniac on top of it, right? Because I want to be fit. And so I looked at this, and then what was interesting about it is I was also full of candida. And candida is so full. I mean, you can't turn on the commercials these days without finding more about a woman's yeast problem than you want to know. Okay? There's all these products. But men have just as much yeast as women do. They don't, we won't go through the details. They just don't notice it as easily. We'll move right on from that one, okay? The point of the matter is, what yeast do in your bloodstream is they eat all your glucose, which is all your energy storage, right? All your sugar. So what that does is you eat and you're never satisfied because you're not getting the nutrients. Remember, taking in nutrition doesn't mean anything. If you don't have proper digestion and assimilation, you have no nutrition. So what happens is along the way, the yeast consume it. So I don't know how many of you can relate to this, but I would find myself, I was so busy, I wouldn't eat all day long. Then about 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, I was ready to eat a human. I was like, I got to have something, man. I get that state where you got to have something. How many can relate? Come on, say aye. That's because your blood sugar is where? Through the floor, right? So I'd find that, and it created a lot of stress, and it created my energy being super high, and then boom, I'd hit a crash point, man, and I would crash if I didn't go do something. So all of a sudden, I look at this thing, and I can see why. It's eating it all up. And by the way, you know what yeast does once it eats all your sugar? If you don't give it enough sugar, which it demands, your cravings for sugar are the little creatures inside of you demanding it. I got a friend, some of you know, I mentioned Pete Agoscu. Pete's one of the most driven people I know. 4 a.m. up doing his workout. He was a Marine. He just never stops, right? Just full tilt. But here's this totally fit, healthy, structural guy going for it, but every day he drank beer. Because after all, he's a Marine. Right? Part of his what, guys? Do you remember? Identity, right? So I talked to Pete about it a few times. I said, I don't care. You can do whatever you want to do. But I said, it just seems incongruent. No, it's not. But he craved it. When he had his blood done, he was full of yeast. The yeast were screaming for the alcohol, wanting it desperately. When he cleansed the system, he didn't want to stop drinking alcohol. He just had no desire for it whatsoever. Zero. If you got a lot of acid addictions right now, as acid addictions are like cigarettes or alcohol or coffee, where you got to have it, and you get yourself alkaline, this is not a willpower thing. You won't go through the headaches and all that crap people do. That headaches is all the acid that's released back into your body now as you start to cleanse. It's in the cells, in the fat. And when you stop giving acid, the body goes, all right, we got a chance to get rid of this stuff. Put it in the blood and let's get it out. When it puts it back in the blood, you get this headache and you're detoxifying, it's called. I'm going to show you how you can detoxify without all the pain, which is really wonderful, by having enough alkalinity to deal with those things. Does that sound good? It's really important. Really important. So anyway, the point of the matter is, I look at my blood, and I got candida in there, so no wonder my energy's not as high. Sure, I'm living well, supposedly. Now, what caused the candida? That's the part I want to understand. Because look at me, I eat really well. I really do. I thought, well, candida is feeding on sugar. I don't eat sugar. But, I'm vegetarian. And I see a lot of vegetarians. And meat eaters always look at them and go, I don't want to look like that. Well, that's because they're eating tofu and drinking milk and eating cheese and eating all that crap that's horrible for them. But also, they eat all kinds of carbohydrates that convert into sugar. And sugar, ultimately, taken in mass, becomes acid in the system. It has an acid ash. So does protein. Has an acid ash. You go, what's left to eat? Don't tell me you're going to talk to me about veggies, are you? We're not getting there, are we? Yep. But I also want to show you how you can have like a big salad, drink a green drink, and get most of your alkalinity from that so you can still have the food you have, maybe in hopefully a little bit smaller quantity because you won't desire it as much as you become more alkaline and more balanced. The point of the matter is I started looking at this and going, boy, I know what it is it's the pastas, it's the carbs, and I always had fruit from breakfast till noon. I've taught people that for years. I'm dead wrong about that. And the reason I'm dead wrong about that, and I didn't know, and it served me well because fruit cleansed me, it was great, gave me energy. What I didn't realize was we live in a society where most of our food is processed. And as we're eating all this processed food, we're getting so much acid that eating a bunch of fruit on top of it adds that much more sugar and creates more candida. How many follow that? Okay? So I'm not saying fruit's not good. I'm saying you don't want to consume excess amounts of it, especially if you've got a diet that has lots of other carbs in it, because you're creating an environment. Now follow me. We'll come full circle now. You're creating an environment that these little creatures will proliferate, right? Because they got a feeding ground, right? The rats don't come until there's enough trash to feed them. When there's all this trash, they're going to come. And once they get there, they tell their friends, right? They camp out. And they grow and expand and create more of a problem, don't they? So you don't want to create trash inside. Trash inside starts with the acid. And then it starts to create more and more challenges. And as we do this, as we become more acidic, as we get more sugar in our bloodstream, we create the things that suck our energy away. As I started to say, when they're done with your sugars, these yeast start to eat your proteins. They start to literally break down your soft tissues and your muscle mass. So if you're real flabby and all that stuff, you know, I don't know the real statistic. There are books that claim, there's some scientists that now claim that as much as 70% of the population is infected with yeast and candida. I mean, it sounds to me extreme, except when you look at the lifestyle of most people, then you go, maybe it's not extreme. But you can find out very easily by doing a blood test, and you got to cleanse it out. The good news is you can cleanse it out easily. All you got to do is alkalize the bloodstream, because this environment that the yeast grows in has to be acidic, right? You change it, it's like you can try and kill the yeast. You know, that's what a lot of people do. Think about this. If you've got, let's say, a stale pond and there are mosquitoes everywhere, and you take out some DDT and you kill all those mosquitoes, does that solve the problem? No, what's going to happen? More mosquitoes are going to come because you haven't dealt with the source of the problem, right? It's the stale water that's the problem. It's the environment, guys. It's always the environment. And the good news is we're in total control of that. So the principles I'm going to take you through in a few minutes are really how to create that environment in a way that doesn't make your lifestyle a pain in the butt, that's really easy. In fact, it's 6 gifts you can give yourself that are going to alkalize you and energize you. And then it's 4 things you want to avoid. You want to reduce, if you can do it, eliminate them from your life, because they're just pure poison. They make you acidic, they destroy the system, they break your cells down, and then it gets accelerated. And by the way, even your teeth. Think about this. If you talk to your dentist has been educated, they'll tell you sugar doesn't burn holes in teeth. It's the sugar as it metabolizes into acid, which all sugars do, it drills a hole in your teeth. It's the acid that does that. Now imagine that acid going through your organs, through your tissues. Imagine that you have a genetic strengths and weaknesses. If yours is in the prostate, gentlemen, the acid will go there. And that's where you're going to experience the biggest problem. If it's in your breast that's that situation for a woman, it's going to go there. It's going to go wherever your weak point is. If your liver's weak, it's going to go there. The weakest part of your body is where the acids will settle, because that part of the body can't clean up the mess as quickly. Does that make sense? And so then you pay the price in your weak place. So you must be alkaline. That's this whole conversation is, number 1, how do we alkalize the body? Why do we alkalize the body? Because we've got to have the 7.36. And again, you can do this. You can go by today, go pick up all those things, put it in your mouth, and see where you are. I'm going to give you something to do today that will instantaneously begin to create that change, and where you can measure it on that same tape to see you get your alkalinity back, so you're not wiping yourself out. For myself, before I do a seminar like this, is this an acidic experience, do you think? Not because of pain, but because the amount of anaerobic state, at least for me, and probably for you too, right? A little more for me than you, but you're joining me when we're going like this full tilt. We're going all day, bam, 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 cranking, right? Eyes moving, jumping, going. All that produces acid. The body's designed to do that and get rid of it. The problem is when you stack that on the acid you already have from the rest of your lifestyle and your diet, now it might get overwhelming. And for me, I don't just come for one weekend like you are. This is my life. So when I'm gearing up for a program like this, or I'm doing a program like Date with Destiny or Mastery, Life Mastery for 9 days, at the end of that I'd be wiped. Now what I do is I load up on alkalinity in advance. I drink alkalinity, I take it in, I eat in an alkaline way on a regular basis, but I have some specific colloidal products. Colloidals are the smallest particles things break down into. And they're delivered not through the digestive tract where it can get burned out, but directly under the tongue in a sublingual way. So it gets 98% of it gets absorbed directly in my bloodstream. So I take these, and I have zinc, for example, and manganese, right? all those different elements so that when I come here and crank, my recovery is fantastic. I don't break down. I have a chiropractor, Herbie, who some of you may have met outside, who travels with me at these events. He's traveled with me for about 4 years. And I always know that when he's going to test my adrenals are always gone. That's not hard to figure out because I use every ounce of them because I got to move not just myself, but move all of you day and night. Right? So my adrenal glands were completely overused because I was always going through my reserves. And all parts of my body, there are different muscle tests for how different organs are working. And I know there are 4 or 5 things that are always broken down. He'd work on me, I get back, slam me back on stage, go crank again, right? And so Herbie comes after I've made this change in my diet. I went and got this blood test to finish the story. I said, what do I do? They said, here's the things you should do. You might want to meet Dr. Young. I'm sure he'd love to meet you. I said, I'd love to meet him. But here's what you can do. And they said, in 30 days, you can have this totally turned around. I said, show me some examples. So they showed me before and after people's blood. Being visual, that convinced me. So I said, great. Showed me one who had breast cancer and what her blood looked like. And it scared me because mine was moving in that direction, that kind of breakdown. And they showed me 30 days later and blood was perfect, right? And she's fine. So I went and did this for 30 days, and I went and had the blood test again because I'm not a believer in, I've never promoted supplements because most of it is expensive urine. Right? 90% of it just goes straight through you. Your body can't digest it. It's not absorbed. So I've had a lot of chances to make a lot of money, quite honestly, where people said, you could do this, put your name on it, make it go, and I've never done it. There's one person I promoted a detox product that I believe in. That's it, in 20 years of doing this. And I know the soil's depleted, but who cares if you're getting something else your body can't absorb? But these particular products, I'm different than my wife, Becky. Becky, if you came to my house and you opened one cupboard or 3 cupboards, you'd find every supplement known to humanity. And I don't take any of them. My wife likes to do, 5 or 6 programs simultaneously, just to cover all bases. I said to her, honey, how are you going to know what's really working if you do all this stuff? She goes, well, I don't know. It just feels good. Well, now you can take a drug and feel good, right? Feeling good does not mean it's doing good. Feeling good sometimes is because you're stimulated, because you put a poison in your body and your body's speeding up. But the blood doesn't lie. So I went 30 days later and I looked at my blood, and my blood was perfect. No candida in the system, white blood cells perfect. I knew that before I got there because I felt better than I can remember feeling in probably 5 or 6 years. And I think I feel pretty awesome. But I remembered how good I felt before that I'd gradually forgotten. Becky, by the way, has a little different diet than I do, not much, but she eats more animal products, and she was full of parasites. And on the screen, we saw this parasite literally pop through one of her blood cells, right? And you could see it swim through the blood, and it was like, ugh, right? By the way, her diet's probably better than 90% of you. If you eat meat, I know it's better than you. And so it scared the hell out of her, right? And I went, see, I told you about those eggs, right? Because she was eating eggs, right? And I was trying to explain to her, what is in eggs? You take in an egg, you got millions of microforms that you're consuming with one egg in your body. One. All these little creatures. It's unbelievable. And when you see it, you'll never go back. It's easy when you don't have to look at it, right? You go, oh, look at that little thing, little sunny side up, looks like the sunshine, for God's sakes. How could that hurt somebody? But when you see what you're eating with it, then you start going, ooh, you start feeling these creatures going through you, Yes. Anyway, 30 days later, she was convinced, right? 30 days later, no parasites in her blood. So Dr. Young and I have become good friends. I just recently did a power talk with him that's going to be edited, and if I had it here, I'd give it to you. It's not done, unfortunately. And his work is amazing. And he's affected my principles because everything I taught before is totally in alignment with creating alkalinity except eating fruit in the morning till noon. And I've been teaching that for years, so I was an idiot. I apologize. But it really worked for me. I mean, it worked at the time. But it has a cumulative effect if you're doing all these other things too. So I'm not suggesting you can't eat fruit. And I'm going to now become very specific about the principles. But I wanted to give you this overview. Does this make sense to you? Okay? Now I want to tell you one other thing. There's 2 words I want you to write in your book. Alkalize and energize. Alkalize and energize. Alkalinity, you now understand how important it is. How important is it? It's life and death. That's how important it is. You got too much acid, are you likely going to have difficulty losing weight unless you have a genetic tendency not to keep weight at all? Yes or no? I guarantee you're not going to be able to lose weight if you keep your body in an acid place. Or if you lose weight, it'll be temporary and you'll gain it back. Because the body, like, for example, if you go on a diet like the Atkins diet, where you eat every cooked dead food you can imagine, right? And you eat no fresh vegetables or anything like that. You're not supposed to do that. It'd be horrible for you, right? Those people have to pee on a stick each day to make sure, it's the truth, it's in the diet, so you can see your urine to see how your pH has changed. So you don't break down too fast, because when you're on the Atkins diet, you're on pure acid, and your muscles are breaking down, your body's breaking down. It's amazing how you lose weight, because the body takes all of its water and urinates it out as fast as it can to try and get rid of the acid, so you lose water weight. But see, anybody who's been on the Atkins diet for 6 months, you won't find them. Not healthfully anyway, right? Because it's pure acid. So you got to understand, this alkalinity is the whole thing. So you got to alkalize and you got to energize. Now, what does energize mean? It means, remember, every organ in your body works on this microelectricity, this electrical magnetic frequency. And all of that is happening in your system. When you're eating foods, foods only provide value when they can be converted into the elements necessary for this chemistry that allows electrical charges to continue. Food actually gets to the organs through these little electrical charges. It's how things are moved around within the system. Are all foods equal? Like, are all carbohydrates equal in the amount of electrical, alive energy in them? Yes or no? Your common sense knows the answer to that is no. Absolutely not. So open your book and I'll show you specifically what that means in terms of energy, and then we'll come back and I'll show you about balance and imbalance. Flip over to page 22, if you would, for a moment. It says, we must avoid foods that take away more energy than they provide. Your body operates on a subtle electromagnetic current. Nerve signals are, in fact, electrical charges. Your brain, your heart, all the organs in your body really emit these fields of electrical current. And your cells communicate with each other through pulses of electricity. When we eat food, our food breaks down into the food particles to their smallest size, called colloidals. A colloidal is the smallest possible form of a nutrient particle size. The usual size is, I don't know how to pronounce it, certain microns in diameter. These nutrient particles are then carried to cells via electrical charges. If we eat something, guys, that's lifeless, that really doesn't have the electrical charges in it any longer, then you're not going to get the energy that your body deserves. So you won't get, as I said here, the food itself is taking more energy than it's giving if it doesn't give you enough electrical charges. So for example, look to the right here. And these are in megahertz, the amount of electrical charges in different foods. So take a good look here. What kind of electrical charge is available in chocolate cake in megahertz? 1 to 3. Now, by the way, a tumor has 30 electrical charges, to give you an idea, by comparison. A Big Mac has 5 megahertz of energy. Now, before you look at that, maybe I should give you a frame of reference. Look up here for a second. Each of the organs of your body has a certain amount of energy, electrical energy, that can be measured in megahertz for it to be functioning healthfully. The average of your core organs, like your brain, your heart, your lungs, is 70 megahertz. So just think about this. If you need 70 megahertz of energy, and your primary diet is made up of Big Macs, 5 megahertz, chocolate cake, 1 to 3 megahertz, right? Are you going to be in an energy deficit or an energy abundance? Deficit. And so your energy is going to be low. Now, let me ask you this. If your energy is low, will the organs of your body be working at their total functional peak efficiency, yes or no? So if they're not working at efficiency, and let's say part of that is cleansing or providing what your body needs, then those systems start to shut down and you build up more toxic waste. That's just natural. Your body normally will get rid of, but you're no longer having enough energy to function properly. So you go through this slow decline most people call aging. Does this make sense? So take a look here, if you would, and you'll see some of the other foods we've got here. Vitamins. I mean, most vitamins and mineral supplements are 10 to 30 megahertz, and that's if your body can absorb them. Raw almonds are 40 to 50 megahertz. If you saw me snacking during the break here, I grabbed something, that's raw almonds I have up here. I have cucumbers too, which are super high. Your liver is 55 to 60 megahertz. Your colon, 58 to 63. Your stomach, 58 to 65. Top of your head, 60 to 70. Your feet. So you can see your body's basically in that 60 to 70 range. Fruits do provide, you see this? They provide a lot of energy. They're alive, and so you can have them, but you're going to want to eat them properly, which we'll talk about. Green vegetables are the highest, 70 to 90 megahertz. Plus, green vegetables, ladies and gentlemen, are extremely what? Anybody know? What's the thing we want? Alkaline. We want alkalinity, and green vegetables are some of the most alkaline things you can take into your body. Next is you'll see live, fresh wheatgrass, 70 to 90. Your brain is 72 to 78. A computer runs on 90 to 400 megahertz, to give you an idea. How many of you love a rose? Like you get in the presence of a rose or you smell a rose, it just feels really great. How many have that feeling? Say aye. A rose has 320 megahertz coming out of it. It's like you get this charge. All flowers don't do that to you, do they? Some have more than others. And what the feelings you're having are actual electrical charges that you can experience if you measure them. It's fascinating. And then I'm going to show you a green drink that I actually brought for you outside that's between 250 and 350 megahertz. When you drink it, you'll feel like an immediate sense of charge of energy because all the charges your cells need are available immediately, plus it's alkaline. So it's available there. So I put over here how the 70 came about as the magic number for ideally for megahertz. Turn back 2 pages, though, and then I'll show you how we get out of balance and how to get in balance quickly. Now, how many would agree that the real challenge that most people have is not some bug is attacking them, but the real challenge that they have is their environment has basically been compromised. That they've done things probably in their lifestyle, consciously or unconsciously, that have put the body in a weakened state, has caused the environment to be polluted, and now problems are building on top of each other. How many buy that theory? Say aye. Okay, if you buy that theory, then the question is, how do we get there? How do we get imbalanced? And then the second question, the more important one, then is, how do we get that balance back quickly? So if you open to page 19 in your book, you'll see what we call the cycle of imbalance. The cycle of imbalance. Now you'll see number 1 at the top here. The first thing that happens that takes us out of balance is there's a disturbance. Now, what could disturb our bloodstreams, disturb our environment? Well, as I start out with again, negative thoughts, negative words, negative actions, those emotions, do they have an impact on our bloodstream, yes or no? Absolutely. And you can feel it, can't you? You know it's visceral. You know your whole body starts to shift when you go in these states. Now, after you have that experience, try adding to that a polluted environment. Do you think breathing, I should say, all the smog in the air makes you alkaline or acid? What would your common sense say? Totally makes you acidic. Okay? Now, LA's air is a lot better than it was before. Most of the countries is getting better, fortunately, but it still affects us. Acid diets. What's an acid diet? A diet that's made up of animal proteins is acid. A diet made up of a lot of cooked oils is acid. A diet that's made up of a lot of sugar is acid. A diet made up of a lot of carbohydrates, refined carbohydrates, processed carbohydrates, like pastas, etc., it's going to have a lot of sugar. Sugar, just think sugar equals acid and acid equals glue. That's a good way for you to think about it. Sugar equals acid and acid equals glue, because what happens is, someone said during the break, they said, no, Tony, the acid's positive and the red blood cell, is negative, the red blood cell is negative. No, the red blood cell, the outside of the red blood cell is a negative charge. That's what keeps them repelling. The inside is positive. But what happens is when you put yourself in a position where you have this acid, it strips that charge, and now these cells start to collect. They start to move and become unhealthy. When they start banging into each other, and you can see it in people's bloodstreams, you can see the difference in what happens there between a healthy bloodstream where the red blood cells are big and plump and alive and round, versus you see these misshapen cells, and you see these cells starting to break down, and very often you see things like parasites starting to break out of the cell. Literally, you see it rip out of the cell. It's a very scary thing to see. Radiation can do this. In fact, one of the radiations that most people, we don't have enough science on yet. There have been a few research projects, but they're not being accepted by traditional science yet, except now they're showing up in lawsuits. As I'm sure you've heard about places where people are near big electrical towers and all the rates of cancer that are happening there. It's because our whole body is electromagnetic. You start moving around and putting a dose of radiation or electricity, either one, into your body's not ready for, it's going to have an impact. I'm walking around with this little thing here, which seems to have almost no charge at all, you would think. But if you go have your muscles tested when you got this thing turned on, my muscles turn off, so now I'm using more energy. So one of the things I have is this little chip that you guys have seen. My wife got one. I said, come on, honey, not another one of these things, Now I'm wearing one, But the reason is because you can physically feel it. And they've done research studies to show, because what it does is it collects the emitted low-frequency energy and keeps it from going directly into your body. We're in front of these screens all the time, most of us, right? Using computers now. We have all this stuff that we don't know the impact on. So you don't have to live crazily, but we want to avoid any excess radiation, because could that disturb the delicate balance, could it, of the electrical magnetic part of your body? Yes or no? Clearly. So those disturbances start there. And then any kind of other destructive behavior or emotion. Now, once you have a disturbance, think of this. Irritation leads to mutation, right? That's where it can go. So when something gets irritated, it gets out of balance. It either weakens, dies, or mutates. So irritation leads to mutation. So what happens is when you have a disturbance, the second thing happens is cells become disorganized. They change basically to try and deal with an environment that's different because life wants to live. I mean, when you even think about cancer cells are cells that are striving to live so much that they can even expand like crazy in an environment where there's no oxygen. You know, I talk about, at the end of Jurassic Park, the animals somehow find a way to create themselves. Life doesn't want to give up. Even cancer cells, that's a part of you wanting to live. You create an environment where they had to mutate to live. So they mutated, and now they're growing more rapidly than you want them to. That's what happens with cancer. It's actually life moving forward, and it's adapting to the environment we give it to. So when you disturb yourself, some disturbances are huge. A car accident, is that a significant disturbance to your body? You bet. That ruptures cells. When you rupture cells, do you think there's more acid in the body or less? Quick. More acid. The body's got to deal with that. So much of it can really be a trauma to the system. But when you get disturbances, cells disorganize so they can adapt to this environment. As they do that, the third step is you get a compromised environment. What that means is cells start to really adapt now to this morbid environment, because it's an environment that is not healthy. And all of a sudden now you have healthy cells becoming what? Unhealthy cells. I mean, you can see this under the microscope with people in their bloodstreams. And all of a sudden you have these things called germs that start to grow like crazy, like bacteria and yeast and fungus and molds. Because now you've created an environment in which they can feed. You've created a place where they get to live. Now what's really fascinating, and you'll see this at Mastery, and this will sound insane to some of my doctor friends in the room, but I took Dr. Solomon, who's on the UN board of aging, and he's the head of the Council for Health and Illness, I guess it is, for the United Nations. So also from Johns Hopkins University, he was the head of nutrition there. Traditionally trained guy. And I brought him to Dr. Young about 2 months ago. He was supposed to go for 2 hours because I said, I've seen things in the bloodstream that traditional biology would never say is possible. I've seen a red blood cell literally not be attacked from the outside, but literally when the environment became acid, start to morph and become a rod form, a bacteria. We think of bacteria coming from the outside. Here's this red blood cell like a butterfly morphing and becoming another kind of cell. And then morphing back later when it went to an alkaline part of the body back into red blood cell. It's all called on videotape. It's called pleomorphism. It's supposed to be impossible. And I said, spell it. I think it's P-L-E-O morphism, M-O-R-P-H-I-S-M. The bottom line is, and he's captured this several times because this guy's whole focus is the blood. He does everybody's blood and he studies it and watches it. So I called Dr. Solomon. I said, all I can tell you, I've never felt better in my life. I see my blood is so pure. I've seen my blood go. Now the red blood cells are big and plump because my body's alkaline. I got enough water in the system, not dehydrated. My energy's amazing. I said, I've always had high energy, but not where it was like I had such reserves. That's the best word I can give to you. I have reserve now. Before I could do it, and I was going through my reserves, And I said, come take a look. Fly out for me. He said, okay, I'll go check it out. He said, I'm going between these 2 places. I'll stop for 2 hours. He stopped for 2 days. And he called me up and he said, this is unbelievable. He said, I want to test that. He's going to do a study at Harvard Medical School. He's trying to arrange one, and at Johns Hopkins to be able to show the impact that this has on the bloodstream and show that this has occurred. He wants to be able to duplicate what he's seen. But he said, this is unbelievable because we always think of the outside world attacking us. He said, what I'm seeing is that the inside environment, just like with HIV, they say it, and now they say for these viruses that the reason they can't stop it is because it keeps what? Mutating into something else. Well, our red blood cells de-differentiate and become something else. I mean, I know it sounds bizarre. You don't have to buy into that to be able to do what I'm telling you. But I can tell you, when you go to Mastery, Dr. Young's going to speak there, and you'll see it. He's going to bring his videotapes for you to see. It's seeing, it's believing. It's unbelievable. Anyway, the point of the matter is, when our bloodstream, the reason I'm telling you that, becomes compromised, even the red blood cells themselves, if you buy into this, and again, seeing it, you'd see it's true, and Dr. Young would just tell you as a scientist. But what happens is, this starts to create this buildup of these bacteria, yeast, molds, and guess what they do? They're creatures, right? They're you basically mutated, plus whatever you've consumed. They're feeding now on your energy stores, and like all living things, they feed on things, and what do all living things also do? They excrete their wastes, and their wastes are pure acid. So not only are you building the acid up from your lifestyle, but you're now creating an environment where these things proliferate and or adapt. Now on top of that, they put their own waste in, which brings you to the fourth level of imbalance. Now you have debilitating acids growing, so that the waste products from those unhealthy cells pollute the environment, and they start to impact the quality of even the healthy cells now. And so more disturbances, more disorganization of cells, worse environment, more acids, and now you're going to what most people think of as debilitating diseases or aging or whatever the case may be. It's an acid problem that comes from disturbance. So how do we, by the way, does this make sense to you now? Does this make common sense to you, yes or no? I don't want you guys to trust me on any of this. I want you to test your own bodies. My whole thing is don't believe anybody. Don't be anybody's servant and don't be anybody's follower, least of all me. My whole thing is let me be a good coach to you and you go verify with your own bloodstream. The blood doesn't lie. Let me just tell you this. It takes 20 parts of alkalinity to balance out or neutralize 1 part of acid. That's why most people are so acid. So what's neat about the blood and what's neat about the foods is you can see it. You know, it's not this little, oh, I'm going to take this supplement and hope it's okay. I mean, you can see it and you can feel it. You have both experiences. So how do we get back in balance? How many think you're out of balance? Let me see your hands. I can tell you what, if you weren't out of balance before you met me, you're out of balance now. Right? Probably because most of you don't live this way normally. Is that fair to say? In terms of the amount of energy you're exerting. So does that mean now you can't do this and you got to mitigate your life? No, you just have to provide the alkalinity that allows you to play at this level. And then you won't be playing at this level using just your mind. You'll be doing it coming from strength, and you won't break down at the end of it. I used to do seminars like Mastery, and people after 9 days are euphoric, going, making it happen. Most people didn't sleep because they had so much fun. They're going and everything else, and they get home and they get sick for about 3 days, right? Because they were innervated. Do you follow me? Their energy was lowered. And so now that I serve the green drink at all the events now, the big events that we do, and people get water bottles and you fill it up with green drink, and we drink it all day long, and people's energy stays solid all the way through time, and at the end they don't break down. So it's been really great, because before it's like, man, I got a bunch of weak people going to my programs. What am I going to do here? You know, come on, people. How can you do that? So here's how you get in balance. What's the solution on page 21? It says the cycle of balance, which Dr. Young, this is, I actually helped him to write this because it was so scientific you wouldn't have understood it. But he calls it dust particle programming, which now really puts you in a deep trance, doesn't it? But here's what he says. In every cell, Béchamp, who many of you may have heard of and remembering in your studies, he and Pasteur were contemporaries, and very, very famous biochemist. He said that he found in the cells something he called a protid, which was smaller than a cell. And he said it was the basic unit of life. And that when the environment shifts, the protid is actually what creates the change in the cell. So he calls those, for simplistic terms, I got him to call it dust particles, that we come from the dust. He liked the metaphor, it works. So, but here's what it really is. Here's how you get in balance. Number one, you must cleanse. How many of you think you've built up some toxicity and some acid through your lifestyle up until now? How many think you're certain about that? Say aye. Trust me, you don't need a blood test to know that, okay? So you got to cleanse. Now, most people, when they think of cleansing, they think of buying a product that is going to make them like eliminate real rapidly. The problem with that is most of those products are very acid. Like some people take Epsom salt, which is really, I mean, I don't know if any of you have ever done that, but it'll definitely move you. Okay, okay, and I'm not talking an emotional experience either. Okay. And what it does is because it wreaks havoc. Your body goes, my God, this is pure acid, this is a poison, and it tries to eliminate it as fast as it can. So your body takes with it in its path a lot of other stuff. But that's a pretty harsh way to clean your system. And there's all kinds of products that do that kind of stuff. You don't want to do that. You don't want to put a poison in your system your body has to flush out. What you want to do is superhydrate your system. Superhydrate means you're going to drink a lot more fluids than you normally do, but you're also going to drink fluids that are alkaline in nature. So you want to drink green drinks. Whether you drink Dr. Young's drink or not, you can certainly do any other form of green drinks you want. If you go by any of these juicing places, you can get fresh green drinks, and there's all kinds of them that are alkaline. Anything you want, you can imagine that it's there. But one of the most potent that most of you have heard about is wheatgrass. And the only thing with wheatgrass is it's very concentrated. So you got to make sure you gear up for drinking wheatgrass. And wheatgrass has some benefits in that the chlorophyll in the plant captures the energy of the sun, which is basically life. And the animals eat it. And then we eat the animals, those people who eat animals. and we're consuming that. Even if you see a lion take down a zebra, what does it first split open? Does anybody know? The intestines. Because, see, carnivores eat herbivores. And it's only in a survival a carnivore will attack another carnivore and try and eat it. Well, for the most part in nature, they eat herbivores. We have to get that energy ultimately through the system. And so what happens for us is the chlorophyll in the plant is what converts it to energy. And if you look at the molecular structure of wheatgrass, and you look at your own bloodstream, you look at the molecular structure of your blood, it's almost identical. It's the shape, the view of it, so forth. You'll see this at Mastery when Dr. Young gets up and walks it through it. So it's almost like eating the greens or eating the chlorophyll is like taking the blood of the plants that's still alive when it's like that. Just like it's giving yourself the ability to build your blood, and it's seen as a blood builder. There's quite a bit of scientific research on it. So you're welcome to drink that, or if you want, get some of this green drink. What's great about it is you can put it in any water you want, wherever you are. You can take it with you on the road, and you can take something. You start to get that place where you haven't eaten, and you're like, your blood sugar's going, you drink that, boom, you're solid. You'll have the fluids that you need. You won't be dehydrated. Your blood sugar will be even, and your energy will start sparking because all that electricity, all that energy is available for your body immediately. But what you're going to want to do to cleanse ideally is 7 to 10 days would be the ideal. I know many of you will not do this, but this is what I encourage you to do. 7 to 10 days where you would literally go on pretty much a liquid diet. You'd be doing green drinks, green soups. There are a variety of choices in there that you can go through during that time. The minimum you'd want to do is probably 3 to 4 days. We say, I'm just going to cleanse my system. I'm going to give all my organs a break. I'm not going to add more crap on there. I'm going to give them a rest and let my body just flush the system out. This would be the ideal. Now, I'm not going to ask you to do that if you don't want to do that. I'll tell you what to do that's more gentle and more simple. But this type of cleansing is not painful. In fact, you'll start to learn after a few days, if you do the 7 to 10 day one, you'll notice after about day 3, you don't have any hunger at all. In fact, you'll realize if you start to go eat, it's almost like, God, I'm not hungry. And you'll notice you're really doing it because you're frustrated. Or you're really doing it because you feel lonely. Or you're really doing it because there's some other emotion you're trying to feel. And since you're not eating, you won't eat, and you'll notice it. And it'll help you to break the emotional patterns that are controlling you as well. If you wanted to absolutely give your body the ultimate gift, it would be to go on a cleanse. Absolutely. And I'm now developing a program with the Four Seasons in San Diego for people to come through a 7-day cleanse down there and be able to have it be supervised and everything else. I'm getting Dr. Young involved and so forth. So later this year, we'll be doing those kinds of programs if you want to go someplace. But you don't need to go anyplace. You don't need to be in an environment. You can do it on your own. So you want to drink at least 3 liters of this type of green drink a day. 3 liters. Like for me, did they put one? Well, you can see this is what I drink the whole time I'm here if you haven't noticed. This is it. All weekend long I'm drinking this. And sometimes I alternate with water with some lemon in it because lemon adds alkalinity to the water, right? Because most water is in not good shape. I also have some drops called Prime pH that Dr. Young gave me that's much more powerful. And I put that in the green drink. So I get pure alkalinity out of it. And it's really easy. Okay, but I thought I had do I have a water bottle up here? Did somebody bring one up here for me? Is it in my little stash here? Nope. Okay. Oh, thank you. That's it. I'll take that one. I like this one because it's pretty. Take yours back. This is mine. Also, I like this because the green drink looks like swamp juice, but in here it looks beautiful. By the way, the green drink doesn't taste bad. It doesn't taste good either. It's kind of neutral, you know. But this size is 1.5 liters. So you're going to want at least 2 of these a day. I drink one of these in the morning, first thing, total energy. That's what I did this morning. I put the green drink in, shake it up, ready to rock and roll, right? Some pH and green drink, the 2 of them together. And then I have them later. I'll tell you what else I do. I drink one of these, or at least half, before I eat something. What do you think that does? Hunger is gone. You don't overeat. You also feel more alkaline, so some of the things you'd normally be addicted to, you'll find that addiction starts disappearing really fast. Yes?
All the recipes I've been using have been mixing apples, carrots, green stuff.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hold the questions because I'm going to answer you through some things, but I'll just tell you, an apple a day does not keep the doctor away. Apples actually have a very acidic effect on the body. And carrot juice, which I used to tell people to drink because it was so alkaline, is so filled with sugar. That's why people don't think of drinking it. It's so full of sugar that for most people, that's creating more acid in their body, and it's also feeding candida. That's why you see some of these vegetarians, they drink carrot juice, and they go eat Rice Dream instead of ice cream, which is just pure sugar. So they're eating sugar like crazy, and they're full of candida, and they smell like it, and they look like it. Right? Go to a health food store and see your typical vegetarian person who just made it from Venice Beach and see if that's who you want to be. Okay. Yes. So, we want to cleanse. How many understand what we want to do here? Say I. What's the key word to cleansing? We don't want to hurt our bodies. We want to super what? And by the way, in a cleanse, you would ideally not bring any other food in, right? This super hydration is not just 7 to 10 days. This is every day for me. Does that make sense? If I'm really super hydrating, then for me, I'm drinking 3 of these, okay, to give you an idea. Maybe even 4 sometimes, which I thought would be impossible. But I'll tell you what, if you do that for just 3 or 4 days, if you guys did nothing out of this day, you said, that Robbins, he's a nice guy, he's a little crazy, but I'll do this for 3 or 4 days. By the 4th day, you won't believe how good you feel. I mean, aches and pains and stuff you have will be gone because you have so much alkalinity in your system. Your body will have a buffer to deal with that stuff. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Okay, so we cleanse. Second thing we do to get back in balance is we interrupt the what? That's right. So it says take control. We got to break the destructive pattern that's creating the problem. So that pattern might be the way you're using your emotions. You go, you know what? I learned all this stuff this weekend. I'm not going to indulge in this anger stuff. I'm doing anger. And I'm doing depression. Let me breathe. Let me change. And you make a shift. Maybe the pattern is you keep eating like hell. Well, you got to break the pattern. Because if we cleanse and then you go back and start doing the same stuff, eventually you'll be back in an acid state again. Does that make sense? Now, by doing all this alkalinity on a regular basis, you start to balance it. But remember, 20 parts of alkalinity to neutralize 1 part of acid. You don't want to build up any more acid than you need to. Then the third step is we need to provide the body what it really needs. Once we take control of those patterns, provide it what it needs. And Dr. Young has a metaphor. He says, every man needs a good woman. In fact, every woman needs a good woman. He's like a good mom. Okay? All right? And what woman stands for is you got to give the body what it needs, which number 1 is what? Water. Number 2 is oxygen. Does that sound familiar? You got to give the body the oxygen. I'm going to show you how we're going to do this. Number 3 is minerals. And again, it's not only minerals, but you'll find, how many of you know of a genetic weakness that you have, either by your family history or by yourself, like a heart or lungs or something of that nature? How many are familiar with that? Well, Dr. Young has developed target products that go right there, electrically charged, consistent with that part of the body, so they go there. And they've used radioactive tracer studies to show that those particles literally are delivered to those organs. So he has a woman's pack. There are several people on my team at Robbins Research who are very powerful women who are in their 40s and 50s. In fact, our company is run primarily by women. I'm one of the few token males. And it's a very powerful company. But these powerful ladies, when I started using these products, I knew, because I'm friends with them, of some of the changes they're going through in the change of life and their hormones. And what was amazing is about, 6 months ago, I came in and I went to an office meeting, a business meeting with all my executive team, and I look around and everybody's got their green drink. And I said, okay, are we brown-nosing today or what? And everybody started laughing. I said, no. I said, you guys really all drinking this? Why? Everybody went around the table and talked about what it had done for them, but 2 women said, it stopped my hot flashes. Because what happened was they not only took the green drink, but there's a women's product that's targeted for balancing women. And it's unbelievable. I haven't had a woman who's taken it who hasn't gotten significant changes. So I recommend women to go see him. And I've also seen the same changes for men in the prostate area. So if you know a genetic weakness, you want to provide those minerals or needs directly there. And you can do your own research, and Dr. Young's group will connect you with them. You've got A for woman is alkalize. And N is provide the nutrition and diet, which we're going to talk about next. What that'll allow you to do is put your body back in balance. When it's in balance, your biochemistry is where it needs to be. The electrical charges are there. The cells are vibrant. They're alive. There's lots of what? Energy. And you start feeling good, being good. You think differently. You feel differently. Your skin changes. Everything shifts in your life when you put yourself back in balance. So how do you get in balance? Number 1 is what? Cleanse. Number 2 is break the pattern by taking control. And number 3 is provide what it is you need. Now, here's what we've done so far. We've freed ourselves, if we're intelligent at this stage, from fear. Because we understand things don't just attack us. We got to create an environment that feeds it. How many buy that? Say aye. 2, we've identified specifically the foundation of this, which is getting out of balance, because we create disturbances, or we get an environment that disturbs our cells. They disorganize, they get an environment now that's compromised, they mutate, they respond. Those beings or those creatures create their own waste products, and those acids then continue to cycle till we get more and more unhealthy. We know to get balance, we got to what? What's the first step? What? Cleanse. I want you to remember that, because the way we're going to live is one that's a cleansing lifestyle. not a clogging lifestyle. All right, we're going to have that as part of our mindset. Second thing we're going to do is going to take control by interrupting patterns that don't serve us. And third thing is we're going to provide the body with the core nutrients it needs, a good woman. I doubt if there's anyone who wants to argue everyone doesn't need a good woman in their life, right? Turn in your book to the 10 fundamentals of living health. By the way, that's what I call what I live. I call it living health. Because after I learned these tools, I started saying, what am I going to do for 30 days to see what can happen in my body? What would I give myself, not just take away? So if you'll turn to page 21, we'll look at the first step of these 10 steps. I'm going to give you 6 gifts, and I'm going to point out 4 poisons that must be eliminated. If you'll give yourself these 6 gifts, eliminate these 4 poisons, you will give the cells of your body what they need. You will be able to eliminate, and you'll have the nutrients that you need as well. We'll make it really simple. So let's do it. So point number 1, the first key to living health, we call on page 21, the gift. You must give yourself the gift of vital breathing, vital breath. Give yourself the gift of vital breath, vital breathing. Now, what does this mean? Well, let me ask you a question. How long can a person go without food? Many of you thought hours till you got to this program. How long can you go without food? Days, not days. Months. Human body can last months without food. How long can you go out without water? Days. How long can you go without air? Minutes. Brain cells die in anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes. Liver cells can last 2 or 3 hours without oxygen. That's how important it tries to preserve. But we're talking minutes, basically, for your brain. It's the most important part for most of us, at least to be conscious about it. So what we've got to do is we said here that the number one thing of health, what health really is a sense of vital force, also known as what? Known as what? Energy. And we've said energy is created at the cellular level, and what the cells need in order to stoke those fires, have energy, have ATP to create that spark, is lots of what? Oxygen. So any health program you're going to study that starts by talking to you about food is way off base. Because the very first thing, the element of life, is oxygen. And so what determines how much we get? Well, lots of things determine it, but the number one force is the way you breathe, which most people don't do anymore. Because most people in industrialized nations no longer breathe. One, because they want to look a certain way and never extend their abdomen, which means they never get full oxygenation. But also, number 2, because we live so stressed, most of us are in these tight-chested, upper visual type breathing states. Few of you have learned to relax and be a little kinesthetic and have the full breath, right? But it's there. So I want to point a couple things out very quickly here. First of all, how many have heard about chronic fatigue syndrome, another wonderful syndrome that we have out there? Syndrome means we don't really know the source. We've got a zillion sources of it, right? Chronic fatigue syndrome comes from a lot of different places. It comes basically the cells are not getting the nutrients they need. There's too much toxicity in the system, and there's not enough what? Oxygen. So there's a great medical doctor. I don't agree with everything he does because he's still caught up in some of the old model, but I want to make sure you know about him. So if you know a friend who's got this fatigue syndrome, the first thing you should look at is that they don't have a compelling future. Psychologically, they're not looking forward to anything. And the second thing you should notice is that they're not getting oxygen. They're living a lifestyle that does not give them oxygen. So one of the things that he talked about is all these people have all these heart disease problems, they think, and they really don't have a heart problem. They have a breathing problem. So he said shallow chest breathing, he relates to, as being the number one force that he's documented to create fatigue in people. Now, I don't think that's the only force, but it's certainly a strong one. So you'll see a couple of the key triggers that he talks about here. First of all, he says, according to Dr. Saul Hendler, in the oxygen breakthrough, without ATP, our bodies would immediately shut down, and without oxygen, there'd be no ATP. It's clear then that optimal oxygenation of your cells through proper nutrition, fluid intake, exercise, and stress management is absolutely necessary to maintain your health. Here's what happens when you got shallow breathing, though. And why do you care about shallow breathing? Because the cells that take in the most oxygen and absorb in your body are deep diaphragmatic breaths in the abdomen. Most people, think about when you're stressed. Think of a time when you're really stressed, honestly. Think of a time. What was your breathing like? How many found that you either stopped breathing or was very shallow? Say aye. One of the reasons you're stressed is you don't have no oxygen. That'll create a bit of stress. But people then develop the habit of breathing this way all the time. So here's some shallow breathing results. Number one, it'll give you chronic or intermediate fatigue. Number two, it can give you chest pains and palpitations, and you may think you have heart disease, which a lot of people get treated for when they just have poor breathing patterns. Thirdly, the doctor says that tingling and numbness in the arms and legs more often than not is triggered by the breathing pattern than it is a heart problem. 4, muscular cramps in the neck and shoulders. 5, you got gas, you got stomach upset, you got heartburn. A big place is not having any oxygen. The way you breathe. Feelings of unreality or hallucinations, panic attacks. When someone has a panic attack, watch them. They're not breathing diaphragmically. They got a little tight breathing up here. They don't get enough oxygen. And nightmares and night sweats are also affected by this. Turn the page if you would. The richest blood flow is in the lower lungs. The richest blood flow is in the lower lungs. Because we don't adequately ventilate ourselves with air and oxygen, we don't have enough energy. So as simplistic as this sounds, what we want to do is learn how to breathe more effectively. So there's a ratio of breath I want you to use. It's going to be the first gift you're going to give yourself daily. And you're going to do this 3 times a day. You're going to take in deep diaphragmatic breaths in the following ratio in the notes there. You're going to do 10 of these breaths 3 times a day. You're going to inhale by the ratio of 1. So for example, you might inhale 10. You're going to hold the breath for 4 times whatever you inhale. So if it was 10, you'd hold for 40. And you're going to exhale for 2, which is 20. Now, why are we doing this? You're concerned about your immune system? Let me give you the most important information about your immune system that you can know. And what's great about it is it's so simple. There have been a whole series of researchers, lymphologists, who've studied the lymph system. Now, again, what does the lymph system do? It is the sewage system of the body. The way in which your body stays healthy is as these cells throw out their waste, the lymph system circulates, takes it out, and eliminates it. There's a slight problem with the lymph system. You got 4 times more lymph than you have blood, but there's no pump for the lymph system. In other words, your blood has the heart. There is no pump. The only way that lymph moves is by your physical movement, like exercise, or deep diaphragmatic breaths. It's the only way it moves. In fact, there are a group of Indians, American Indians, that when they're older and they feel like they're being what's the word that they use? Feeling like they're draining the tribe of its energy, or they feel like their life is over. Their tradition is to go and tie their hands above a tree by themselves and go to sleep. And guess what happens? They die between 24 and 48 hours. Because what happens is all the lymph can't circulate because there's no movement. There's very, very shallow breathing, extremely shallow. You usually go to sleep during that time. And what happens is all this poison, just remember I said 7 billion liver cells, 7 billion liver cells, 7 billion liver cells. Well, all that stuff just starts to build up until the biochemistry, the blood that your cells are surrounded with, becomes so polluted that the bioelectrical energy gets broken. The pattern gets broken. Cells shut off, and they die of their own toxicity, their own waste. That's how they kill themselves. So what Dr. Jack Shields, a lymphologist from Santa Barbara, did is he went out and he put cameras inside the bodies of people as they did various things to see what would stimulate the most cleansing. What Dr. Jack Shields did is had people yelling, arguing, talking quietly, running, exercising. And what Dr. Jack Shields found was that a deep diaphragmatic breath, you can literally see in this camera work, sucked the lymph up into what's called the thoracic duct, and it stimulated the lymph flow in your body. In other words, the cleansing of your bloodstream by as much as 10 times what happens to normally during normal sitting around, moving around activity. 10 times. It was the equivalent of metaphorically taking a vacuum cleaner to your bloodstream and sucking all the poison out. That's the power of a deep diaphragmatic breath. Now, why do we have this ratio of 1, 4, 2? Because you want to pull the breath in, you want to hold it, and as you keep the breath in, it makes the body really accept it. It really pushes the oxygen, you really oxygenate. And why are you double the exhale what you inhale? Because you want to make sure you what? One of the ways to get rid of waste is by exhaling. You want to make sure you get all the toxicity out. So this is a major stimulating breath. Now, if you do this, as simplistic as this sounds, this is like the #1 gift you can give yourself. I promise you, I'm going to ask you to do these gifts I'm giving you for 10 days as a minimum, 30 days minimum as ideal. but a minimum 10 days. And you don't tell me if you don't feel a huge change in your energy, not only energy, but how good you feel, because all of a sudden your lymph is being cleansed constantly. Step number 2, we said, how long can you go without food? How long? Months. How long without air? How long without water? Yes. So if we thought about it and we wanted to be smart, we'd say the second gift you got to give yourself is the gift of living waters and live foods. Live. I'll give you a little phrase. You want to be alive? Eat live foods. Not a bad approach to it, right? That's how it works. Now, let me give you a good example of this first. Tell me something. Let's you and I, again, step into my common sense corner over here. Common sense. Forget everything else we've been taught. Let's just use common sense. 80%, 75 to 80% of the Earth's surface, let's say 70 to be conservative, 70% of the Earth's surface is covered with what? 75 to 80% of your body is made up of what? What do you think a large percentage of your diet should contain? Water. And I don't just mean drinking water, although you must drink. I'm also talking about natural waters that have vitamins and minerals in them that can only be found in live foods. It's really simple. You want to be alive, you got to eat live foods. You see anybody who's got a lot of energy, focus, I guarantee you they're not living a devitalized life. You can't take these dead substances without your body using an immense amount of energy to convert it and reconvert it. It takes a lot less energy when it's already alive. Body can just use it immediately. Plus, it's more cleansing to the system. Some things are very clogging. So I want you to take a little test with me, if you would. There in your notes on page 23, what I want you to do is I want you to write down everything that's passed your lips, and I don't want to use the last 24 hours because the last 24 hours, in fact, the last 3 days probably is not a good example of what normally passes your lips because most of you have a lot more passing your lips in a day-to-day process. So how many of you can remember last Thursday? Can you remember last Thursday? How many can remember last Thursday where you were, what you were doing on that day? It was the day before the seminar. How many can remember that? Great. Here's what I want you to do. Write down everything that passed your lips during that 24-hour period of time. Everything. Everything. That includes, for example, anything you drank. That includes anything you ate, includes snacks. That includes any drugs you're taking that the doctor prescribes or drugs you're taking that no one prescribes. Okay? Keep writing. Okay, let's find out. Here's what I want you to do. Look at your list, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to circle everything on your list that has the live natural water still in it. Now, beer does not count. That is not live natural water because it's got the product of decay built into it. Fermentation, right? So we're not talking about beer, and milk does not count. Okay, I'm talking about real foods. I'm basically talking about real foods with real natural waters, unadulterated. So, for example, it'd be fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit juice, fresh vegetable juice, right? Coffee, that is not natural water, even slightly. Oh my gosh. Somebody said, what about rice? Let me ask you a question. How much water is there in rice? Let me help you with this. Here's a steak. Here's a watermelon. Which one do you think has a bit of live water in it? Good clue, okay? So only circle those things that truly have, there are live waters in them. Go ahead and do that real fast, and then look up. Does water count? Water would count. Soup? Could, if it's vegetable soup, I guess. Cooked vegetables would be okay, but I would go with something closer to live. Just do it real quick. And now here's the question. What I want to know is, how many of you in this room right now, your diet reflects nature? Nature is 70% of the earth is water, 70, 80% of your body's made up of water. If I took all the water out of your body, we could put your body in a little bag about this big. You're mostly water. That's a fact. So how many of you then, does it make sense that 70% of your diet should be water-rich in nature, water content type of foods? Yes or no? Great. Raise your hand if your current diet is 70% water content. Look around the room how small it is. Now, why would you want to have a water-rich diet? Because water is absolutely critical to life. It is the number one solvent. It's basically what all these things in your body are made up of that transport things like blood. It is something you have to have. It's only below oxygen in its nutrient value and importance. It is the medium of the body. You can lose lots of other things, but you can't lose too much water and stay alive. So water is critical. And it's the number one source to cleanse the body. And cells need what? They need oxygen, they need nutrients, which water helps them to get, and they need to cleanse. And without the water, you don't cleanse. You clog. And then you got major problems. How many of you in this room have 50% water content? Very small. How many of you have 25% water content? Okay, here's the real one. How many of you have about 15% water content or less? Raise your hand. Nice and high. 70% of your diet should consist of water-rich foods. This allows your body to cleanse itself, and failing to consume this percentage of water means you're clogging the body, not cleansing it. Now, most of you are the next category. A typical American diet consists of only about 15% water-rich foods. 15% water content in my diet is suicide. Suicide. Because what you are doing every single day is you are clogging your system day by day, and then you're going to have problems. You're going to call it aging. What it is you've been clogging your whole life, and it's just building up more and more and more so you're not getting it. I want you guys to get it. You must change your diet so it has more water content. You go, well, Tony, how do I do that? Well, think about it. So easy. What if every meal from now on, you always have a salad with a meal, number one? What if, number two, you drink water before a meal? Before the meal, so you don't overeat. Because how many find if you drink a lot of water, you don't feel quite so hungry? Let me see your hands. Say, aye. Let me tell you the first secret. You feel starved? First secret, breathe. Try it right now. You want to make a habit of doing this breathing. Not even just the ones where you hold it, but where you exhale, where you just take deep breaths in. We just don't do this anymore. Second thing you do when you're hungry, drink some water. This will keep you from going and grabbing the steak or the ice cream, right? Or something else. This is so important for you. The water will make a difference for you, a major difference for you. So now, if you want to take a look at the situation, is how could you be at your peak without it? It says, what is the minimum amount of water you need to survive? You can lose 50% of your glucose. You can lose 50% of the fat in your body. You can lose 50% of your protein and still be alive. You can only lose 20% of your body's water. That's it. Now, what you really got to see is how many of you would like to lose weight? Let me see your hands there. Wow, most of you. Okay, then take a look at what water does losing weight on the next page. Here's a research study that was recently done on water and its effect on someone being able to lose weight. It says, incredible as it may seem, water is quite possibly the single most important catalyst in losing weight and keeping it off. Although most of it take it for granted, water may be the only true, quote, magic potion for permanent weight loss. And I'll just highlight 3 things for you. Studies have shown that a decrease in water intake will cause fat deposits to increase, while an increase in water intake can actually reduce fat deposits almost immediately. Second, one of the liver's primary functions, what's the liver got to do? Detoxify the body, cleanse it. One of its primary functions is to metabolize stored fat into usable energy for the body. But if the liver has to do some of the kidneys' work, it can't operate at full throttle. As a result, it metabolizes less fat. More fat remains stored in the body and weight loss stops. Third point, drinking water helps to maintain proper muscle tone by giving muscles their natural ability to contract and thereby preventing dehydration. It also helps to prevent the sagging skin that usually follows weight loss. Shrinking cells are supported by water, which plumps the skin and leaves it clear, healthy, and resilient. The last thing I put here is the body will not function properly without enough water, and it can't metabolize stored fat. Retained water shows up as excess weight. Why does your body retain water? Toxicity, but also because you finally get some in there, it hangs on to it. And here's the secret. When you don't drink water enough, you're not thirsty for it. So you actually don't think you need it. So for example, at Mastery, we give every single person, and you should do this in your life, their own water bottle, and we make sure that throughout the seminar that it's right there in their hands so you can sip on it slowly, not drink it all at one time throughout the time so you're getting that fluid. When I am tired, and I get it where I'm like stressed or tired, the first thing I do is take some deep what? And the second I do immediately, and sometimes even before the breaths, is I drink some water. You cannot believe where your fatigue goes when you just drink some water. You can't believe it. And the reason you won't notice it is because most of us don't drink water. What do most of us drink now? Soda pop. It's unbelievable. 50 million Cokes a day. That's how many are sold a day in the United States. 50 million per day. It's unbelievable, right? People just drink soda pop like it's going out of style. That is not water. That does not give you life. That makes your body have to work hard. You remember what I said? Okay. All right? Very, very important. So water content, what you want to do is you want to go to 70% water content. Right now, decide, for the next 10 days, are you willing to live by a diet of 70% water content, which means you want to now eat to cleanse. This is your new goal. I eat to cleanse, not to clog. And every time you go to eat, you got to ask yourself the question, is this going to cleanse me or clog me? If it's going to clog you, I suggest you either don't eat it or add some things that'll help to move it through your system. Is that reasonable? Live foods, specifically, you want to have a salad every meal, you want to have water in advance, you won't overeat so much, and you want to breathe. All those want to commit right now for the next 10 days to try this. Minimum 10, 30 ideal, rest of your life is what you really will do once you get hooked. All those want to make sure 70% of your diet is water content. Say I. Then turn to the person next to you, give them a hug and whisper in their ear, I'm a person who cleanses, not who eats to clog. Okay, let's go to step 3 then. Third step, you must give yourself the gift of aerobic power. The gift of aerobic power. Now, what is aerobic power? And I'm going to cover this very briefly because it's pretty fundamental. And we cover this in more detail, obviously, when you actually do it. But I just want to bring it to your attention. When I think about what's most important, I got to have oxygen, I got to have water, and notice I haven't gotten to food yet. I'm already going to aerobic power. The reason is it relates to my oxygen ability. Anaerobic means without oxygen. That's how most people live their life. That's how most people exercise. This was me in my exercise regimen in the past. Years ago, I would run. I wouldn't work out for several days. I'd be stressed because I knew I should have worked out. So I'd jump on the Stairmaster, push it up to level 5,000, right, straight up, and go on this thing as hard as I could go, my back out of joint, doing it like this, going as hard as I could possibly go, right, sweating like crazy. And I organized the thing so I could do it for 45 minutes. I walk away, sort of. Right? I got pain in every part of my body. I wake up the next day, I couldn't move, and for some reason I didn't feel like exercising. Plus I was stressed, I had already had stress in my life. Adding that stress was not something I wanted to do. For some reason I linked pain to this. Right? And it didn't make me more healthy, did it? In fact, I got injured a lot of times because my idea of exercise was I wasn't exercising unless I was ready to spit up blood and broken through 25 walls. I've lifted unbelievable amounts of weights. I'd pushed through it all because I was a man's man, right? Stupid is what I was. Stupid. Because there's a difference between health and fitness. What was my whole focus on at that point? Fitness. So I was fit. I was bulky. Right? All these muscles protruding. But I had zero energy level. Look at bodybuilders, and there's a few of them in this room. The fact is, you're a bodybuilder. It's one thing to be a bodybuilder. It's another thing to have endurance. There's all kinds of research done. You take just little, memey little vegetarian guys, office workers, holding up their little hands like this, and you take a bodybuilder and ask them to hold their hands out like this for 15 minutes. Can't do it. They lift all these huge weights. But what's happened is they just don't have it. Or ask them to go on sprints with you. Sprints they can do, ask them to go for a long distance run, they collapse. Because what's happened is these people do not have aerobic power. And what you need is health first, then the fitness. And the health comes from the aerobic base, not going out and killing yourself out there. If you're exercising with pain and you don't have an aerobic base, you're making a huge mistake. You must be exercising where you could carry on a conversation while you're doing it. This idea of no pain, no gain is the biggest lie in our culture, and it hurts people. That's why most people don't exercise, because we all avoid pain. Now, I will work out and lift weights and push myself through a level of discomfort to grow if I want, but that's not my primary workout anymore. I may not look so big anymore, but I'll tell you what, I got 10 times the energy and 10 times the health. And I'm not constricted and having things biting me on a regular basis. You know what I mean by that in terms of muscles? So let's put a couple notes here. What's the difference between fitness and health? Fitness is the physical ability to perform athletic activity, which we all want. But we want that after we've built health. Health is the state in which all the systems of the body, your nervous system, your muscular system, your circulatory system, your digestive system, your lymphatics, your hormonal, are all working optimally. Optimally. Now, how can you achieve the optimum balance of health and fitness? The answer is you must train your metabolism. Means train your metabolism. People tell me all the time, well, my metabolism just doesn't allow me to burn any fat. You're right. Your metabolism doesn't burn fat because you're a sugar burner. The reason you're a sugar burner is you are constantly in a fight or flight mode. You're constantly in what we call an anaerobic state. How many know what I'm talking about here? Okay? So your adrenal glands are always pumping. You're stressing. You're responding to the traffic, the people around you, what's going on. Or you're feeding yourself sugar a lot of the time. So you've trained your body to burn sugar. Sugar has a fast burn, gives you a lot of energy, and then it's gone. And what happens now is you got no energy left over. People exercise in ways that make them anaerobic, which then magnifies the problems they have. Some people go out and start exercising and they get in worse shape. And so then they go, I don't want to exercise because I'm in worse shape when I exercise. I want to do nothing. I guess if I wasn't so stressed, it'd be okay if my life wasn't so busy, because they're exercising inappropriately. You must build health first by aerobic training. So how do we do that? Turn the page and we'll show you. Number one, you train yourself aerobically, your lungs will operate much more efficiently, which means it'll take less energy to get more energy. Number two, your blood vessels become enlarged with aerobic exercise, and they're more pliable, and that reduces resistance to blood flow. Now, why would it be valuable to have the blood flow with less resistance? More oxygen, more energy, also less possibility of a heart problem, exactly. Third, your blood supply will increase, especially your red blood cells. Remember I told you earlier? The average man can increase his blood supply by a quart through aerobic exercise. 1 additional quart in your blood through aerobic training. 1 quart. That's like having this big chunk of energy and oxygen most people never dream of having. You're walking around with it. I personally think I have 2 quarts. 4, aerobic training makes a healthier body tissues because they're supplied with more oxygen, so the tissues are better. So your skin gets better, for example, right? It does wonders for your heart. It helps you eat better and digest better and eliminate waste better. When you're exercising, do you think that stimulates your colon and system better? Yes or no? If you're exercising aerobically, like for me, this seminar for me is not aerobic. It's aerobic most of the time, but I'm cranky, I'm talking, and they're not getting enough oxygen. So at the end of this 3-day period, I can feel it. It's a very different thing, a 4-day period. So I'll go off, and the first thing I'll do tomorrow is go on a nice, slow, simple jog, breathing and feeling. In between, I'll bounce on a rebounder that stimulates my lymph flow, because I'm making huge anaerobic demands, and I've been doing the same with you to get this job done here. It's not like you never go anaerobic. It's just you know what to do to keep your body in balance, which is what health is all about. Does that make sense? Okay? And lastly, and I put these answers in for you, it'll help you sleep better. If you have sleep problems, go do this aerobic exercise. You'll have oxygen. One of the reasons people toss and turn all night is they don't have all the oxygen flowing through the body because they're stuck full of stuff they're clogged their body with. The body's working overtime trying to get oxygen to there. You're not efficient. And when you're sleeping, now you're really troubled because there's no lymph flow. So all those toxins are inside there and your cells are screaming. And that's why you toss and turn and try and move yourself to get some oxygen flow and move the lymph. If you don't sleep well at night, I guarantee you're toxic. And what you got to do is make sure you breathe, start cleansing, drink, start cleansing, and make sure you got some aerobic exercise, minimum 4 times a week. Some of you know a little bit about BMR, your basal metabolic rate, where your body basically gets trained, your metabolism gets trained. Aerobic exercise is the only thing we know that consistently will change your metabolic rate. So now, less effort causes you to metabolize more. Now let me tell you something that's interesting. If you're really overweight right now, you're a sugar burner, no question. You burn sugar, not fat. Number 2, when you go out to exercise, that skinny person, for the same amount of exercise, will burn more fat than you will. You go, they're just lucky. No, their metabolism is trained. But let me tell you the good news. You, with training, will burn much more than they will through time. You have to make this conversion, which takes time, from burning sugar to burning fat. And it only happens when you continually exercise for a minimum of 20 minutes in aerobic rate. And when I say 20 minutes, here's what you do. You don't jump on and run. You have a minimum of 12 minutes of warm-up. This is the thing I had to really discipline myself to do because 1, I didn't want to take the time, and 2, it felt stupid to walk slowly or do whatever it is. But you're going to have to do a warm-up because you have to give the body the time to adjust, start mobilizing to burning fats. And if you do something fast, when we need fast energy, what source of energy do we go for, fat or sugar? Which one does the body do? Sugar, because it needs a quick burst. So you got to make sure you start your exercise slowly and gently, a 12-minute warm-up. Then you go for your 20 minutes or more of aerobic, right? Then you go beyond that and you have a warm down. of 10 to 12 minutes. Because some people exercise like crazy and then they stop. And what happens is the blood pools in your muscles and creates more toxicity in there. So you got to make sure that you have a chance to get the toxicity out. How do you do that? You lower your intensity and you breathe. Maybe a good time to do your diaphragmatic breaths, and you walk and you move and you warm down. How many are willing to commit for the next 10 days, that you'll have 5 days of some form of aerobic movement in your body that lasts more than 30 minutes? Say aye. Great. Then hug the person next to you and whisper in their ear, I have aerobic power. Let's go to the fourth one. You want to give yourself the gift of maximum nourishment. Maximum nourishment. Notice I didn't say maximum amount of food. Maximum nourishment. I didn't say the maximum super big gulp, right? Maximum nourishment. I'm going to give you 7 quick principles here, some of which I hope you're familiar with. If you're not, I'll make them clear real quick. Now, let's think for a second. Years ago, we were taught that to make sure you had plenty of energy in your day, you used to start your morning with a big, heavy-duty, hearty what? Breakfast. Now, let me ask you a question. You stick in bacon, eggs, right? Some coffee, some toast, some jelly, some hash browns, some Jimmy Dean sausage. You stick all that in your stomach. Do you think that suddenly you have this burst of energy? Is that what happens, yes or no? Why do people look for coffee at 10 o'clock in the morning like clockwork? 1, because they're taught to, but number 2, because most people's blood sugar is through the floor, right? Who taught us we should start our morning with a big breakfast? Adele Davis, who died of bone cancer. Adele Davis, you know all those nutrition books? Potted Generation, bone cancer. Do you know how rotten your bloodstream has to be to rot out your bones? Yep, have yourself a big breakfast and join Adele. I want to tell you something. Let's step into my common sense corner over here. Step over. Now over here, you and I, we can be common sense now, outside our conditioning. Common sense. The word breakfast means to break a fast, because hopefully you weren't eating while you were sleeping, although some have managed to pull this off. Okay? Some have food nearby. In the middle of the night, they wake up and eat something, you know? So if you wanted to break a fast, how many of you have ever fasted in your life? Raise your hand. Gone on a fast, cleanse your body, say aye. If you had a fast and then you broke the fast by eating bacon or eggs, you get the idea, don't you? What would happen? You get sick as a dog. It would jolt your system so bad because the body's clean now. Your body go crazy, you get sick. So you're sleeping all night, which should be fasting, so the body can cleanse itself. It's not trying to digest things, but that's not what most people do. Most people have eaten in a way where the body's been digesting all night long with no rest, and now the first thing in the morning you wake up, you slam more into it. Makes zero common sense. How many would agree with that? Say aye. So what would make common sense for us to have in the morning? The answer is something alive, okay? You want to give your body a cleansing time. I'm telling you, of all the things I did to create more energy, no question, breathing and water made a huge difference. The next biggest difference by far, changed my energy level like that, and it'll change yours too. You want to break your fast with what? Fresh juice until when? Till noon, because it'll give you live enzymes, energy. Because the best juice is something you just made right there. I know that's not always possible, and now today, juicing has become a big thing. There are all these infomercials with juices and so forth. Get a juicer. You say, what kind? There are centrifugal juicers, but the best juicers are like the Juice Man's got a great one, or the Champion juicer, some of you are familiar with, and you can get them at a reasonable price. They're well worth it. You went to this whole seminar and everything else, you must have a juicer at home. All those want to try this till noon, allowing your body to cleanse for the next 10 days or more, say aye. Great, let's go to the next principle. Turn back a page, we'll look at the principle. Second principle is you want to properly combine your foods. You want to properly combine your foods for maximum nourishment and energy. You want to eat one concentrated food at a meal. You don't want to combine carbohydrates and proteins at the same meal. Now, what the heck does that mean? Very simple. Think about this for a moment. This is fundamental biochemistry, and I know some nutritionists will go crazy here, but this is the facts. Now, let me ask you a question. you have something like a baked potato and a steak. What happens? You got a baked potato, which is what? And a steak, which is what? And you put them in the body at the same time. You get acid and alkaline digestive juices being secreted simultaneously. Anyone remember basic chemistry? What happens when you take acid and alkaline, you put them together? What do? They neutralize each other. But the food has to be digested. So what happens? More alkaline, more acid. Hydrochloric acid, more Tylenol, everything going like crazy. And guess what happens? They neutralize again. And this happens over and over again. And every time you do this, your body uses an immense amount of nerve what? Energy. And it's not working. So guess what happens? The protein putrefies and the carbohydrate ferments. Have you ever had like a meal and then had maybe like some watermelon for dessert? Watermelon is a fruit. Fruit goes right through the stomach, right into the small intestine, because it's mostly water. It does not stay in that area. If it stays in that area, it instantly ferments. You can't have any food in the stomach or you got fruit fermenting. Ever had a big meal, had a piece of watermelon, and then burping it back up here, tasting it again the rest of the night? Anybody had this experience? Yes or no? Of course you have. That's why fruit has to be on an empty stomach, because it combines with nothing else. And proteins and carbohydrates need to be eaten separately as a primary source of your meal. You're saying, what are you saying? I'm saying this is how your body actually works, unlike how you've been taught culturally to eat. So if you're going to have meat, have a big salad with it, have some steamed vegetables, but don't have a big baked potato, bread, and rice with it, because then what you've done is you've made a digestive process that normally takes 3.5 hours, will now be 11 hours, 12, 13, 14, 9, depending upon the person. So you go to sleep at night and have that meal, and while you're sleeping all night long, your body's working like crazy, trying to break down this food, usurping your nerve energy. The next biggest thing besides fruit in the morning gave me energy was releasing my body from the burden of trying to digest indigestible items, because they were no longer able to be digested because the digestive juices were in conflict. How many follow? And by the way, step into my common sense corner here. Look at nature. In nature, animals have one focused food, concentrated food. When you eat 8 million different foods, you know what it does? It stimulates you to overeat because you never get bored with it. So food becomes recreation instead of nutrition. But you come to Common Sense Corner and you look out at nature, and we all go to Africa and watch. We see this lion come down and boom, take down a zebra. Which a lion's based to do. Its body's designed for that. But does a lion take down a zebra and then have a baked potato with it? No. Okay? Because what happens is that body is not designed for that. You don't see miscombinations with animals. Animals' bodies are designed with a primary food. So, think of this as a really simple way of thinking about this. Eat one concentrated food at a meal. Concentrated, to give you a clue, means a food that has very little water or what? Content. Not much water in it. So, for example, is steak an example of a concentrated food? Yes or no? Is rice a concentrated food? Yes. So think about what it is. Is a baked potato concentrated food? So what you can do is you're going to have potatoes or rice, or ideally just potatoes, and have a couple big potatoes, a huge salad, some steamed vegetables. You got a great meal there. If you're going to have some kind of fish, then have the fish and have a big salad and some steamed vegetables. The steamed vegetables and salad help you to digest the rest. It moves it through the system. But you don't want to have the two simultaneously. Does that mean, well, how am I supposed to have a sandwich anymore? I mean, that means if I stick in there with that bread and some meat, it's not going to combine. You're absolutely right. What do I do? You have an avocado sandwich, lettuce and tomato and avocado. You go, oh my God, are you kidding? I'm not going to the Sprouts, buddy. I mean, I just came to a seminar for 3 days here. Okay? You must, I repeat, you must properly combine your food. And the way you do this is, it sounds insane. Like a lot of things I'm telling you, when I first started learning them, I thought there's no way I can do this. But you know what? I'm going to try it for 30 days. And that's why I live this way still. Because I'm trying to tell you what it would smell like to smell a rose, and you've never smelled a rose before, some of you. Most of you. When you start feeling this good, you will never go back. You go, forget that. That old thing there, what I thought was rich, what I thought was rewarding, compared to how I feel. And what happens is you start to love these other foods, because not only do they start tasting good to you, but you also feel the impact they have on your life. So I'm not asking you to commit for the rest of your life. I'm saying do this for 30 days, minimum of 10. How many want to combine your foods and just judge by results? All the research is here, but judge by results and see what it does to your energy level. How many want to try this? Say aye. So what you're agreeing to is one concentrated food of the meal, the rest of it water content food. Okay, let's go to the next. Oh, by the way, next page gives you a food combining chart. What's a carbohydrate? What's a non-starchy vegetable? What's fruit? What goes together? It makes it real simple. You need to eat comfortable amounts of food to maximize your energy. Remember I said before, comfortable amounts of food. Because if you eat more than your body can take, two things happen. You store fat, but also you start changing your blood sugar. And I put some notes in there. It says, see what page, to give you some support. Don't eat when you're stressed. Why? The minute you are stressed, you stop the normal secretion of digestive enzymes. So now whatever you eat when you're stressed is going to ferment, right, or putrefy. It's basically going to rot in your system. And that's where gas comes from, in case you're interested. Eat organic food whenever possible, and do not eat condensed foods, especially intense animal proteins, before retiring. If you're going to eat animal proteins, do it in the middle of the day where your body has a chance to break it down and digest it, because you go to sleep and your metabolism slows down, and all that waste and that toxicity stays in your body. It's the worst time to eat late at night, especially animal products.
This session continues on the next CD.
Let's go to the next section quickly. The gift of structural support. Couple of keynotes here. Remember I talked to you about Pete Egoscue the other day? Most people have back pain. Most people have disease in their body, and we've talked about disease coming from toxemia, or a word that we use of poisoning ourselves is called auto-intoxication. We literally poison ourselves by our lifestyle. How many understand what that means based on this morning's or this afternoon's event? Say aye. But there's more than one source. Another source of dis-ease in the body is chemical poisoning. So there are a lot of foods we eat, and more importantly than the foods, the skincare products you use, the underarm deodorant you have. You cannot believe some of the things that are in there that get into your body and affect your entire lymph system, affect your body's ability to detoxify, and you have to become aware of those things. So chemical poisoning is not just the air and the water. The third source that happens is nerve impingement. Nerve impingement, another source of disease. So you say, well, I ate really well, what's the matter? You may be taking in chemicals you don't realize, and you may have nerve impingement, which means, how many are chiropractors in the room? Several chiropractors in the room. They can tell you that your nervous system sends messages, and it does it through your spine, and it does it through a series of connections. Very often through adjusting our body, through doing various things, we have aspects of our body, aspects of our spine that become misaligned, and they put pressure on nerves. When the pressure's on those nerves, what happens? The natural nerve information and flow and energy does not continue. So you've got to be able to support yourself to become realigned so that the natural flow of information and of energy goes through the body. So this can be accomplished through a variety of different disciplines. Chiropractic care is invaluable in this area, and I really support it immensely. Now, not all chiropractors, just like not all anything, are perfect or great. You got to find somebody, you got to shop around and find somebody you really think, talking about their principles, what do they believe, do they look at the whole body or just the spine? They just snap you around, they look at nutrition as well. I look for somebody like that. Massage can do this, but also there's certain exercises you can do that will align the body structurally. And Pete Egoscue is one of those people, but there are many different choices. The human body is designed to develop and maintain itself through motion. Through motion. If we are not moving, we are not using certain muscles, and most of us don't move enough, and that's where our structural problems come from. It's not that you're being whacked around so much as that you're not using your whole body. Secondly, human bodies compensate for a lack of motion, and very often to your detriment. So the body's got to you're not using certain muscles to hold you up, it starts using other muscles. And then what I want you to know is that when the body is properly aligned, the head is over the shoulders, and the shoulders sit directly over the hips, and the feet are pointed straight ahead. So if you turn the page, you'll see what I'm talking about. See what an aligned body would look like, where all the information, energy would come through you. And I want to show you just real quickly a way to find out whether you're aligned or not. Stand up. Shake your body out. Try this real quick. Put your notebook down. Take a deep breath in. Moan. Here's what I want you to do. Just jump up and down 2 or 3 times. Okay? Stop. Look down at your feet and see where they are. See if they're straight ahead or pointed. And then close your eyes and just stand there for a moment. And notice what begins to happen. Stand the way you normally stand. Do you notice anything? Do any of you notice any movement? If you do, say yes. Notice how many people notice movement. You're all waving back and forth. You look like a bunch of waves in this room. Why are you waving? Open your eyes. See if the movement stops. Don't move. Open your eyes and see if you're still moving now when your eyes are open. Look around the room. Nobody's really moving now. You know why? Most of you are so out of alignment that you're constantly readjusting with your eyes. When I take your eyes away, you have nothing to do with it, so you're trying to find your equilibrium. Some of you are real extreme. Some of you are more minor, like this and this and this. Your eyes are open, you don't do that. So if you're moving around, I suggest you go immediately in the next 10 days and you find someone to help you get this aligned. Does that make sense? Because this will make a big difference. It's a really good test for you. And if you didn't feel much motion, do this. Just bring your leg up like so, and then close your eyes and see what happens. Bring your leg up. No, get where you can balance where your eyes are open. Get where you're balanced, your eyes are open, and then close your eyes and see if you stay balanced. Do it with your eyes open. It's okay. Then close your eyes. How many do not stay balanced when you close your eyes? Okay? So I can't teach you how to change all this right now. I can teach you this is a gift you must give yourself. How many want to commit within 10 days to seek out this kind of care? Say I. 6th gift you got to give yourself is the gift of a directed mind. The gift of a directed mind. Can you use your mind in a way that makes you sick no matter how you eat, how you breathe, etc.? Yes or no? Absolutely. So 7 simple principles, I already filled them in for you. The mind has tremendous power over the body, and a depressed immune system is the result usually of stress. And that's something that's created by your perception. By the way, use your physiology. Anger and resentment are physical poisons to the body. They have a chemical effect. If you go in a state of anger, resentment, you literally create poisons and toxicity in the system. So a lot of people don't want to manage their emotions. Number one reason to manage your emotions is so you can stay healthy. Fear compromises your immune system. Physically proven. Somebody's fearful, you can see their T-cell count drop. By the way, what do you think happens to somebody who's feeling kind of sick anyway? They got some of these symptoms, then they go take a test, and they're told they have AIDS. What do you think telling them they have AIDS does to most people's mental set, and therefore their entire immune system? Depresses them, even if they didn't take AZT. The idea that they got something they're going to die from is like pointing the bone, and immediately the body takes over. Depression, when you find somebody who's emotionally depressed, their immune system becomes depressed as well. You get somebody incredibly happy, what happens? Their immune system is stimulated. This is the power of the mind. Your body's constantly renewing itself, but we keep renewing it in the same way it used to be because the same message in our brain is being sent to all the cells in our body. That's why a change in belief systems is a change in physiology. It's a change in the quality of your life. So you've learned a lot just in 2.5 days about how to direct your mind, true? You want to apply that, okay? That's the other gift you can give yourself. Things like meditation, taking time in the morning, just stop and think about what you really want. Any form of focus where you relax the mind and think about what you want versus what you fear will move you in the direction of what supports you. And when you start thinking, I'm sick, but I don't understand because I've been eating well, if you'll notice, is real low on the ladder of what makes you healthy. What comes first? Oxygen, breathing. What comes next? Water. What comes next? The ability to carry that oxygen by having more aerobic power. What comes next? Yes, some food. What else? Got to make sure the structure works. What else? I got to make sure my mind is there. I give myself these 6 gifts, I'm going to have bursts of energy. So then what would bring it down? What would bring it down is poisoning the body. And I want to mention 4 poisons to you, and let's turn to those next. 4 poisons you must dramatically reduce or eliminate. You got to dramatically reduce or eliminate your intake of certain fats and oils. Now, do we need fats and oils in our body, yes or no? Absolutely. So people are going for no fat are crazies, I've already mentioned to you. But what happens is we're living in a society where we're taking in refined, cooked oils on a regular basis that are clogging our system to such an extent that we can't get the blood flow through to ourselves, much less get the nutrients. We don't get the oxygen, And that's where our problems are. That's why 1 out of 2 people in this country die of heart disease. So I thought in this area, rather than tell you a bunch of things, I left you some notes here on the pitfalls of a high-fat diet. I talked to you about how to eliminate it a little bit. I gave you some percentages of the fat of various foods. A sirloin steak, which is 83% fat, right, as opposed to a salad, which is 12%. You do need some, right, to give you an idea. But what I decided to do is I just show you a quick little video of what excess fat does in your body, because you've heard this enough. You don't need to hear it from me. Maybe you just need a little reminder of what it really looks like. Here we go.
Heart attacks, certain cancers, osteoporosis, diabetes. The major diseases of our society may be caused in part by what we eat. One of the physicians who helped me to understand why is Dr. Michael Clapper.
I first woke up, so to speak, when I was working on the anesthesia service, learning how to put people to sleep. And I was seeing my patients for the next day's surgery for coronary artery bypass surgery in order to bypass clogged arteries in their heart. Because it was late at night, I drew the man's blood test, and when I took the blood to the laboratory and had it processed, I couldn't believe my eyes. Now, normally, this liquid layer floating on top of the blood clot is quite transparent. It's a yellow, but quite clear. You can see right through it. The blood in this patient's tube, however, was anything but clear. The serum floating on his clot was thick and greasy white. It looked like glue. In fact, it stuck to the sides of the blood tube when I shook the tube. I went back to the patient. I said, Mr. Phillips, did you eat before you came to the hospital tonight? He said, yes. I said, what did you have? He said, I had a cheeseburger and a milkshake. And when he said that, I realized that what I was looking at in his tube was all the fat in the beef burger, all the butter fat in the cheese, and the butter fat in the ice cream and in the milkshake. And all this fat had oozed out into his blood and actually turned his blood fatty. The next morning, we took Mr. Phillips to the operating room, and I put him to sleep, and the surgeon opened up his chest. And from these arteries, he began pulling out yellow, greasy deposits of fatty material called atherosclerosis.
What you just saw, as gross as that is, what you just saw is the #1 killer of men and women in America. And is that driven by germs? That's lifestyle. Does that mean you can't have any fat? No, it just means if you're going to go have some French fries, make sure 70% of your diet is what? Water content. Does that make sense? If you're going to go have something that's fatty, try to have it with some salad. You're going to have some things, you're going to need some fats, and there's certain essential oils that are invaluable for you. But you've got to make a look and say, is my diet going to clog me, or is it going to cleanse me? The things we've already told you up until now will cleanse you like crazy. Then all you got to do is make sure your fat intake is moderate, not no fat, or you won't burn it. And not in a position where it's all fat. If you're looking at that water content diet, you'll find it'll handle the fat side right away. Let's go to the next one. By the way, how many are willing to consciously look at your diet for the next 10 days, massively reduce the amount of fat, especially cooked fats, in your diet, and see if it makes a difference within 10 days? Say aye. Great. Then turn to the person next to you and say, I'm not going to clog my arteries anymore. Now a fun one. Number 8 of the 10 principles. Number 8 is you must dramatically reduce or eliminate your ingestions of animal flesh. Yes, that's what it really is, animal flesh. Okay? You must reduce or eliminate your ingestion of animal flesh. Now, I want to tell you up front, this is not an animal rights issue for me. At least it didn't start that way. I do care about animals immensely, but that's not why I made the changes I made in my life. This is an issue of nutrition. This is an issue of toxicity. This is an issue of what's happening to your body every single day when you put this in your body. So there's a separate issue which has to do with your heart and how you feel about animals, which I currently obviously embrace as well. But I didn't start out there. I've always cared about animals, but I thought, everything eats everything, it's my turn. So what I found, though, is I made it for nutritional differences, and when I made this shift of reducing meat from my diet, unbelievable shifts in the quality of my life. I used to have unbelievably massive, giant postulates of acne. You see pictures of me from my youth, massive. When I made changes in dairy products and a change I did in reducing meat out of my diet, it disappeared. And And I've been going to see this particular place where they would go and they use a surgical instrument on me 3 days a week and push the pus out of those things on my face. Yeah, real delicious. But I kept fighting the cause, but not dealing with the real cause, the source, which is my diet. How many follow? And so I kept going in there. It was an unbelievably painful procedure. It was terrible. And I put this stuff on all the time. It was supposed to dry up my face, and it was a nightly ritual for me. And then going to see this doctor, and I dreaded it. It was this metal device they literally pushed down on your face to get that stuff out. It was just like what you saw in the arteries, only it was coming out of my skin, on my face. Right? Same kind of thing. Not as thick, obviously, or as big, but same thing. And all it is waste. What was in there? Waste. What's coming out of there? Waste. What you want to do is cleanse so it doesn't have to come out on your skin anymore. So I put down a couple of things here. One, just simple reminders, and that is the leading killer in the U.S. is heart disease. And as a result of it, we got to know by now where that's coming from. It's certainly from excess fat, no question about that. So the question is, we all know that eating flesh is probably not that intelligent. We know what goes in these animals. Cement dust. Radioactive things are now used also with some of these animals, and you're putting in your body. I mean, anybody who has any intelligence at all knows that's stupid. But on top of that, it doesn't end with that. When an animal is going to the slaughterhouse, do you think the animal has any consciousness about what's about to happen? Yes, they're not stupid. And guess what floods their entire body at that moment? Adrenaline. And so when you eat the flesh of another animal, that adrenaline floods its entire body. Adrenaline is one of the most potent drugs in the world coming out of another animal. And what you're really doing is eating the fear. You're eating the terror of another being whenever you touch that flesh and put it in your body. But just from a pure biochemical aspect, adrenaline stimulating your nervous system from the death of another animal, probably not the most cleansing thing you could do. Probably not going to give you a lot of energy, not to mention what the fat's going to do. You got to think about what it is you're putting in your body, not just because everybody else does something. Do you want to do something? Everybody else is unhealthy. And I'm not exaggerating. 1 out of 2 with heart disease, 1 out of 3 with cancer. So you don't want to get caught up in that same place. So one of the things you want to think about is people, why would somebody eat meat still after knowing all these things? The obvious answer is people go, where else am I going to get my protein? Right? There you are, ma'am. Yes, I was waiting for that. Where am I going to get that protein? Well, you saw Bobby, you see me, you see people all the time. Where do they get their protein? I'll give you a clue. 48% of broccoli is protein. 48% of broccoli is protein. Lettuce is 28% protein. There's protein in everything you eat. I'll tell you what, do me a favor. Step over to my common sense corner over here. Let's stop for a second. Let's think intelligently instead of like the way we've been conditioned. Think for one moment, just for one moment. If you and I were to try and figure out how much protein we really need, instead of reading the local tables that are put out by the U.S. government, which say 60 grams of protein. Now, to give you an idea of 60 grams of protein, what that really does, there's no way your body can digest that. So I called the government 4 years ago when I first started doing this and said, how can you say 60 grams when around the world they say anywhere from 12 grams to 27? But in the U.S. they say 60. That's protein poisoning. Your body can't deal with it. And I talked to the top guy there, who, believe it or not, is also named as Robbins, right? It's a true story. And he said, well, Tony, he said, the way we do it is we basically, we do a sampling of the society, and we find out how much protein people eat overall, and we do the average. So what they do is they take a sick society where 1 out of 2 people die of heart disease, 1 out of 3 of cancer, and then they average it out, and that's what you need. He said, it is true, there have been a lot of studies that show you may need as little as 18 to 20 grams a day. So that's absolutely true. He said, but we don't want to take any chances and tell people too little. That, along with the Meat Packers Association lobbying, probably assists them in keeping it at 60 grams. So step in my common sense corner. If you and I were trying to figure out how much protein we need and we had nobody to help us, and we just had to actually think like humans, then what would you and I do to figure out when we need the most protein? Protein is built basically for the growth and development and the maintenance of tissue. So when are you going to have not just maintenance, but the most growth of tissue? At what stage of life? As a baby. There's never a time when you're going to be building more tissue, more growth than as a baby. So then would it make sense that we could say to ourselves, if we had nobody to help us, hey, common sense, what did God create for babies to consume as their food when they're growing more than any time in their entire lifespan? mother's milk. Does that make sense? How many agree with that? Say aye. Then would it make sense that if we analyze mother's milk to find out the amount of protein content in it, since that's the only food the baby's supposed to have, then we'd probably have a good idea of what kind of foods to look for that would mirror that. Does that make sense? How much protein is there in mother's milk? 50%? 10%? 80%? 12? 1.2 to 1.6%. That's how much is in mother's milk, which, by the way, the only food that mirrors that really well is fruit. That's right, fruit. That's about the protein content you'll find, for example, in watermelons, what you'll find in various fruits, high water content foods. That's when you're growing the most on earth. Listen, the protein content that your body needs, let me tell you this. There's an old phrase that says if you tell a lie big enough, loud enough, long enough, sooner or later people believe you. You know who said that? Hitler. He was talking about protein intake. I'm telling you, people have been telling this lie for so long. Now, it's gotten better in recent years, and now the pendulum is thrown and everybody's eating massive carbohydrates, right? Trying to avoid fats. But, of course, carbohydrates convert to fats when you have too much of it. The point of the matter is you have enough protein in your normal day-to-day life. If you eat anything even slightly alive, there's protein in it. Come back over here again. Common Sense Corner. Strongest animals in the world. What are some of them? Gorillas. Gorillas got muscles that are huge, unbelievably powerful. They can take bamboo this big and snap it like a twig with their hands. What do they eat? Fruit and bamboo leaves. Where are they getting these rock-hard muscles? Where are they getting them? Because there's protein in everything you consume. The most potent time of growth is as a child. Mother's milk is the perfect miracle of example, and all you have to do is stop worrying about it. You don't want to go eat toxicity and pure poison out of this fear that you're not getting enough of a nutrient. Now, there used to be a lady named Mrs. Lapie who wrote this book called Diet for a Small Planet. And she was a great lady because she wanted people to be vegetarian, and she knew they were worried about proteins. So she put together this book showing how you could combine all these proteins, vegetable proteins, to finally get all your key amino acids. And I used to, in those days, just attack her like it was going out of style. Because what she made it is so difficult to be a vegetarian, and she was dead wrong. And about 7 years ago, 6.5 years ago, she came out and reversed everything and said I was wrong. She said, I was just trying to make sure I pleased the traditional people that I was dealing with in business, in her healthcare business. And she said, I thought I was providing, I thought it was necessary, but all the research shows, including research done at Harvard, that the body recirculates your proteins. And the more efficient your body is, the less it needs. How much protein you need? Enough to replace the sloughed off skin, the loss of hair, and what goes out in your feces and urine. That's it. Tiny amount. Too much protein, you get excess nitrogen in your body. What does excess nitrogen do? It makes you unbelievably tired. Meat eating makes you tired. You take those vegetarian office workers who don't even work out, they're not really especially healthy, they just don't have all that excess nitrogen. You bring in this great bodybuilder side by side, they've done the studies both at Yale and Harvard. No way in a million years. Guess who wins every time? Vegetarian office workers. They have much more endurance because they don't have all this excess nitrogen in their body. Arnold Schwarzenegger, pretty strong big guy, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger himself said, people who get into bodybuilding are all into this protein thing, and he said, I'm not into it. He said, what you need is about 1 gram of protein for about every 2 pounds. Think about that. He's talking about a diet of broccoli would cover that. That's what we're talking about. It's an illusion. So don't do it for protein because it isn't going to give it to you. And excess protein will make you sick, no question about it. Plus, I have to tell you 2 things about this. When you eat meat, you eat chicken, and you taste that taste and go, that's really great. I just want you to know what gives meat its taste. Uric acid. Now, uric acid, many of you have heard about uric acid because it's related to gout, right? And it's related, some of you have, what's the word I'm looking for? Some of you have like pain in your joints, arthritis. And you know about uric acid then, right? And you have about 16 grains of uric acid, an average serving of meat. 16 grains. The body cannot deal with it. The most it can deal with is about 6 grains in a 24-hour period of time. You've got more than your body can take care of. It's tremendously poisonous to the body. It breaks the whole system down and your immune system. But just forget the scientific part. Just think about what it is. What gives meat its taste is Uric acid. Uric acid is the urine acid of the animal. Yes, that's what gives meat its taste. That's a fact. When you're eating that meat and you go, just think, love this urine, because that is what's giving its taste. If you doubt it, who here is Jewish, follows the Jewish faith? Come on, there's some Jewish faith know this because in their laws it says you got to have meat that's kosher, where they drain out all the blood to try and get the most of that urine out of the bloodstream of the animal before they eat it, and try to eat some kosher food without any spicing. It's not going to happen. It tastes like hell. When you get that taste and you think it's so good, that juicy taste, you are literally eating the urine of that animal. You go have some soup, that old Campbell's soup, have yourself some nice vegetable soup with some meat in it. Just think, good. Campbell's, urine, good. It's urine that is giving you the taste. That is an absolute fact. That's it. So if you like meat, you're eating the urine, period. And it doesn't end there. No. When an animal's alive, just like in your body and mine, we have something called osmotic pressure. Osmotic pressure is that pressure that keeps everything in the body where it belongs. When an animal dies, the osmotic pressure disappears, as you might guess. And so what happens is putrefactive germs, the minute the animal dies, the osmotic pressure is gone, that are normally in the colon, now flood all of the flesh of the animal. And what tenderizes meat is putrefactive germs. That's what tenderizes it. In other words, get to understand this. You don't go kill an animal. Most of you don't go, want to have lunch, honey? Great, let's kill this animal. Whap! And then cook them. It's too tough. You got to tenderize the animal. You got to let the animal age. You got to go through that whole process. It doesn't happen instantaneously because the tissue is too strong on the animal, right? Especially beef. So you let it wait, and what happens is these putrefactive germs now secrete through every cell of the animal, and they begin to break down the tissue so it's soft enough to be cooked and eaten. I want you to understand what this is. Putrefactive germs are colon germs. Colon germs. Anybody here is a doctor? Contradict me. It is a physiological fact. I'm making it real clear to you what you're really eating. Do you get this? If you go have food and you like the taste, you've been trained to like that taste is the urine. If you're able to chew it, it's been tenderized by the colon germs. That's what you're putting in your body. Plus, it's fatty on top of it, which is going to clog yourself just like that. Plus, you're taking in the terror of an animal that was killed. But other than that, it's pretty good stuff. Now, by the way, does meat give you energy, yes or no? No, the body uses carbohydrates, fruits first, then fats, then proteins. It's the last thing for energy, so it doesn't give you energy. But if I don't eat meat, won't my bones get weak? All the research shows vegetarians have the strongest tensile strength of all because the acid that comes from trying to digest these proteins leaches calcium from your body and weakens your bones. So it doesn't make your bones any stronger. And the last thing I put down here is, are there any well-known vegetarians that are fairly intelligent, or is it just a bunch of weirdos? Well, how about Leonardo da Vinci, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, Benjamin Franklin, Disraeli, Edison, Schweitzer, Gandhi, and Einstein, to mention a few people to have good company with. All right? So those are the notes on that. And what I'd like to do now is you might say, well, what about chicken? Is chicken meat? Not only is chicken meat, but it's worse. Worse is a pretty hard thing to say. It's equally bad. It's like, would you rather be punched in the face or kicked in the stomach? I don't know. But let me tell you why. When you're eating chickens, what happens is the way they're processed, those putrefactive germs not only go through their whole body, but in the process of processing chickens, they get salmonella, they get all kinds of other things at a huge rate. Like anywhere from 38% of the entire chicken supply. You'll see the statistics, you'll hear them. It's like insane. You'd think they'd shut down every chicken place there was. They don't. But also, secondly, they create in the processing what's called fecal soup that basically bathes the chicken. And this is consistent. 12% of the price of the chicken you're paying for is fecal soup. It is that putrefactive germs, colon germs, taking up the weight that you're paying for on top of it. 35% is the average in the chicken industry for salmonella poisoning. 35% of the chickens. Some of the plants are as much as 60% across the nation. Go get some finger-licking good putrefactive germs for yourself. Add a little urine in there, and you're off and running. Now, fish. Fish is one of the few flesh foods that we are omnivores. If you look at the way the body is functioned, you can have fish, and I'll talk about the kind of fish you can have. But here's the difference. If you look at a carnivore, they have different teeth than we do, don't they? Radically different teeth. They're designed for tearing. Carnivores have a different jaw structure than ours, radically different. We're designed to crunch something, break it down slowly. Our small intestine, which is what absorbs all your nutrients, is almost 20 feet long. In a carnivore, it's tiny because there's so much acid it gets in and instantly out, or it would hurt even that animal. We are made to absorb things over a long period of time for digestion, and you can't do that with a lot of acid. But we have some elements that allow us. We are omnivores, which means we can eat what is available and survive it and be okay with it. Fish is something that has a specific type of oil and fats in it that are core fatty acids that are available and actually useful for your body. So if you're not going to be a total vegetarian, which, by the way, lots of vegetarians are unhealthy, it's not because they don't eat meat. It's because of all the other sugar, carbohydrate, and acid things that they consume under the guise of I'm healthy because I'm a vegetarian, or dairy products, which we're going to get to next, which is horrible, absolutely horrible. So if you choose between being a vegetarian who eats all kinds of dairy products and sugars and carbohydrates, et cetera, and creates acid in your body, or being a person that eats fish and you have mostly 70% water content and it's your one concentrated food, you'll do just fine. But what you want to get is a clean source, right? And the one kind of fish that you'll love hearing, probably not, is not great for you are the bottom dwellers, which is lobster, because what they do is they eat the waste that is now all over the bottom of our oceans. So that's one I know some of your favorites, but that's the worst. It's the most concentrated. But what you want are deep water, deep ocean water fish are ideal. So if you want to have swordfish or you want to have salmon even, those foods are fine, again, but they still are very acidic. Does that make sense? But you're not going to not have acid. What you're going to do is make sure that 70% is that. So what would you have with your fish? Big salad and what else? Some vegetables, right? Somebody says some lemon. Okay, good. That's good. That's good thinking, sir. I like the way you're thinking. That's good. Okay. Does that make sense to you? If you're going to eat beef, I don't want to leave you out in the cold. I love you, and I hope you'll make the shift. I hope you make it for yourself. I hope you also make it for the planet. Because I'll give you some statistics in a second, and you'll see what it does to be able to raise beef, how it totally absorbs our resources. We've gone from 1 billion people on the planet 100 years ago to 6 billion. We're going to have 12 billion in the next 30 years. We're going to double the size of the planet right now, all competing for the same resources. And here's what it takes, just to give you an idea, I'll give the statistics, for us to be able to raise cattle. First of all, livestock in the U.S. consume enough grain and soybeans to feed the entire human population of the United States 5 times over each year. Entire population. Secondly, if you think about it, for every 16 pounds of grain and soybeans that we give to cattle, we get back 1 pound of beef. That doesn't sound like a very good equation, does it? For every 16 pounds of grains or soybeans, which is food, that we give to an animal so we can eat their beef, we only get 1 pound of beef back, even if it was good for us, and it's not. Another interesting statistic. If Americans, if all of us in this room, and other Americans as well, were to reduce their meat consumption by just 10%, like not give it up, just reduce it by 10%, we would free 12 million tons of grain annually for human consumption. Those 12 million tons would feed the entire 60 million people who starve to death each year. If all we did was cut 10%. A child dies of starvation every 3 seconds. That's how it is, every 3 seconds. Now, if we did this, that doesn't mean someone's going to distribute the food to them. It's not that simplistic, and I understand that. But just think of it, just from a standpoint of consciousness. Do you know how much steak would cost here in California if we had to pay for, if we didn't, as a government, subsidize the water expenses? Do you know what a calf takes in? 1,000-pound steer takes in enough water to float a destroyer. That's how much water they consume. More than half the water that's used in California is used for meat production, and we're not a big beef-producing state. And we all subsidize that, because otherwise it would be $35 a pound for hamburger in the state of California. All your money is going to give these farmers water really cheap. Well, here in California, in Southern California, we've had times we get our water from somewhere else. And we're using it up. It's just not efficient. It's not intelligent. to give you an idea, we're losing our rainforest. We're losing our topsoil. The rainforest that we lost down in South America is primarily going for beef production, which is sold primarily to McDonald's and Burger King. In fact, there have been many groups that have gone on massive strikes to get them to buy their beef from somewhere else because the soil down there is the kind of soil that you grow a rainforest in. While you may think it be really rich, it's very thin. And so they tear it up, and then it's worthless. And then they cut down more of the rainforest, which affects the global warming of the whole planet. There's so many elements that are tied to this. It's not like there's one thing that happens. 1 acre of land can produce 20,000 pounds of potatoes, but only 165 pounds of beef. We're not using our resources intelligently. So if you care about animals, if you care about the planet, if you care about your children, if you care about yourself, if you don't want to be stupid, I know that sounds harsh, but you can't be smart and take in the terror of other beings and on top of it put urine and feces germs in your system and hope to be healthy. But I'll tell you how I feel soon. But I hope you feel it from my heart, because it's not a judgment thing. I don't care. I want you to enjoy yourself. But I don't think this is something that you're going to enjoy if you wake up one day with a heart attack. You're not going to enjoy it one day waking up with cancer. You're not going to enjoy it one day where you just feel like hell and you don't even know why and you think it's some germ you picked up at the office. You polluted your bloodstream consistently until finally it bit you at a level that's extremely uncomfortable or dire. If you're going to eat beef, after all I've said to you, do 3 things. 1, get a semi-clean source. When I say semi-clean, at least make sure it's like food that's raised, cattle that's raised in a natural environment, and where they aren't giving them hormones and cement dust and radiation and so forth. Make sure you're getting that. And sometimes you can go to health food stores and they'll guarantee that. Although there have been interesting investigations, like they'll have these things or a picture of these beautiful little hens that are supposed to be out, in the farm doing it. And they go there and do investigation, and you'll see that they're all lined up in these cages, one on top of another, like high rises, and they can't even move. And they cut their beaks off, and they sit in there and they fill them full of hormones because they won't grow in the dark, and they keep them in the dark the entire time. Or if you think about what is veal. Veal is a baby cow. It's a baby calf. See, veal, they want it to be that certain color and texture and that flesh that's not very strong yet. So what they do is they take this baby male cow and they stick him in a box and they chain him so he can't move, and they keep him in the dark and they make him anemic so that he'll be that soft little texture you call veal. It's the most inhumane thing you can imagine. There are only a few things I get upset about. That one takes me over the edge. I just will not support anybody eating veal. That one I can get in your face about. Because that's like, can you imagine someone taking your child from you, sticking in a box for the rest of their life, slowly bleeding them so they stay anemic, so that their texture of their meat would be really thin and would have a certain color and texture to it, so someone else can say, I'm having something really special? It's just inhumane. I don't know how you can really be in a place where you know that and do it. Not knowing, I can understand doing it, but you won't have that reason anymore. Okay, so it's up to you what you do from now on. Okay? So if you're going to eat beef for whatever reason, get a semi-clean source. 2, eat it a maximum of once a day. Your body cannot take that much uric acid put in your body. Your body can handle about 6 grains of uric acid. You get a minimum of 16, upwards of 30 grains of uric acid in just the average piece of steak. So if you're doing more than one of those things a day, there's no possibility long-term for health. Gout is directly related to uric acid, by the way. So if you got gout, I already know what your challenge is. Pure acid, it's coming from animal products that are coming back through your bloodstream. It's the urine acid coming through the system and creating a change in the metabolism of your own body. Third thing to do is, if you eat it once a day, if you're getting a clean source, for God's sakes, properly combine it and get lots of green vegetables and things around it. There's some things I eat that are not as pure, not as good. That isn't one of them. I don't eat beef, I don't eat chicken, anything like that. But if I'm going to have fish or something like that, I always have a big salad, big vegetables with it. I alkalize, allow myself to go through it, and I get something that's valuable from that process. Or if I'm going to have something like the other day, it's my birthday, and everybody got all this stuff, and there was an oatmeal cookie there, and I thought, I'm going to have the oatmeal cookie. Why'd I have it? Hadn't eaten all day, and I was starved. It was there. It was convenient. I thought, and I went over and drank some green drink first to balance it out. And then I started biting the oatmeal cookie, and after the green drink, the cookie didn't taste for crap. I threw it away. So it's like, it's thinking about balancing it. I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just trying to inform you so you can make an intelligent decision, because when you leave out these doors, you're on your own. And I'm not going to be here to be the person to tell you, and you're not going to want to hear it. So really what today was really about is getting a second opinion. Like really thinking about what you want for your life. Are there better ways to entertain yourself than just food? And if it's food, why not get more creative and find ways to get food that you'll enjoy, that's good for you, and be entertaining with it? I understand that. But boy, there's a huge price to making food your emotional balancer, or food your source of entertainment. And especially if you're doing it with things that are pure acid.
This session continues on the next CD.
So let's hit the last one. The last one's only a couple minutes, and that is the next fun subject. Aren't you inspired? How you doing out there, ladies and gentlemen? All right, the next poison, number 3, that you want to massively reduce or ideally eliminate from your diet is dairy products. You go, now you're attacking mother. This is America, for God's sakes. You tell me I can't have milk, apple pie, milk, hamburger, fries, hot dog. When I first started teaching health seminars almost 20 years ago, and I brought up not consuming dairy products, I got a more vicious response than anything else I talked about. Today, people have some intelligence about it 20 years later. I mean, people would get up and confront me in the room. Like when I started talking about AIDS and HIV in the beginning, people went crazy because you were attacking one of the things they believe most in their life. But now most people know, they've at least heard from commercials, that most people are lactose intolerant, which means the sugar in milk they can't really metabolize. Now, by the way, sugar equals what? Quick, equals what? Acid, that's right. Sugar equals acid, and acid equals glue. Okay? So that alone will have an effect. But before I walk you through all the intelligent reasons, why don't we walk through the most intelligent reasons, step maybe for the final time into our Common Sense Corner. Think about this. You're drinking milk for what? Protein? No, you don't need the protein. The protein's available everywhere else. Calcium? A lot of people say, got to drink milk so I have calcium. Oh, that's great. Dr. Robert Ellis, who's probably the world's expert on calcium metabolism, he's done more than 50,000 blood tests on people. He says the people who consume 2 to 3 glasses of milk a day or more have the lowest levels of blood calcium of anybody he measures. And here's why. When you take all that milk into your system, it has this sugar, which turns to acid. When the acid is there, your body needs to buffer the acid, so it takes your calcium from your system to deal with the milk. In addition to that, besides that, you're taking in all the hormones of an animal that moves from being born at 100 pounds and goes to 1,000 pounds in 2 years. Now, I don't know too many children that do that. Right? Maybe they go from 7, 8, 9 pounds, 5 pounds over 21 years to 200 pounds. You cannot take that massive growth hormone in your body and not have it affect you. And you look at our kids, they've been affected. They got butts that look like cows. You got males that actually literally start to have male boys that have like what looks like breasts. It's all this growth hormone that's being thrown into their body. You cannot possibly deal with that, not to mention what's been done to that animal, as we talked about before, and the way it's been raised. In order to get this milk from these cows, they're constantly impregnated. They're constantly put into that system so they can keep juicing them for this milk. Plus, there's a million factors. There's the fat content. There's the XO content. I'm not going to walk you through. The night is long, so I'm not going to go through more content. All I can tell you is it's the most mucus-forming food you can imagine. It covers the intestines of your body and it hardens like concrete. And what happens is in your intestines, there's these little villi, like little feelers, and as nutrients come by, they grab them, and that's how you actually absorb your nutrition. They cover the villi and they get hard. And now the villi cannot absorb your nutrients. The more milk you eat, the harder it is for you to absorb any nutrients. Cheese takes 4 times the amount of milk to create the cheese. It's just concentrated milk. Now listen, my favorite food on earth used to be pizza. I mean, that was it. I would order 2 giant Canadian bacon or pepperoni pizzas. That was my thing. And this was true for 4 or 5 years of my life until I cleansed my system and figured out I'm eating dairy products and meat. What's coming on my face, I'm putting in here. It wasn't just magically in the middle of the night, but little mucus bugs don't walk in the middle of the night and start building mucus inside of you. You ate that mucus. You ate that cold. You didn't suddenly have something sneak in and make it all up. That mucus comes from all the crap you've taken in, and dairy products, incredibly mucus forming. You got allergies, get rid of the milk and watch what happens, and get rid of the meat. The large protein molecules of a cow irritate, and they're also acidic. They irritate your cells. And if that's your genetic tendency, think of it this way. If I take you right now and your arms like this and I rub it, no problem. But if you got scabs from acid, from these large proteins bumping up against them, I could put a feather here and you're going to jump. Well, people who have this incredible response to tiny little things like dust particles, it's because the mucous membrane of their body has been so massively irritated. It's coated and irritated. So your body overreacts to dust particles, to pollen, to little things. I've seen so many people with allergies wipe it out by eliminating dairy products and by eliminating meat products, but dairy is the big one. And then, I didn't know what it was back then, but they were eating mostly vegetables, mostly water content. They were alkalizing, getting rid of the acid that's made your body so sensitive that now you respond to a dust particle or a piece of pollen. You're not that weak, but you are if you're poisoning yourself on a regular basis. So dairy products are the worst. And that's tough. You go, well, you mean ice cream? Haagen-Dazs? Yes, that's what I mean. So we say, but okay, fine, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't enjoy myself. Not true. Go freeze some bananas. Put them through a juicer. It comes out like soft serve. It's delicious. It's tasty. It's still got some acid because it's got sugar, but it's in a natural form. There's no animal byproducts. It's not going to clog you up. There's no fat involved in it, and it's really good. How many of you have ever done this? Say aye. It's delicious. So you don't have to give these things up. You just got to be smart. And again, 70% water content. Be intelligent. If you're going to have some cheese, cut it up in a big salad and have some vegetables and let that water content help to move it through your system so hopefully you don't get too clogged. Does that make sense to you? Yes or no? It's really, really important. I mean, these dairy products, and come back here for one more time. Common sense. Let me ask you a question. Cows don't drink cow's milk. Why would you? Cows don't drink it. Baby cows do. Baby cows drink cow's milk. Baby zebras drink zebra milk. Baby humans drink human milk. But what's really interesting is this. Every animal I know of on earth gets weaned except humans. And we don't even bother to keep sucking our own milk. We go steal from another animal. Think about it. Can you imagine? When you're drinking milk, you're sucking off a cow. Get clear, you're sucking off a cow. Just because somebody else squeezed it's not different. Can you imagine? Here's this couple. They're out for a nice Sunday stroll. They're out there walking along and they say, honey, would you like some milk? Yeah, well, there's a cow over there. And they go down all fours, come right over there, and just suck right off that cow. Right? Just because someone else squeezes it out for you and puts it in a glass, it's no different. You're still sucking off a cow. Grow up. See, you're not made to be drinking milk still. Grow up. You don't need it for calcium. It's going to leach your bones of calcium. You don't need it for protein. Your body's already got plenty of protein. You don't need any more mucus in your system. If you want the texture of milk, get almonds, put them in a blender with water. Blend them, strain it, you'll have almond milk. No downside for you. Tastes wonderful, has a different flavor to it, and you can use that milk with whatever else you want to have. if you really want that texture. There are choices. I'm not here to try and take away your choices. I'm sure this last part feels like that. The first part didn't, right? This might feel like it. But there are just a couple of things that'll kill you. So I thought we should mention them. Okay? They just could kill you, so, I'd prefer you stayed. And you'll go to more seminars if I keep you here, right? You get the idea? I mean, seriously. So dairy products, you've got to at least reduce massively the intake of if you want to be healthy. Ideally, eliminate. How many of you, for just 10 days, because by the way, all I'm talking about is trying 10 days. At the end of 10 days, you don't want to do this anymore? Go back. You wasted a day with me. Maybe you'll keep some of it. But if you do it for 10 days, if you really do it 30, you'll never go back. This will be your life. Because you'll have such a good feeling that the reinforcement of that feeling, of that freedom will be like nothing you felt before. How many of you will, for the next 10 days, to eliminate or massively reduce the amount of dairy you take in? Say aye. All those opposed. Now, you might say, well, does that mean butter? If you want to use some condiments, use some condiments like butter and that. They're more acid, but they're small amounts, tiny amounts, mostly water content, okay? And you'll be okay. But don't drink milk, for God's sakes. You want like a shake? Like I used to love milkshakes? Go take that almond milk, the almonds, raw almonds, so they're not acid. Blend them in water. Freeze some bananas. Get some dates. Put the bananas and the dates in the blender. Blend it together. It is the most incredible. It's an almond shake. It is unbelievably. It'll taste like any milkshake you've ever had, and it'll be great. You'll have no animal products, nothing wrong with it. Is it sugar? Yes, obviously. Is there some acid in there? Yes, there's acid in everything, but it's not a lot, and it's not. You're not going to make an almond date diet where you have that 9 times a day. If you had that, it was delicious. Great. Go enjoy yourself, for God's sakes, but don't kill yourself while you're trying to enjoy yourself. And it'll taste as good or better than the shake you've been having, okay? I'll answer questions at the end. All right, so we're down to our final step. How many of you are still happy? You'll be happy based on how you feel. Trust me on that, okay? All right, flip over, if you would, to our final step, which is dramatically reduce or eliminate acid addictions from your diet. Now, we've been talking about acid all day long. I put down here on the bottom of page 77 the new USDA food pyramid. They've gone from the 4 basic food groups to this big, giant improvement called the food pyramid. And look what they want you to eat the most of. Bread, cereal, rice, and pasta. All carbs, all sugar, all turns into what? Then vegetables, maybe. Then they want milk, yogurt, cheese, meat, poultry, fish, dry beans, and eggs. And then some fats and oils. This is an acid diet. You do not want an acid diet. What are the acid diet elements? You know what they are. Let's just review them on the next page. Number 1 is sugar. What's the 3rd biggest disease in this country? Diabetes. Because we're living in a world where we're constantly consuming sugar. So you certainly want to avoid white sugar as much as possible. You already know that. You know what it's done. And if you've done any studies at all, you know what it does to you emotionally. You want to be convinced never to touch white sugar again or get it away from your kids, read a book called Sugar Blues. It's a classic. You read that, you will see sugar as morphine. You'll see, and they go through case after case. We see all these kids now are hyperactive, and we're putting them on Ritalin. But we keep throwing them soda pop like it's going out of style, sugar like it's going out of style, making them so acidic. When people are very acidic, they speed up because they've got this frenzy inside of them, right? You want to make sure your kids are more balanced. Get them on a more alkaline diet and watch their behavior balance. Everything's, you don't have this up and down emotional curve because your blood sugar isn't doing that. You have this steady, continuous, growing strength and burn of energy. And that's what you want for your children as well. So sugar, obviously. Vinegar is the byproduct of decay. It has acetic acid in it, which affects your liver. It is very much operates like alcohol does in your body, and it is extremely destructive. Nicotine is obvious. I mean, at this point, if you're still smoking, can you smoke and really be healthy long term, yes or no? You can live, but you can't be healthy. Do you remember that ad that was done by Yul Brynner many years ago? He's dying of emphysema, and he always fought and said cigarettes don't matter because he was always so young and robust, even when he was older, and he started wilting away, and it shows his face wilting away and everything else, and he comes on, and he just comes on real simple, and he says, don't smoke or you'll be joining me. Very dramatic. You can't smoke cigarettes and be healthy. And why would you? Because you can't control your fingers? The only reason you're smoking is try to meet which needs? Which of the 6 needs? Quick. Come on, which of the 6 needs? Certainty, you can relax, because when you take a deep breath of a cigarette, you cause yourself to relax. The second way is a way of connecting with yourself, because you're stressed and everything else, and now you go off and you do this, it's like giving yourself something, so you feel like you're giving yourself a gift. Thirdly, at one stage, it may have been significance. Unless now it's defiance that makes you significant, because most people don't look very highly on cigarette smoking. But originally, people did. It was cool. And there are stages of our culture now where it's very cool. I'll tell you what, in the African-American community, you don't see anywhere near the amount of cigarette smoking as you do in the white community. You know why? Because down in, for example, in New York City, in Harlem, there were a group of mothers there that got really upset, and they began to publish the statistics of what happened from this, and they described this in billboards and in television and everything else within their community about this is the white man trying to kill off the black race. And when they saw it as being a race issue, that someone was taking advantage of them, cigarette smoking amongst African Americans went through the floor, young African Americans. And it still is. It's nowhere near what it is amongst whites. Nowhere near. Now here's what really blows my mind. Cigarette smoking, horrible. Cigar smoking, cool. Now, is that mind-boggling? What is the deal with smoking a cigar? What need are we meeting here? Significance. It's become a symbol of being a big shot. It was, in the 20s, and then disappeared. It was thought of you were stupid if you smoked a cigar. But about 5-7 years ago, right, it came back. Like things recycle, like you see these 30s and 40s swing clubs coming out, right? So it became a symbol. And people like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is a friend of mine, a great guy, they all want to be unique. If you've been to my CE seminar, my one-day business seminar, you know that achievers' number one value in life is to be unique. They'll do anything to avoid being one of the pack. So Arnold will go buy a Hummer before anybody else did and convert it. Now Hummers are popular because Arnold did it. Right? People that are totally want to be unique at all costs. So now if you're smoking a cigar, you're a big shot. But the problem is cigar smoking has immense negative effects, but truthfully not as bad as cigarettes, but still horrible. And you know why? Cigarettes get their taste because they're cured in sugar. And guess what that sugar does? Becomes acid. And that acid, it's not just the tar, the nicotine that goes in your lungs, it's the acid that comes from the sugar that goes in your lungs that creates the irritation. Cigars are not cured in sugar. And so there is less of a cancer rate. But you still have all kinds of other damages that occur by smoking a cigar. But people going out and doing this thing en masse, like it's cool. And I was talking to a friend of mine that started smoking them. He's in the television business. And I said, get out of here. What the hell is this, smoking a cigar? He eats well, he does this well. Well, he said, well, I feel like my life is so organized and so centered that sometimes you just got to take a little adventure. I'd say, yeah, go hang glide. A cigar is like living on the edge. It's just a symbol of trying to be significant. It's dumb. Other acids, alcohol, we've already talked about. You don't want to drink alcohol when you're pregnant. Why? Because alcohol alters. It irritates and alters sensitive tissues in the body. It kills off brain cells. If you just feel a little bit relaxed, a little bit high, not drunk, you've killed off 100,000 brain cells. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen, any of you, the brain, most of you probably haven't, of an alcoholic. But if you went to the university and you studied pathology, sometimes the university professor will show it to you. It doesn't look like a brain. It's staggering. It just looks like something ate it away, and it's alcohol. And the only reason you drink alcohol is either to be accepted by somebody else in a peer group who has a lower standard, or to try to make yourself feel good, which, how fast could you make yourself feel good without alcohol? How fast? Is there a state you can get with alcohol that you couldn't get without it? Yes or no? No way. It's not true. No way. And every time you mix alcohol with everything else, it destroys your ability to digest everything else. You go, yeah, but alcohol helps digestion and it thins your blood. Well, aspirin will thin your blood too. Aspirin, by the way, is a pure acid. Thinning your blood is not the answer. Cleaning out your arteries is the answer. The reason they're trying to thin your blood is because they're trying to get it through a little hole. It's getting smaller and smaller because you're full of waste and cholesterol. So once again, we're trying to put ointment on the outside of something, and the ointment in this case may not create a real irritation, but the aspirin does. So you don't want to fall into this trap of buying into a study that's promoted by someone who sells the product, right? Next is caffeine. We've come to the end here with Starbucks, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? Starbucks. Think about it. Here's Starbucks. Here's Schultz, who's making more than $1 billion a year selling you water, cream, and caffeine. Systematically killing you, and I'm sure that's not his mindset about it. I'm sure he's a great guy. Systematically killing yourself. What is coffee? Pure, complete acid, about as acidic as you can possibly get. Caffeine is from the morphine family, by the way. It is a nerve toxin. The only reason you drink coffee is because you've been conditioned to do so and because you eat so terribly that you need the stimulation to try and pick up your energy. Now, years ago, you used to drink Joe's Black, but now you don't do that. You mocha saka. It's an adventure drink today, right? It's got some special name from some special place. And of course, is it the same size it used to be either? No, like super big gulp, it's this big. So now let's take some cow mucus in, and let's mix it in with some acid to burn some holes in the inside of us. And let's sit down and pay $3 for that and feel like I'm an achiever because I have mocha smocha poo-poo. I'll tell you where it really scares me is these young girls. These young girls, they call them latte girls now, right? Right, you know what I'm talking about? They hang out at Starbucks, and they're young girls who are really impressionable, and they want to get boys' attention, and they want to be skinny, so they don't eat. And so what happens is their body is very acidic, and then they drink coffee on top of it to keep their energy going and so they don't feel hungry. And plus, it's a cool place to hang out because they create a nice environment. I saw the blood, for example, one woman had cancer. Dr. Young had worked with her. She'd cleaned out her body of all the cancers, totally healthy. And I saw her before and after blood. And that day she brought her daughter in. And there are patterns in the blood that you can see that are very predictable that Dr. Young has spent 15 years of his life to predict. And it's like fingerprints. Because the acids in your body, when you prick the blood through centrifugal force, when the blood comes out, the acids are the heaviest part and they come out to a specific position on the blood. Like when my wife's blood was done, I never knew she had a heart murmur, where it speeds up, I guess. She never told me. And I was there, and the woman looked at me and said, "You have a heart murmur," from a dried piece of blood. And in every single drop of blood, there was this pink spot in the same location on every piece of blood. There are like 9 things. And it's like a fingerprint. It shows where the acids retain. So you can see when somebody has irritation in their prostate or irritation in the breast. You can see it from their blood without them even knowing anything. And you guys will have this experience when you go to Mastery because that's an intensive test that's available for you there. But what's interesting about it is you look at this thing and you see the blood, and we look at this little girl, and I began to identify the patterns as an amateur. I would never diagnose anybody. I'm not qualified to do that. But I'd seen it enough, you start to know what it is. So I turned to the person next to me and I said, "This girl has internal bleeding." Because there's a certain place in the body that becomes irritated. It has a certain color on every drop of blood. I mean, it's severe. And so Dr. Young, when it came to him, he said, "You have severe internal bleeding, don't you?" And she said, "Yes." She's been having her period nonstop for 12 weeks. She's been sick as a dog. She can't figure out what it is. And what she is when you looked at her live blood, there's 2 blood tests. One's dried, one's live. We looked at the live blood, it looked like a battlefield. Everything was just blitzed. Like, we normally see these round, healthy cells or cells like weird shapes, triangles, crinkles, like golf balls, all mashed up and everything else, not able to bring what she needs because her body was so purely acid. And you know what? Was that genetic from her mom who also got cancer? No. She took on her mom's lifestyle. She ate the same way her mom did, had a lot of the same emotions. A lot of things we think of as genetic, very often not genetic at all. It's that we inherit and we duplicate the lifestyle and habit structures of the people we live with. And so what's neat about it is, I don't know, I haven't seen her since then, but I know, having seen enough of the other people that Dr. Young worked with, that she'll be fine as long as she's alkalized and energized and gets it done. But she was in a very severe place at, I think 13 years old. You don't want to drink coffee. Please find yourself something else. Make a transition to an herbal tea so you get that warm feeling you want and stuff, and have something to drink and go to the same place. But don't drink a cup of acid to start your day and stimulate your adrenals till they're worn out and someday they're not there for you, and fill yourself full of cream and mucus that now cause you not to be able to absorb the nutrients you need, and then wonder why you feel a bit tired or frustrated, or maybe 2 years from now or 3 years from now you got a problem. Women with breast cancer, I got to tell you something. All the studies, go do your homework. And you'll see all these studies about women where they eliminate coffee, and what happens, the nodules in their breasts disappear. Because again, it's acid irritating the cells, and then the lymph surrounds it and starts to grow. Coffee is one of the worst things you can take, and we take this neurotoxin every day because it's social hypnosis. But I got to tell you something. If you want to be like everybody else, you get to suffer what everybody else suffers. Unhappiness, a life that's unfulfilled, frustration, overwhelm, broke, fat, or ill health, dying of heart disease or cancer. That's not a generalization. That's the majority of America. Now, if you want that, live like they live. If you're going to lead and not follow, and believe and not doubt, and create and not destroy yourself, and be a force for good, then you have to be able to do something like defy the odds of what everybody else is doing around you and set a different standard for yourself and step up or go back. But you got to decide which one you're going to do to make the thing happen. And the last one I put in here for you is drugs. And I don't think we even have to go through that. I mean, if you're saying, yeah, but I only do it a little, you're poisoning yourself. Drugs are a way to try and alter your state. They don't give you what you want. So here's our final step here, and then we'll do a little celebration. That is, here's my 10-day challenge. Put your body in peak state, in your chair. Peak state. Wake it up. All right? Here's the 10-day challenge. What I want you to do is for 10 days the following things. You do these following elements for 10 days, and you will feel the change. You do them for 30 days, you'll get the results that you really want. I'm over on page 82. Number 1, for the next 10 days, you're going to do vital breathing. Ratio 1-4-2, 3 sets for the 10 straight days. How many will do that? Absolutely. Say aye. Number 2, you're going to make sure that your primary diet, 70% of your diet is living food, live food. That means high water content food. If you're not sure whether it's water content, it's not. It's that simple. If it's processed out of it, it's not water. And you want to have 3 liters ideally of the green drink, and you can get that when you go outside if you want. Purchase some of the green drink and some pH for yourself, and do it right away. Do it tonight. Some of you are tired right now. You've been here for a long time. You haven't had a break. Before you go eat, go out there and do it. Get yourself a little tablespoon of it, drop it inside the glass, stir it up, put the pH in and drink it. Have 2 or 3 glasses of that. And you'll see immediately a difference in how you feel. Your energy will pick up. You'll be vital. You're giving yourself the vitality, the electrical charges that you really need for your system. Number 3, aerobic power and maximum strength. You're going to exercise a minimum of 5 times, ideally 6, during the next 10 days in aerobic level. How do you know it's aerobic? You can carry on a what? Conversation, good. On a scale from 0 to 10, it's level 7 roughly. Or you can do 180 minus your age and use a heart monitor and be right in that zone from that number up to 10 above it. And you're in the zone where you are burning fat, not sugar, and you're training your metabolism. You're not going to get what you want unless you train your metabolism. You want to find out about how to get maximum strength, what you can do on that. The book that's out, if you want to write it down, because I didn't get the document out for you. The book that's out that's available right now in paperback is called Static Contraction. Static contraction, like contracting a muscle statically. Static contraction training. It says gain up to 25 pounds of pure muscle mass in 10 weeks. Most people can't find a way to get 10 pounds of muscle mass in a year. And this is the authors are Peter Sisko, S-I-S-C-O, and John R. Little. They also have a website. So if you want, you can pick up the book. We gave you a handout that describes that as well. How many are going to absolutely work out at least 5 out of the 10 days for at least 40 minutes? Give yourself the gift. Ideally in the morning, say aye. Outstanding. Next element. Number 4, maximum nourishment. You're going to break your fast with what, guys? Quick. Vegetables, green, live foods, alkalizing foods. Number 2, you're going to properly combine. How many are willing, at least for 10 days, to have mostly vegetables, mostly salads, and only one concentrated food, either the bread or the pasta or the grains, the carbs by themselves, or the meats or the proteins by themselves? How many will do that? Say aye. Good, very good. Number 5, you want to make sure you direct your mind. You start to get stressed, ask yourself the question, will this even matter 10 years from now? The answer in most cases, when you're stressed, it won't matter 10 years from now. This stuff will, but other stuff won't. So don't allow yourself to be stressed. Cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Best way to do that is commit to an incantation. Something as simple as every day and every way I'm feeling happier and happier. As third grade as that sounds, Go on a walk for 20 minutes and say that again and again. Do you ever get a song in your head and you can't get out of your head and it keeps playing? Well, how about getting this as your song? So that your mind is directed towards looking for what's happy, looking for what's joyful, looking for what's energetic. You think you're having trouble with your diet? Go out and create an incantation, right? I'm a lean, mean triathlete machine. I don't know what it is. Whatever you're going to do, again and again and again, right? I run, I bike, I whatever. Create a little rhythm for yourself. Say it again and again, and pretty soon, whatever you attach the words I am, you will become, and you'll never go back. Here's how you eat this way. Become an athlete. Don't be a person, be an athlete. Be somebody, come up with a term for yourself, like I'm an Adonis to yourself that makes you smile, because you know it's silly, but it gives you a kind of a standard to play by in terms of your energy and your focus. It raises your standard. All change comes when you raise the standard, when you change your beliefs, and when you get a new strategy. Today gives you a chance to do all three. You got to raise the standard, or this is all a waste of time. Raise the standard says, this is my must, not my should. For 10 days, that'll get you momentum. 30 days, if you'll stretch it out there. After 30, you'll stick with it, because by that point, you'll own it. 6, structural support. Get some rest, get some sun, get a massage. Find somebody who can give you this kind of support. Get Pete Egoscue's book, or get yourself to a chiropractor just for a checkup. See if you're aligned or not. See if you can develop some exercises that support you that way. 7, eliminate or dramatically reduce processed, which means cooked fats. Those want to do that on a dramatic level for 10 days. Say I. Outstanding. Next, eliminate or dramatically reduce animal flesh from your body. Make sure for 10 days you don't do it. I really want to ask you, please, for 10 days, don't eat it at all. How many people want to try this little vegetarian lifestyle just for 10 days? How many want to do it? Say I. 9, eliminate milk, cheese, and dairy products, or at least reduce them massively so you only have them in a salad. I'm going to ask you for 10 days to eliminate them other than maybe butter or a salad dressing, but not to have a concentrated dairy product. No milk, no cheese, no ice cream. If you got a craving, go freeze some of those bananas, put them through a juicer. If you don't have a juicer, go buy one. If you don't have the money, sell your car, get a juicer. It'll get you further, okay? Trust me, the juicer will get you much further, okay? Next, eliminate acid addictions. I'm going to ask you for the next 10 days. This is the big ask. For you, not for me. I'm nobody. No coffee for 10 days. Now, you're going to freak. So here's how you not freak. What do you got to do so you don't start getting headaches? Breathe. Good, sir. That was the right answer. Breathe. Deep breaths that eliminate. What else you got to do? Alkalize. Drink lots of green drink, and what will happen is by the end of a few days, you won't have the poisons. Now, you start taking that green drink. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You're going to do this. You're going to start breathing. Energy is going to start pumping into your body. Right? You're going to start having this energy going. You're going to have your lymph systems going. It's going to take all these poisons that have been hanging out, start getting rid of them. Then you're going to drink all this water, and you're going to drink this green drink, and you're going to discover you have a colon. Okay? Things are going to start moving. And by the way, how often should you be having this eliminative process? After every meal, you should be having it. Now, how many of you in this room have this experience? I can't believe I'm having this conversation. I must really love you to have this conversation. I got to tell you that. All right, family. How many of you have this eliminative process 2 to 3 times a day? How many of you have this eliminative process? I'm not talking the flow of water. I'm talking the flow of mass, okay? How many have this flow of mass happen only, let's say, once a day? How many have this flow of mass happening less than once a day, like once every 2 or 3 days? How many of you have this flow of mass happening like only a couple times a week? Okay, those who raise your hand, these last groups, you better start drinking green drink fast, because you cannot maintain those poisons in your body that long without becoming ill long term. You just can't. When you start drinking this green drink and you start breathing, what's going to happen? When your body gets all this energy, it's going to go, hallelujah, we finally aren't in a denervated state. Let's rock and roll, baby. And it's going to start pushing the stuff that's in your cells, the waste products, back into your bloodstream. And if you aren't alkalizing, what's going to happen is you're going to feel a little sick and go, that Robbins, I want his diet, now I feel sick. Now I'm blowing all this mucus out. Well, you're blowing out mucus because your body has enough energy to finally get rid of it. Most of us start sneezing, we take a drug, push all the mucus back in, let it keep compacting until it becomes so toxic it shows up as disease. Remember, disease is the cure. The body, if it starts eliminating, you're having a cleansing crisis, that's a good thing. But if you alkalize, you won't go through the crisis part. You won't go through the pain. You might blow out a bunch of mucus. You might blow out some other stuff, you know. But what's going to happen is it's a joyous moment when you realize it's years added to your life. Many of you will freak. You'll have this burst of energy, and it'll happen. And by the way, if you keep alkalizing and the body gets that this is a regular thing, then the fat will just drop off. Because you will not be in a position where you're trying to figure out all the time how to protect yourself. And if you're exercising aerobically and not anaerobically to extreme, you won't be adding that acid. So what this gives you is a chance to be fully energized, fully alive, fully focused, ready to play full out. So what you did this weekend becomes a lifestyle that you can enjoy and not be half dead from. The first piece of advice I have when you leave here is, what should you do right away? Before you leave here, when you leave here, what should you do? What's the first thing you should always do? Breathe. What's the second thing you should always do? Drink some fluids, get yourself some green drink. If you don't want to buy it, I put some out there for you anyway. Just drink some, okay? Make sure you get that in your system right away. Those are the first two things you want to be doing. And then maybe on your way to your car, going back to your hotel, maybe really enjoy that walk. Think about what you're grateful for and start to direct your mind. Make this part of your lifestyle, and you have some great wins. My hope is you'll develop enough certainty inside yourself. You'll do this for 30, not 10 days. Because if you do, I know your life will never be the same on a level that's probably as important or more important than the whole weekend. You do this, your life will change radically. You don't do this, which is easy not to do. Because you're going to go home and you're going to be hungry and you're going to want convenience. So you really want to commit yourself, go home and do that little funny thing I said. Take all the stuff, flush it down the toilet while you play some great song and dance around it. Be outrageous. Commit an act that gives you a new identity, and then all of a sudden you'll find a new life. Well, what do you think? Sound pretty crazy? Sound outrageous? Sound like a big stretch? That's good, because you don't want something that's too easy. People say, oh my gosh, I wish it were easier. No, wish you were better. If you listen to these tapes and you're hearing my voice right now, I really want to compliment you because you're one of the few who do versus the many who talk. Everybody says, I want a better body. I want more energy. I want more life. I want more. I want more. I want more. This is what I want, but I'm not willing to do anything. So I wanted to come back on this tape live to you and just say, congratulations on what you've done here. Now it's time to implement. And the way to implement is not to overwhelm yourself or your kids or your family. The way to implement now is say, okay, what are the fundamental things that he's talked about here that I'm absolutely willing to commit to? Am I absolutely willing, beyond a shadow of a doubt, to reduce the amount of, let's say, animal proteins I'm taking in my body? Am I absolutely willing to properly combine my foods? What are the things he's talked about I'm willing to do? And ideally, you'll do all of them, and you'll see the checklist in front of you for at least 10 days. Because even if you're skeptical, and I'm totally respectful if you disagree, the ultimate test is your own body. So please take the time, take my 10-day challenge, follow through on these steps, and judge by results. But don't finish here. I want you now, the thing that'll push you over the edge is listen to Dr. Robert Young, because this man is absolutely genius. All I can tell you about him is I judge him by results, not only by his intellect and by his ability to demonstrate things in a laboratory. In his nutritional consulting, the people I've sent him from all over the world, no matter how severe their challenges were, I've seen immediate changes in them. And that's why I'm so amazingly committed to getting you to know what he's about. So don't hesitate. Don't say, okay, I got all Tony's stuff now. Now it's time to learn the next level with Dr. Robert Young. So continue your action. Don't lose momentum. Step up because you want to know it all. Remember, knowledge is power when you act upon it, but you got to know it first. I wish you all the best until I meet you in person or see you again. Remember to live with passion. Hi, welcome back to Power Talk. This is Tony Robbins. Tonight is going to be a very exciting evening, and I'm very, very pleased to be able to introduce to you a couple that have had a dramatic effect on the quality of my life. In fact, I believe that of all the Power Talks you've listened to, this may be one of the most important ones of all. This session, I think, will change your life as much as anything else that we can talk about. And the reason I say that is because no matter what it is you want in your life, a better relationship, you want to better your career, you want to have more impact on your children, you want to make more money, whatever you want, a more spiritual life. Now, none of those things are even possible if you don't handle this area of your life called your energy and your health. And we're interesting as a society because we don't value our health and our bodies anywhere near as much as we do other things. I mean, most people value money much more. You look at people and they're rushing around and they're giving up their body, saying they have no time for it because they're busy trying to figure out how to earn more or make their career more profound. But they'll take time for that, or they'll take time for their kids, or they'll take time to figure out what to do in some other area of their life. But the body seems to be the last area we pay attention to. And yet it's the one that bites us the hardest. 1 out of 3 people now die of cancer. 1 out of 2 of heart disease in this country. And they're preventable diseases for the most part, according to the National Academy of Sciences. That says so much of it is diet and lifestyle related. But there's so much out there that confuses us about what to do. So we do what we're certain about. And my goal here is to make sure that you can get all those things you want. The great relationship with your kids, great career, great business. But I don't want you to be one of those people that's out there running around trying to make sure that you get it all and then you lose you in the process. You know, richest man in the graveyard is not anybody's goal. And you all know the old story about Malcolm Forbes. They say, how much money did he leave when he died? The answer is all of it, right? Now, while that's a joke, it's also very true. So tonight, we really want to focus on a really dramatic way of looking at how to immediately impact the quality of your life and specifically your energy. Because energy is life. A lot of people think of health as being just the absence of disease. But health is really when all the systems of your body are operating at their highest efficiency, when you are optimized, when you really are mobilized as a human being. Everything is in balance. And it's very hard to do that today with the way most of us are living. But I've found a couple and a research scientist that is as brilliant as anyone I've ever met in my 21 years of focus in this area. And the reason I want to introduce him to you is because I think he can provide for you some answers tonight. One of those answers might be, well, what do I really do? Why, even though I'm eating really well or I'm working out really hard, how come I can't lose those last 10 or 15 pounds? I mean, I'm really exercising. I'm really driven. I mean, I can't understand my metabolism isn't high enough when I'm given this much. I think you're going to find the answer to that question at a real basic level. What can I do immediately to improve my energy? Because my diet seems to be good, but I still don't feel that zest I once did. Well, here's how to change that. And you'll understand why you don't feel the way you want to feel. Or if you're already feeling great, how can I maximize it? And then lastly, if you have a significant health challenge, tonight might be a second opinion. It might give you another way to look at that challenge and another area to pursue and educate yourself in that might give you some really dramatic new choices and opportunities. Now, the reason I'm so fascinated by this is because of my own experience. Most of you who are familiar with Power Talk or my work know that I've really prided myself on being Mr. Energy, right? You know, I'm the guy from the front of the room. I've got to be able to take 2,000 or 20,000 people at a time and carry them for 3 days of pure energy and keep them riveted. So you got to have a certain amount of energy to do that, to say the least. And a lot of that came from a set of principles that I created many years ago, or I elicited from others many years ago, which I call my living health principles. And what we're going to talk about today is totally in alignment with all of that except one principle. You'll hear me reverse something I've taught for 10 or 15 years because I've seen some new science that shows me the dramatic changes you can make by making just a few shifts in some of your dietary patterns. Anyway, I found myself in a position where I've continued to use that energy, but as the years have gone by, you know, I'm now 39 years old, I started to feel a little less. I started to feel burnt out. And I thought, well, you know, when you're doing 100 plus or 200 plus days on the road, you know, it kind of gets to you. But I thought, you know, but I used to do it. And people say, well, you're getting older. And I didn't want to hear that one at all, right? And I don't believe it either. I have a friend that's 70 years old who now bench presses more than 400 pounds. He's one of the most fit, healthy, energetic people I know. Most people think of somebody in 70 as, you know, bent over and tired and exhausted and their life's ending. I mean, this man is my role model. So I know that a lot of that is belief systems. But at the same time, I had all this energy in the seminars and it was dynamic, but I just felt like I was going below my reserve, so to speak. You know, like I was giving my all, and at the end, oh my God, the recovery time was very, very intense. And I was using more of my mental drive to get the job done. And so I realized when you start feeling that exhausted and tired, even though you're working hard, what's probably building up is you're putting more energy out than you're having time to recoup. I was becoming enervated. And when you do that, your body stops working at its optimum levels. It's no longer its total functional efficiency. And you start to build up toxicity in your system. So I needed to go on a cleanse. And so I decided I would do so. But before I did so, I thought, you know what I need to do? I need to go get a blood test and really see my blood. I'm a big believer in some of the scientific work done in Germany where you see people's live blood. Not the dried blood test alone, where they stain it and change it, but where you see your blood and see what's really going on. Like, for example, if you have gone to Master University, you've probably had your own blood test because everyone there gets a blood test. And we get to see your red blood cells. They carry the oxygen to your system. And if you had a really fatty, traditional fatty meal, an American meal, the kinds of fats, saturated fats your body can't deal with, those red blood cells stick together. And as they do, they move more slowly through the system. So you get less oxygen, you have less energy. So I thought, maybe, I think I'm eating well, but maybe, that's happened. Long story shortened, and it's a long introduction, but I wanted to give you an idea why I'm so passionate about this. I found myself in a position where I went to go get a special kind of blood test. There used to be something called dark field microscopes. Now these ultra light microscopes where you can literally see in your blood to the level of things like candida and actually see it in the bloodstream. It's very fascinating. So I had my blood done, and it was very, very disturbing because I had been burning myself out, going with no reserves for so long that my immune system was really beat up. My white blood cells were ripped open, and I knew what that meant. It was very disturbing. And I was full of candida or yeast forms, which I've been reading about for years. And these candida were basically eating away my energy, consuming my glucose, the sugar in your body, and causing me to go out there and give all this energy but not have a reserve for it. And so as I did this blood test, the person said, listen, I can help you turn this around immediately. I said, well, show me what it means. They said, well, here's a woman who came in who's had severe health problems. Here's what her blood looks like. And it looks similar to mine. And she said, she's starting to degenerate, but here she is 30 days later. And they showed me an example of her blood on video, and it was totally pure. They said, in 30 days, she turned that around. I said, I'm sold, let's do it. So they offered me some nutritional products. One of the challenges I traditionally have, and those who've been around me know that I've not promoted vitamins in my 20-plus year experience in this business, and I could have done it to make money, but most vitamins just go through the system. Most vitamins are not absorbed. Most of it ends up as expensive urine. And so I've never been big on that. And also I don't want to do something. Anything will make you feel good for the moment. I wanted something that was scientific. And they said, come back in 30 days and you'll see the difference in your blood. And I said, you really should meet this man, Dr. Young. And Dr. Robert Young, he's a genius in this area. He's a microbiologist who really made these distinctions. And I think you'd really like him. So long story short, I went away to Fiji. I went there for about 30 days. My wife, when she had her blood done, had a very different diet. She was eating animal products, so she had parasites in her blood. It was very scary to her. And to see this thing breaking out of a cell, like a worm form right there, it gets your full attention. And so I was saying to her, see, you shouldn't eat all those animal products, right? And she goes, well, look at you. You're not exactly a picture of health, right? So we had a good time. And we both made our changes in our diet, and we began to what's called alkalize our system, which you're going to learn about in this session. Final portion of the story is this. 30 days later, I came in, and my white blood cells are perfect, candida completely outside of my body, and I didn't try to kill it off, as some people teach, and we'll talk about that. And Becky had no parasites in her system. That, not only did I feel extraordinary, but I thought, whenever you cleanse, you feel extraordinary. I really got to see the difference in my blood, and I began to share this work with many other people, and then I met Dr. Young, and now, I'm just a total fan. I'm a raving fan of the impact of his work, and I brought him to Master University, and I've seen the impact that he's had on people from 70 countries. Because at Life Mastery, we now test every single person's blood, and they get to see what's really going on, and then they get to see it afterwards. Within a few days or a few weeks, the dramatic shift is amazing. So that's kind of a long introduction, but I really wanted to give you a sense of how important this is. And Dr. Young is a scientist. He's a microbiologist, and he has spent his entire life focusing on the blood. So my goal, by telling you all this, was to get you excited enough so you'll stick with us, because he might get a little technical on us, and I've got to try and keep it really simple so that we all understand it. And I've had the privilege of being able to invite his wife Shelley with him as well, because she's the one who makes this really practical. Because in the middle of this, you might go, well, what can I eat? And Shelley will come in to the rescue with her cape and say, here's the solution. Here's how you can eat so well and really enjoy yourself and have it really be effective. And she also is really a phenomenal communicator in helping us simplify this. So we're going to introduce the two of them now who've been patiently waiting here on the couch. And I'm going to start primarily with our focus on Dr. Young, and then we'll go to Shelley. But first of all, guys, thanks for coming.
Thank you, Tony. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you. You have affected my life, dramatically. I've always prided myself on health, as I've talked about. I've always had tons of energy. But your work gave me my reserves back. And I just want people to know that not only have you had a dramatic effect on my life and hundreds of thousands of other people, but I went to Dr. Neil Solomon. Some of you who are part of our Master University probably remember Dr. Solomon. He's used to be the head of nutrition at Johns Hopkins University. And also he's the head of the United Nations Aging Council, and I think the council on head of the Council on Health and Science. And I asked him if he would come see you because I said, some of the things this man has shown me are mind-boggling to me, but I don't have your medical background. Please come check it out. Tell me what you think. I've experienced this stuff, but maybe it's anecdotal. I've seen a change in my blood that's so dramatic, and I feel the change. And he promised me he'd come out and spend 2 hours with you, but as you know, he spent 2 days. Right. And he ate your food, and he didn't want to leave, and he came back and said, Tony, my God, he has shown me things in the blood that I have not seen in 25 plus years. He said, this is extraordinary what this man is doing, and I know he's going to try and set up now this new study at Johns Hopkins and also, I guess, at Harvard to support some of the new discoveries you've made. But I just want to ask you, first, how do you become the guy that lives staring through a microscope and discovers these patterns about the blood that can change people's lives? I mean, where did this start for you? Maybe we should just start with that.
Well, it started at a very young age when I was about 6 years old. Rather than ordering or asking Mom for the regular encyclopedias, I wanted the science encyclopedias.
Oh, that's interesting.
For Christmas, I asked for the Invisible Man so I could take out the parts of the body and put them back in again. I was ordering.
You're a scary fellow.
Yeah. I was asking Mom and Dad for college books, physiology books. They had some of the coolest pictures in them, these little transparencies that you could just look at all the different parts and study how the body worked. And so, Tony, it's been in my blood for a long, long time.
So to speak.
So to speak, right.
That's interesting. That's fascinating. Well, tell me something. You've made these discoveries. We'll talk about the discoveries. Let's just talk about something fundamental. Everybody out there would love to have more energy. And we live in a society where most people just don't have any energy. If there's any definition of society, it's lethargic, at least by my definition. Why do people struggle with having enough energy to make it through the day? What causes that? What's the basis of the challenge that we're seeing in most of society?
What I'm seeing in my research is what people don't perceive, and what I've learned through this research is that our foods need to be energetic, and we need to feed our bodies. Our bodies are bioelectrical, and we need to be providing those bioelectrical properties of foods that will not only nourish our bodies but provide energies. And so we're struggling for energies because our foods are basically dead. They contain no energy value, and now we can measure that energy values of different foods.
Yes, I guess traditionally in science we think of the value of foods and its caloric value. You look at it differently, I guess.
Well, not only caloric, but we look at carbohydrate or proteins and fats, and now we can look at whether a food is acid, and we're going to talk a little bit about that, or alkaline or base, or what the energy value of a food is. For example, an avocado would have an energy value of maybe 70 to 80 megahertz versus, let's say, a cooked food could be as low as 5 to 10 megahertz. And so the energy value would be considerably less.
And where that's important, I know in your research is you've shown that different organs of the body overall have a certain amount of energy just to function at their peak. So I guess like the brain, the heart, some of the liver are in the 60, 70 megahertz that you need to function?
Yeah.
But most people's diets, I guess, they're eating things like hamburgers that are down at what level?
They're down about 3 to 5 megahertz. Chicken, the same, is down around 3 megahertz. In fact, as I measure cancer or tumors, when the body contains those tumors are measuring about 30 megahertz. And so I perceive that death begins about 40 to 35 megahertz. And our diets, the American diet, is ranging between 10 to 30 megahertz. And so we're dragging, we're suffering from the energies that we need, and we're trying to stimulate our bodies through non-energetic foods, only getting the...
Like coffee and...
Exactly.
Right.
We're getting the sensation of energy, but it's an illusion. It's not real energy.
Right. So what we're really putting ourselves in a position is a deficit. It's like making deposits in the bank. If you need 70 megahertz to be at functional efficiency and you're only putting in 10 or 15 or 20, pretty soon you start to, I guess, drag down your nerve energy in your body. You start to pull. And pretty soon you're in a position where there's nothing to pull upon and you start to break down, I guess. Is that the metaphor?
Exactly. You're pulling. Rather than making energy deposits, you're making energy withdrawals.
Right.
And so when you're adding those foods which are high in energy value, and this energy value can be measured in foods, between 70 megahertz up to 350 megahertz, you're going to be making deposits and you're energetic. These are the live organic raw foods or even fresh juices. that are so energetic versus those that are pasteurized or processed or cooked, which we refer to as dead foods, have very little or no energetic value.
So, well, not all proteins are equal in their value to our body in terms of energy. Not all fats are equally good or bad, and not all carbohydrates are, obviously. So you have a way of measuring that. Megahertz is a technical term to most people, but it's really a measure, I guess, of the electrical energy available within those foods. Is that correct?
Of that matter, the energy that it's emitting.
Right.
And that can also be visualized using Kirlian photography. You can actually see the energy coming off that matter through this process of photography, and it's beautiful art.
I think it's fascinating because while we may not understand the electrical side, although some people have heard megahertz with their computer. I guess computers used to be about 150 megahertz, then they went to 2, and now some of the supercomputers, or not super, but some of the stronger computers have up to 500 megahertz. But most people don't know what it's like to have that kind of energy charge that's in their computer, even in their own body.
Everything starts working faster, just like those high-frequency computers. Your brain starts operating at those higher frequencies, so you start thinking better, processing better.
Right.
Everything within the human body electrically starts functioning better.
Well, I guess the brain sends messages to the body. These neurotransmitters are actually bioelectrical. Is that true?
That's correct.
Right. So in order for us to actually have our body functioning, we got to have that electrical circuit to complete the energy circuit so we can communicate, so everything functions. One of your products, it's a green drink that you have. Explain to me, what is this and what's the megahertz level here?
It's a concentration of grasses and leaves and stems that has a frequency, a harmonic frequency of 250 megahertz
So
and
this is
higher.
like, when you say grasses, like wheatgrass is one of these, I understand?
Wheatgrass, barley grass, kamut grass, straw grass, oat grass.
Why is there so much energy available in these grasses?
Well, I perceive that grasses absorb the light through a process known as photosynthesis.
Right.
And that light or energy is held within structures, molecular structures of chlorophyll that's held by a center atom of magnesium. And so when we eat these grasses, we're actually transmitting energy and light to our bodies.
Right. Now, a lot of people for years have talked about wheatgrass. It became popularized, I think, about 10 or 15 years ago. But when I understand that they're not the same, in other words, I can juice my wheatgrass, and as soon as I do that, it starts to change the structure of it. It still has great value for me. But I guess you've done something with this to make sure that energy goes back in. In other words, I guess when you disturb something, you change the electrical activity of it, like juicing a grass as an example.
Exactly.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, anytime you process anything, any food, any matter, you're going to disturb the energy value, and it's going to reduce in its harmonic frequency. And so that charge has to be put back on. And so we actually put that energy charge back upon that matter. Somewhat like if your battery is dead in your car, you get a fresh new battery, or you drive your car up and you bring the cables over and you re-jump your battery from the battery that's dead.
Right.
So recharge it or alkalize it.
So tell us, what is this acid-alkaline, balance that we have to have? We all hear about pH. What the heck does this mean? How does it affect our health?
It's so critical. It represents what's going on from within. Our bodies are bathed in alkalinity. It's essential that our cells are bathed in this. We've talked about, or you probably know about, shampoos that have to be pH balanced.
Right.
Our skin has to be a specific pH balance. Our digestion, in order for that to be carried off properly, has to be in a proper pH. And so even batteries, we hear about alkaline batteries.
Right.
In fact, alkaline batteries last longer because they're energized and alkaline. And when they become deficient in that energy, they go to the opposite side. They become very acidic, and you see that corrosion or those acids literally seeping out of that battery. So that within our own bodies, when that acid builds up, it corrodes. 60,000 miles of our arteries and veins and all of our vessels. I mean, you can imagine how acid can corrode even marble.
Sure.
It does the same thing from within. So it's so important that we maintain the alkalinity of our, or the pH of our blood and our tissues and our lymphatic fluids. It's critical. In fact, just as critical as maintaining our temperature. Our body maintains at 98.6. It needs to be maintained. Our pH needs to be maintained. Our fluid pH of approximately 7.365.
Now that's on a scale from 0 to 14. 14 is pure acid, is that right?
Correct.
Or 0 is pure acid. Which side is it again?
0 is pure acid.
0 is pure acid, and 14 is pure alkalinity.
Right.
So if 6 or 7 is the middle, we have to be slightly more alkaline, I guess. But what people need to get from this, I think, more than anything else, is that we literally are rotting from the insides out by the acids that we create in our system. Most people's diets, they drink a lot of coffee, they eat a lot of meat, they smoke cigarettes, and then what's happening is their body's breaking down. Now, even if you don't do that, I know acid is created just by your emotional state. If you're really stressed out, you create acid. And we have all these commercials now where the guy says, I'm going to eat this hot dog and then I'm going to eat this chili and all the stuff that's going to destroy my body, but I'm going to have this antacid first. So now I can go ahead and torture myself and I won't feel it anymore. It's bizarre. So we know inherently about acid, but we don't understand how our diets really affect it. And even me, I was eating really well, but my white blood cells are ripped open because I was going full tilt, never sleeping, full intensity, full passion, never allowing my body to balance itself, and certainly not providing enough alkalinity. So explain to us then, what does the acid do to the energy in the body? Because you were explaining to me before about what it does. I've seen it, what it does to the electrical energy around a cell.
Well, acids are the expression when matter breaks down, and it carries a positive charge. And that positive charge acts like glue. It's very, very sticky. And so when that acid is present, it makes our cells stick together. When our cells stick together, then we have symptomologies of muddled thinking or slow reactions or forgetfulness or cold hands or cold feet.
Because the circulation is down.
Because cells have to go into the capillary single file. And so if we're producing too much acid, utilizing up our buffers, our alkalizing pools, our elemental pools, our fat pools or our protein pools, which help to neutralize these acids, if those are being used up through not replacing them, through a good diet, then these acids will actually start binding cells together, which will cause oxygen deprivation that can lead to a numberous amount of symptomologies.
Well, the first symptomology is the lack of energy, and the second one is cells, very often when they don't have enough energy, everything gets weaker.
Right.
And on top of that, I know that one of the things that happens to cells when they don't get enough oxygen, obviously, is they mutate, and you see a breakdown of cells. Now, I know we'll talk in a few minutes about what your scientific discoveries are there, because it's quite extraordinary. But let's just talk about first, if we look at this, what do we do to make sure that we don't end up in this acid condition? Do we just take a bunch of these antacids?
Well, you probably remember Alka-Seltzer.
Right.
That was from all that acid food that we're producing. In fact, as I've mentioned, food breaks down either into an acid ash or to a base or an alkaline ash. And so we need to be choosing foods and lifestyles. Even our thoughts will affect the amount of acid in the system, which will cause cellular breakdown.
Right.
In fact, digestion is a process of cellular breakdown, fermentation. And we have to have elemental buffers, minerals like calcium and magnesium and zinc, sodium, to help neutralize these acids, or we start breaking down. And of course, the body is continually trying to eliminate this acid through normal elimination. And if those things start breaking down, or we have poor elimination, then acids start backing up, kind of like a drain that's backing up. Things just aren't flowing through.
And so those poisons start to create an environment that's more and more polluted. And when that happens, I guess cells begin to adapt to the environment. Just like if we lived in an environment that was polluted here, we'd start to break down, we'd mutate, we'd get sick, or we'd die. Cells do the same thing, I guess.
Exactly. The terrain is so very, very important. So we deal with not any specific disease, we're dealing with an environmental condition. Right. We have cellular pollution within the fluids of our body. We have oxygen pollution. Cells produce energy. When that energy is produced, there's waste products, which are acids that need to be eliminated.
And the body knows how to do that.
One of those is uric acid.
Sure.
And if that acid isn't eliminated, then it can lead to the symptomology of gout.
Right, because the reason it doesn't get eliminated is people's nerve energy is so low because they haven't had enough energy brought into the body to function, but also there's a cumulative effect, I guess, of all this acid in the system polluting the environment, healthy cells becoming more unhealthy, and then pretty soon your body's not working at its functional efficiency. And as a result, you get a buildup, and that buildup eventually has to get out of your system. If it comes out of your skin, it's one thing. If it comes between your toes, I guess it's another. But the basic cause of it seems to be very similar.
Exactly. It's very, very similar. So the symptoms that you're expressing are the manifestation, not the cause. The cause, this is a foundational theory of one of my discoveries, is due to an inverted way of living, eating, and thinking, which gives rise to physical or emotional disturbances, which gives rise to all of this acid which builds up into the system, which is manifested from cancer to AIDS to diabetes to toe fungus to heartburn to angina to onward and onward. These are just manifestations of physical and emotional disturbances that are brought on through the body trying to maintain this very sensitive balance between acid and alkaline.
Right, and it has to maintain it or you would die. Now, one of the great metaphors that you gave my wife when you were describing this was when she had these parasites in her system, she immediately was panicked. And everybody told her, you got to take all this medicine that kills the parasites. And you pointed out, listen, you got to make a healthy environment that you can kill the parasites and they'll just come back. And I think the metaphor you gave her was if you're in an environment where there are lots of mosquitoes and you go kill off all the mosquitoes, but you still have this polluted water, stagnant water, you're going to have more mosquitoes again, you know, and you're going to spend your whole life doing it. And plus, the poison you put to kill the mosquitoes starts to create another imbalance in your environment because that's a poison too.
Right.
Or I think the other metaphor you also gave one of my kids was they were just starting to cleanse, and I think you shared it with me and I shared it on with them, was they said, well, I'm doing pretty good. How come I still, having this little challenge? And you said, well, listen, if you clean out half your trash can, the flies still come back.
Right.
You got to cleanse the system. The environment is everything. And we're even seeing in some of the HIV research, there's quite a bit of controversy about whether HIV is the source of AIDS anymore because you've got Montagnier, from the Pasteur Institute in France saying, well, HIV by itself can't do it. And in fact, they're all saying now there must be a cofactor, and they're also suggesting that HIV mutates, that it's changing. And so what's happening is they're finding as the environment in the body changes, cells change. Let's come back to a second before we talk about that, because I want to talk about some discoveries. I keep saying that, but I know it's technical, so I'm kind of waiting.
All right.
But let's do this. You helped me to get my body in balance. You did it by getting me to eat some foods, more of the foods that were more alkaline, but you also gave me some specific elements from my system that gave me some of my reserves back. Can you describe that?
Well, there's about 8 buffering systems that or pools the body needs, and one of the major is the elemental buffers. And so what I introduced to you are those specific elements in larger concentrations, such as zinc, magnesium, manganese, calcium, elemental sodium that carries the negative charge, not with the chloride, okay, that you can get just by eating and juicing celery. It's a great source for elemental sodium that carries that electrical frequency that's helpful to the body. But these particular elements act as chelators. Now, that's a big word, but these elements will actually, because of their charge, which is negative, will attract these acids, which are positive, just like magnets, will then couple and then take it then out of the body. So they act as desensitizers or neutralizers of various poisonous substances.
And what happened for me when you gave me these was immediately this burst of energy that was substantial because I was going out the equivalent of weightlifting continuously and having lactic acid, so I'm on stage going for it. But now those acids were getting out of my system. So instead of breaking down, I was staying strong. To this day, I have a chiropractor that travels with me, and because I always want to be totally aligned, totally on target. He's been with me, I think, about 3.5 years, and I'll never forget, anytime he's ever come to work on me, I've always had, weakness in my adrenal glands, for example. I've always had various challenges, and he always works on me to get me straightened out, and then I go. For the first time in 3.5 years, my adrenal glands were solid. Now, this has been about almost, 10, 12 months now, probably 10 months now since I started with your work. I haven't had a single day where my adrenal glands aren't solid. And it's not because I'm not using them. I'm using them like crazy, but I'm not having all that acid beginning to break me down.
Right.
Let's talk about something I found fascinating. I got to spend 6 days with you recently, and I went through your blood class, which is filled with, doctors from Russia and from Ireland and from all over the world, some nurses and some additional people here from America. And I got to watch the blood and see the impact on the blood. But one of the things that was fascinating was watching some of your patients come in and seeing their blood, the befores and afters. And one woman in particular I was fascinated by was the woman with a hypercholesterol.
Right.
Because we hear so much about cholesterol these days, good cholesterol, bad cholesterol. But this woman has been studied by the NIH, the National Institutes of Health, since she was 14 years old. She's now 37 years old, to give you an idea. Her father, if I remember correctly, died at 42. There's nobody in their family who has less than 400 points of cholesterol or above.
Exactly.
No one below 400 anyway. Father died at 42. I think her mother was at 40. Her sister at 39. She's 37. And she came to see you, I don't know how long ago. How long ago was that?
It's been about 4 or 5 months.
Right. I think when I saw her, it had only been about 6 or 8 weeks. And tell us the story. She's lost how much weight? And no matter what the NIH has done, she's never been able to cut her cholesterol down. They put her on no cholesterol diets, low cholesterol diets. Nothing would lower it. And tell us the story. What's happened?
Well, the result, she had 30 different symptomologies, of which over 25 of those symptoms were reversed within a short period of 6 weeks.
Wow.
2 of them were quite interesting. She dropped over 50 pounds in 4 weeks, and her cholesterol, the LDLs, dropped from 450 down to 230.
Oh, that is fantastic. Now, how is that? I know the NIH and what was the University of Utah that was also studying her?
Exactly.
I know they've been studying her. The NIH, as I said, since she was 14. I know they put her on low fat, low cholesterol, no cholesterol. Nothing has ever lowered her cholesterol, anybody in her families. How did you do this?
Well, good oils are essential. They act as a binder or a grabber of acids, and if that acid that's flowing through our arteries isn't neutralized, it'll burn holes in our arteries, leading to something more serious, death. You literally bleed to death. And so the body's protecting itself, so it's releasing cholesterol to neutralize the acid so you don't die. And so it's a protective mechanism. Tony, if you don't have oils, good oils in your diet, you end up with an array of symptomologies that can lead to something even more serious.
Well, I've seen that in your lab when you've shown me people's cells who don't have enough good fats in their diet. We're so afraid of fat in this society because we think it's going to make us fat. And you show me these cells and they have such weak, membranes on them.
Right.
You can see it visually. There's not enough strength. So what really is happening, I guess, is the cholesterol sent. We don't consume any cholesterol. Our body manufactures cholesterol. We don't need any cholesterol from the outside world, right?
Right, exactly.
And so that cholesterol is sent basically to protect the artery as a binder, but if we keep eating in an acid way or living in an acid way, then it just keeps building up till the blood itself can't go through.
Exactly.
I see.
Exactly.
Extraordinary to see that kind of result for somebody. Now, she's lost 50 pounds. That brings up something. Now, all of you who've been listening, now here's the payoff for those you don't care about health, but you care about fat, okay? Because one of the things that's amazing, I see people that work out so hard, and they can't lose those last 10 pounds. And everyone's told me, well, their metabolism's strong enough, and I've said, well, you got to get your metabolism up. And as I got a little bit older, I found, gosh, I'm working hard, my metabolism's got to be high. How come, I have to work that much harder now to get the same result? And what you shared with me is it's an acid problem, that if we have all this acid in our body retains fat. Why?
Well, it retains it to neutralize the acids. Here again, if the body doesn't retain the fat to neutralize the acid, it's going to burn holes in your veins, in your arteries, in your lymphatic system, in your brain, in organs that sustain life. So the body retains these fats to neutralize acids, and then it puts it on the thighs or the hips or somewhere where you don't want it, but it's a protective mechanism to protect the organs that sustain life.
So really what I've heard you say before is that, a fat problem is not a fat problem, but it's an acid problem.
Obesity is not a fat problem, it's an acid problem. And most people just don't have the understanding of what creates acids, what types of foods. In fact, some of those foods which we perceive are actually alkalizing are actually acid producing.
Well, one of the things that happens also when people exercise like crazy to an extreme because they want to get that fat off is they actually are building up more and more acids. They're over-exercising.
And they use up their pools of reserve, alkalizing reserves, their elemental reserves, their fat reserves, their protein reserves, and so the body gets in a deficit, so it's going to retain fat to neutralize these acids. So that last 5, 10 pounds or 20 pounds you just can't get rid of until you go on a diet that's going to be more alkalizing, which I perceive as more green foods and green drinks.
Right, live green vegetables and so forth.
Right.
And we'll come back to that specifically, but it's interesting. So she lost 50 pounds in 6 weeks. Most people would say that's impossible. You can't do that healthfully. But the reason the fat was dropped off is the body had the buffers, the alkaline reserves, because you had her drinking an amazing amount of green drinks, some alkalizing, as well as some of the nutrients. Is that true?
Right. We call it super greens. It's a concentration of grasses and leaves and stems in a concentrated form, a 20-to-1 concentration. The reason that I put it in a 20-to-1 concentration because it takes 20 parts of base or alkalinity to neutralize 1 part acidity to maintain an alkaline pH of 7.365, which is necessary for all of our fluids within the body.
So let me stop you because that was very technical.
Okay.
Again, on a scale from 0 to 14, 0 is pure acid, 14 is pure alkaline. We need to be at 7.36, and it's so sensitive in the body, we would die if that varied how much?
Well, even 1 or 2 points.
Wow. So our body in the bloodstream, so that we don't become too acid if we have that, takes the acids out of the bloodstream and puts it into the fats as a binder, as an example. Or it uses magnesium, or it uses calcium, or it uses zinc as a way to bind it and get rid of the acids. So if a person is constantly putting acid into their system, even if they're just doing it by their mindset and their exercise, they're going to maintain some fat because their body needs it. But there are some people that are extremely skinny and they have a really acid diet. How does that work?
Well, it's just the opposite of the same coin. Their pools are also deficient, and so they're not retaining those necessary fats or proteins to help build bodies, and their cells are breaking down because of excess acidity, and so they need to also build up the elemental pools and the protein pools and the good oil pools to help build and structure healthy cells. Every cell membrane is made up of a bilayer of fat. And so fats are critical for building healthy cells. And so we become deficient with this mindset that we need to eliminate fats out of our diets.
But the truth is, you said we need healthy fats. What are the healthy fats that you're describing as an example? Go ahead.
Yeah, some of the healthy fats would be like cold-pressed oils. And when I say cold-pressed, that would be processed under temperatures of 70 degrees Fahrenheit or less.
Mm-hmm. And you can buy those in the health food store, even the regular store these days.
Exactly, like flaxseed or sunflower seed or hemp seed or borage seed oils are excellent.
How about olive oil?
Olive oil is good. It's higher in unsaturated fats, but what we're looking for is the long-chain fats, the polyunsaturated fats, which are more flexible and pliable for helping to build cell structure.
Well, there was an article that just came out this last month that was published in many articles in many newspapers, but it was in the USA Today, and the title of it is Fatty Mediterranean Diet Cuts Heart Attack Risks. Mm-hmm. And what it went through is it talked about people with heart disease who follow this relatively high-fat Mediterranean diet lowered their risk of suffering a second heart attack by up to 70%, the study said. And it goes through and talks about how they did research on this Mediterranean diet that was much more fat. They were getting 40% of their calories from fat or more, and saying these people were more healthy than the people who are on the traditional American Heart Association diet of 30% of their calories or less from fat. Now, the American Heart Association is still sticking by their current recommendations, it says here, but now the scientists are having a big argument about this, saying that's really important. And in light of what you've described here, it sounds like we need to at least look at getting healthy fats. Like I have people say, oh, I can't have avocado, it'll make me get fat, and yet avocado is absolutely amazing in what it does for your body in terms of lubricating the cells, giving the cells what they need, and providing nerve energy, because I guess it's very high in megahertz energy. Is that true?
Over 70 megahertz or higher. It'd be like going without oil, like not putting oil in your car. Or how about the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz? What if he didn't have that oil in his joints? We start creaking and cracking. Those little creaks and cracks we feel when we bend down, those are acid deposits that have been calcified with sodium and calcium. And so we need to help our body by flushing these acids out through alkalizing and energizing the body through foods like avocados that can help neutralize these acids, but also provide a fat that's excellent for creating energy. It's a cleaner fuel when we're burning fat. It's kind of like burning diesel, which is dirty, versus burning these high-octane fuels, which is cleaner. So I perceive that fat is a cleaner way to produce energy than burning carbohydrate or even protein.
Well, what's interesting to watch what happens, Stu Middleman, who's one of my mentors, and many people at Master University have met him personally. Mm-hmm. He ran 1,000 miles in 11 days, 85 miles, I think, on average per day. It's the equivalent of 3 marathons plus a day. Mm-hmm. He was sleeping only 3 hours a night, running 21 straight hours. And his whole ability to do that was by keeping his body alkaline and by burning fat specifically. He trained his body to burn fat, because fat gives you energy that lasts forever. Whereas sugar is like, the description I've heard is like the charcoal is the fat, it'll burn forever. But that little flame, in fact, those phosphates that you see on the end of a match is like, boom, that's like burning sugar. It's like lighter fluid. It burns up, gives you a lot of energy, and then it's gone. You have nothing left. But the fats allow you to burn through time. But you got to train your body to do that. And part of it, what he did was, he said, listen, if you don't eat fat, there's a thing called the law of mass action. You don't eat fat, your body doesn't burn any of it. Mm-hmm. And then so what happens, you have a little bit of fat and your body doesn't burn it. You live on sugar, which is energy that goes and disappears. So let's talk about now some of the dietary recommendations. What are some of the ways that we can alkalize our body? What are some of the actual foods to eat that will alkalize? And then what are some of the products that you have? Because I definitely want to promote those to people because they've changed my life. But go ahead.
Well, my wife is excellent in feeding me. She prepares incredible alkalizing meals. But your whole mindset has to change. Breakfast has to change.
Right.
Your diet starts out with broccoli, I think.
Yes.
Breakfast starts out with broccoli. I mean, broccoli is highly alkalizing, and it is approximately 47% protein. So
yeah, that's one of the things people always say to me, go, but where are you going to get your protein if you're a vegetarian or if you just have a little fish? I mean, how are you going to do that? And it's,
well, 70% of the protein that's created is created within the body. We have pools of protein that are formed. It's formed at the anatomical level.
Right.
These proteins are built. And so food combining takes on a whole different issue.
Right.
Because most of the proteins that are organized from within,
right.
not from without.
Well, you look at the strongest animals in the world, you look at a gorilla, what is it eating? Bamboo leaves and a few pieces of fruit. It's not killing anything else to do it. And most of the strongest animals in the world with the longest endurance are all vegetarian because they're getting the protein from the foods like the broccoli. But let's talk about that, because one of the things that I've taught people for years, that your scientific, understanding and demonstration for me changed me radically, and I stand completely corrected, which is I've always thought of fruit as the ideal food because it took the least amount of energy to actually consume. You're able to immediately have that energy for your body, and it was a cleansing food because it's mostly water, which is one of the things that I promote. But what I've seen now is that the challenge is we live in a society where we're consuming so many carbohydrates, so many sugars in our body, and those sugars actually create an environment in which cells start to mutate. The body's acid, those cells mutate,
Exactly.
and one of the things that happens is we end up with a great deal of candida in our society. You can't turn on TV without seeing another yeast commercial for women, but it's candida also in both men and women. And what happened is I had a lot of that because it was, I guess the fruit was feeding it and it was growing. So let's talk about, so I don't recommend that, by the way, anymore. I don't recommend fruit as the first thing in the morning, especially for people that they go have a blood test or they go see that they've got a great deal of yeast in their system, which is unfortunately most of America. Why is there so much yeast out there in our systems? And, what are some of the other foods that people can have?
Well, talking about fruit, like bananas, you've mentioned that they're high water content, and that's true.
But they're also isn't as much, though.
But they're also high sugar content.
That's true.
Like, for example, a banana is about 25% sugar, and that sugar cannot be metabolized or broken down quick enough, and so it goes to lactic acid. And that acid, if it's not moved out, will be bound by fats or other elements like calcium, so it's going to take calcium from your bone, or it's going to use fat and put it somewhere on your body, and that's why people can't lose weight. Now, I know that's probably hard to hear, but it's amazing when you eliminate high-sugar fruits out of the diet, you actually start losing weight. And when you put the low-sugar fruits in, like lemons and limes, which are perceived as acid, they're actually alkaline. And the reason why is because they're low-sugar, high-water content food. It's how the sugar breaks down that produces the acid.
I see.
Okay? And so the higher the sugar, more acid. The lower the sugar, the less acid. So lemons, limes, tomatoes, okay, and avocados, which are fruits.
Yeah, because they have a seed, right?
Yeah, even some grapefruit. The bitter grapefruits are also alkalizing because of their low sugar content.
I see.
And so if we're getting a lot of sugar in the diet, that's going to ferment, creating excess acidity, and that acid's going to settle somewhere in our bones or our joints or our muscles, and that's where we get soreness. Inflammation or pain is synonymous with acid. Acid equals pain, and pain equals acid.
So what I try to tell people to describe this is sugar equals acid ultimately for most people, and whether that be sugar coming from fruit or sugar coming from a candy bar. I mean, obviously there's a different type of sugar, a different way it's metabolized, but it still ends up having the same impact. Or you're eating a lot of carbohydrates, more than your body can handle, and that body, I should say, refined carbohydrates, and that body is then trying to figure out how to deal with that. So you end up with those sugars. Those sugars actually feed, I guess, candida. Maybe what we should talk about, so many areas to go here. I'm trying to figure out where we go first. I think maybe the first place to go is, you said something about calcium. I'm concerned. A lot of people, when they think of having calcium, they think of, that means I should go drink a big glass of milk. But let's talk about that. What does milk do? Does the body really absorb the calcium in milk, and what's a better source?
That's an excellent question, Tony. Milk contains a sugar. It's lactose. And that lactose ferments to lactic acid, and that lactic acid strips the calcium right out of our bone. Now, we don't think about that. We think about milk as being a calcium contributor, which in reality, it's a chelator, or that literally pulls calcium from the bone. And so we discourage milk because of its sugar content that breaks down to lactic acid. And another discovery which I've made is that around any cancer or tumor, is a higher concentration of lactic acid. So I've associated cancer with lactic acid.
Right. I've seen some of the research, and Dr. Solomon was talking to me about some of the research that he read of yours in that area. It's quite extraordinary. But also, there's obviously the challenge, which is mother's milk is quite different in its concentration of growth hormone than calf's milk or cow's milk.
Exactly.
There's a radical different shift there. But people think the strongest bones that they can have is they eat lots of meat, drink lots of milk. But I know the research now shows, it's been done at Harvard and other places, that in fact, the vegetarians who are taking the least meat and they're not drinking the traditional dairy products have the strongest bones of all because they're not leaching it from their system. But you shared something else interesting that I thought, which was talking about when people get older, them getting smaller. And you said, what does that come from? And ask most people, why do you think people get smaller? You go, well, as you age, you get smaller. Well, why? Not everybody does.
Because calcium is one of the elements that's used to neutralize acid. And so our body starts shrinking. And when
literally because we're pulling from the bones?
Pulling from the bones. And so our bodies start compressing. And so when you start putting back elements that build these pools, these elemental pools, you start regaining your health. You start regaining your height. And this has actually happened. Right. We've had recalcification of bone, even recalcification of cavities within teeth where the cavities literally pop out of the mouth.
Well, it's interesting. I was talking actually to my dentist, who clearly does some great work. But I was talking to him, and he was saying, I was talking to him about your work, and he said that in the dental schools now, and in some of the research they have for their extended educations, is that they're finding that, he said, I always used to think of cavities as that sugar is what does it, but he said what it's actually is the acid created by he was telling me this, acid created by the sugar is what, he said, your teeth, sugar doesn't drill its way in there, it's the acid that burns the hole into something as hard as a tooth.
Right.
And he said that's really the challenge. And he said so it's really making sure as people brush their teeth they get those acids out of their teeth is really what that's all about. It's fascinating.
Yeah, in fact, this is really tough to hear because you come from the great state of California and you have oranges here, just like Florida would have a difficult time with this. And because of the high sugar content that's contained within orange juice, particularly that which is pasteurized.
Where it's cooked.
Cooked or processed. Now it's lost its bioelectrical energy. On top of that, you're getting the sugar hit. That sugar ferments, and it's amazing what that sugar does in the human body.
Well, I saw in your lab there with all those doctors from Russia and from Ireland and so forth, where you had somebody, the guy was drinking his orange juice, and he was so committed to it, and you said, I know this is not going to be happy for you, but go ahead. And then you did his blood, and then we saw all of his white blood cells, and we see them on the screen, about half of them freeze for, how long was it?
About 3 to 5 hours. 50% of their ability to operate is shut down through eating or drinking fruits, high-sugar fruits, or drinking fruit juices. Even though they're high water content, because of the high sugar, that sugar is then fermented, produces the acid, and just like alcohol poisons cells, these acids, these lactic acids and acidic acids, poison the immune system, and it just paralyzes it. It sits there and just shudders and shakes. It can't even move.
And you see it in the blood, which is so dramatic. And, of course, I've been teaching people to eat fruit their whole life. That was brilliant of me. But, I have experienced so much cleansing properties from it. But as you were cleansing, it was better than eating, the burger and fries. But it certainly wasn't anything close to the ideal that you're talking about now, that I'm experiencing now. And to be able to say I'm not going to have fruit, on a large scale is pretty important. But when you think about drinking orange juice, it isn't eating an orange in its natural form.
Right.
It's having, a dozen oranges or 8 oranges or 7 oranges all squeezed together, 5 oranges squeezed together. So the concentration is more than if you just went into nature and consumed it. Plus, most of us are not in a natural state. We're living in a state where we're eating so many pastas and meats and things that, pasta is basically glued to an extent that the body's already overwhelmed. If it didn't have that problem, then the fruit would probably be fine. But when you stack it, that's when we really have the problem here. When you talk about this change in diet, one of the most important things that I got from you, though, was learning to what I call superhydrate. That's the term you use for it, which is really giving the body the water that it needs, but water that's either structured, like we have this lemon in the water, or the water with a green drink, which is what gives you the massive energy because you get those 250 megahertz. Talk about superhydration for a moment, and why is that so valuable for the energy of the body, the cleansing of the body, and the health of the body?
Okay, well, there's a difference between fluids and structured water. You could be drinking coffee, that's a fluid, but that's not necessarily hydrating your body. It's actually putting more acid in the body because of its acidic state. The caffeine, of course, is a toxic acid that goes in there too as well.
Are you saying people can't have their Starbucks with their cream?
Well,
get them, Bobby, get them.
You mean, well, if they want to rot their brains, I guess they can do. The acid stops, I call them. This is not a way to bring the body back into balance or energize the body with coffee or chocolate or other things that are acid producing.
What does coffee do, as long as we're here, so people know, because I've talked to people about this for years, and as a society we're addicted to it. What does coffee do? Don't we get a burst of energy from it?
You get a burst of energy because of the poison that's going in.
What do you mean? Describe
the
that.
caffeine is a poison, so the poison goes in, and so it has to be neutralized. So there's a burst of energy to try to neutralize that before it kills you.
So the body speeds up to try and figure out how to deal with that acid.
Exactly. So it uses its alkalizing buffers to neutralize that caffeine while you're getting a hit of energy, because everything's working up to neutralize that poison. Okay.
And blood sugar stimulation I assume, from your adrenal glands as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Kidneys, hormones, anything that's going to neutralize that in order to prevent the toxicity level. So it has to be diluted. And so those types of fluids have to be eliminated in order to keep or maintain a body that's in balance and energetic.
So if you wanted to lose weight and you're drinking coffee, it's going to be hard to get those last 5 or 10 pounds off unless your genetic tendency is that when you get acid that your cells break down even faster and you don't retain the fat. I guess there are two different genetic tendencies in how we deal with acid.
Then you're wasting. It's going to pull it from the bones. It's going to pull it from the muscles. So your protein, your magnesium, your elements are going to be wasted to neutralize these acids. You're not going to be able to build healthy cells, or you're going to be retaining fat, to neutralize those acids, so they don't kill you.
Well, the interesting thing is when you look at people like this, what they have is that initial stimulation in there, but they're exhausted later on and they got to go back to the coffee. So it's just another drug in their lives and they're not getting what they want. So one of the things that I found, though, is that when a person's body becomes more alkaline, I found this when I said, okay, in the next 10 days, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go full out. I'm not going to say, oh my God, I can't eat anything. I'm just going to really be alkalized. I didn't have desire for anything that was acid. Most people, for example, when they drink coffee, if they smoke, they also drink coffee for sure, because those two are both acid addictions. And they like eating a lot of meat and so forth. But when you get alkaline, it's not like it takes any willpower. You don't crave it. Your body is radically different.
Well, that's a state of balance.
Right.
When you're in a state of imbalance, then you're going to be craving these acid types foods, because here again, just like flies find their natural habitat, whatever the biological terrain is, these cells are going to go to that particular habitat. So the very foods you crave are the very foods you need to avoid.
Right. Well, let's talk about that from the specific of how the body gets out of balance, because this is where some of your science is quite extraordinary, and we've had some videotape that we can even show people later on, but describe what happens. I know that we get out of balance because something first, I guess, disturbs us.
Right.
Like if you came and punched me really hard or I was in a car accident, it's going to disturb the cells. If you get stressed out, you can disturb the cells. If you eat an acid diet, that acid's going to disturb the cells. Once they're disturbed, I guess that's the first step. What's the second step that starts to put us out of balance? What occurs?
Well, when there's an emotional or physical disturbance, then there's cellular disorganization.
Right.
And when there's cellular disorganization, this gives rise to germs.
So in other words, when cells disorganize, they're really just adapting to a declining pH, right? To an environment where it's becoming more acid. And then the environment gets polluted. And as the environment gets polluted, cells start to adapt. They literally to survive, right? It's really life-seeking life. And these healthy cells become unhealthy.
Exactly.
Right? Seeing germs.
Well, you see this on the counter. When matter starts breaking down, there's acids that elute. I mean, it's rot. Foods putrefy.
Right.
The same things happen to our cells. And as cells disorganize or matter breaks down, acids come out of that. The specific acid is sialic acid. And those acids are very, very toxic and have to be neutralized. If they're not, they'll cause corrosion within our arteries and veins.
So let me see if I'm clear here to recap. Something disturbs us. We make a dietary change, or we have a buildup of a bad diet through time, and it disturbs our cells. Or we have certain emotions, intensity, stress in our lives. Whatever we do, we disturb the cells enough that they start to disorganize. Because whenever we have a diet that's acid or acid emotions, it changes the bloodstream. And so these cells, as they do it, they get stripped of their energy, of those positive or negative charges, I guess, and then the environment gets polluted. Now the environment's polluted, now healthy cells, start to have to adapt in order to live. So they start to actually form. We're going to come back and talk about bacteria and some of the fungus and so forth that grows in that polluted environment. Now they proliferate. But these little creatures, so to speak, these bacteria and these molds and so forth, and then they create their own acid, don't they?
Right.
And is that the final step? And these acids then...
Debilitating acids then lead to more physical disturbances, which lead to even a greater compromised environment. So you're in the cycle of imbalance, and this is a whole new paradigm.
Right.
And you all know this. All you have to do is open your refrigerator and go to the back of the refrigerator and look at some of the foods that have gone through this cycle of imbalance. Whole foods rot from the inside out, not the outside in.
Right.
So when we see bananas, they go from a green to a yellow to a brown to a black. This is a process of cellular disorganization. What caused the cellular disorganization was the picking process. So when we picked it, that was the disturbance, which led up to this cellular disorganization, which led up to the compromised environment. So we start seeing acid spots, those little black spots on the banana.
Right.
Those are acid spots that lead to even more debilitating acids, which then the banana goes rotten, and then we throw it away. The same thing happens to our healthy cells. So there's a healthy form and an unhealthy form of every cell.
So basically we rot from the inside out as people. Most of us are, as we age, we're not really aging, we're rotting. We're putting so much acid in that our calcium reserves are being taken down, our cells are being leached, or the calcium that we need to protect ourselves against the acid are being leached from our bones, for example.
Right.
And then we're creating more and more acid in the system, and we're getting more and more tired because our cells are sticking together from all the acid. We're not getting the oxygen we need. The environment's getting more and more polluted. Healthy cells now are in a unhealthy environment, so they're starting to get weaker and break down, and it just gets worse and worse, and people are on the downward spiral is what you're saying.
Exactly. And so then we move to the coffee, we move to the diet drinks, and this
to
is
try and
really,
stimulate the energy we don't have.
And this is just new breakthrough science. These sugar substitutes like NutraSweet, when they are metabolized in the human body, they break down to formaldehyde and then to formic acid. So even these diet drinks are producing acids and putting on more weight. So those formaldehydes and formic acids have to be balanced, so the body has to retain fat or get fat from somewhere to neutralize the acids that puts it on our hips, and we think we're drinking a drink that's going to help us lose weight, and all it's doing is putting more weight on.
So that's how you can drink that 1-calorie drink
and still get fat.
And still get fat. Like where? I want to know where they put the other calories. You know?
This session continues on the next CD.
Let's talk about the solution then. If we're out of balance now, which most of Americans are and most of the world is, how do we get ourselves back in balance? What's the cycle of balance? It's the first step.
The first step is to superhydrate. It's to cleanse. And it's just not the bowels. It's a holistic approach to cleanse not only the bowels, but the blood and the tissues, the lymphatic fluids, all the fluids of the body. And you have to literally flood the body.
So what's happening is I got all this toxicity. I got an environment that's dirty, and you want me to wash it out. And I know I'm using a pretty poor metaphor here, but you want us to cleanse it out. And you're doing that primarily for superhydration. And what do you use for that superhydration?
Well, structured water. We talked about fluids and fluids which aren't necessarily good for us, but structured water. We take a water that has a pH of about 7 or better, and then we add to that. So we add our elements to that to raise the energy, or we can add super greens, which will actually raise the energy or electrical potential even higher.
So, for example, I know you have a product called pH, or proper pH, is that what it's called?
Prime pH.
Prime pH. And I use it all the time. You just drop these little droplets in your water, and then immediately when you drink water, you're getting this alkalinity in your body to help balance things out, which will give your body now, the cells, the chance to keep their electrical charge proper.
Exactly.
And also cause those cells then to circulate more effectively. But the green drink is what's amazing to me, and I really want to recommend it to people, because you can drink that, and you're exhausted. I used to, for example, go all day long and not eat. It still happens every once in a while, but I'm a little better at it. And so by the end of the night, man, I was ready to consume anything. It's like, I got to have it. Give me something now, because my blood sugar had dropped so far.
Right.
And so now what I do is I just drink the green drink throughout the day. And man, it's like there's a burst with 250 megahertz or whatever it is. I get that immediately, and I don't have my blood sugar going all over the place, and I'm staying alkaline. So my body isn't breaking down. And it's so easy, because it's not always easy to go grab some of the food, but I can drink that drink in a heartbeat, and I can take it on the plane and dump some of it in there. I mean, it's been invaluable to me. So tell us, how long do you cleanse for? We're polluted. How long do we cleanse for as that first stage to get balance back?
Well, hydration is probably the most important thing, and it's something that we should do for a lifetime.
Right.
How much depends on the state of balance that you're in, or imbalance. If you're in a state of imbalance, you probably need to hydrate up to 4 to 5 liters a day. That's over a gallon of super greens, and you only use approximately a half a tablespoon to a tablespoon per liter. Or another way to look at that is maybe 1 to 2 teaspoons per 8 ounce. And so approximately 4 to 5 liters. If you're in a state of balance, maybe 2 to 3 liters a day would be proper.
So, for example, this bottle is a familiar type of size. This is 1.5 liters. So ideally, you drink 2 of these. Maybe if you were cleansing, maybe 2.5 of these in a day. I drink 1 of these in the morning, 1 of these in the afternoon, and the difference in your energy is unbelievable. So this is what you're suggesting in essence. Is that right?
Yeah. For the first 7 to 10 days, Tony, you would go on a liquid green diet.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that you stop eating. Everything is liquefied. It's kind of like going on baby food for about 7 to 10 days.
Right.
Now, if you're really, really sick, you probably wouldn't want to go that long, maybe 3 to 4 days. But the key is to give you a shower from within. Now, we take showers every day, but we just want to shower within our bodies. And we do that by super hydrating. It's kind of like a spring runoff, where everything becomes anew again.
Right.
Okay? And so we do that through hydration.
I tell you, the difference that people experience, it's the first thing I have them do. I said, listen, if you don't do anything else, get this Prime pH and get this green drink, and all I'm going to ask you to do is for the next 5 days, drink 2 or 3 of these things a day. And I said, ideally, change your diet, but if that's all you do, because what happens is their energy just bursts because all those poisons start to get flushed out of the system, but also they've got the alkalinity to deal with it. Their body isn't trying to strip all these other reserves from the system to make it happen. It's very, very dramatic. I know you've seen that for years.
I have. For people that are healthy, their energy is going to increase.
Right.
For people that are sick, their energy is going to increase. Amazing things happen when you alkalize and energize the body through superhydration.
So, okay, so that's our first step, is to cleanse. Ideally 7 to 10 days, minimum 3 to 4 days, superhydration, because some people think a cleanse is they take some drink that is going to cleanse their colon alone, but a lot of times they're taking stuff in that actually makes their body more acid while they're doing that. So let's say that we've done that. What's the second step to really putting my body back in balance?
Okay, the second step is to take control. And what that means is to break the pattern of negative thinking or negative diets that are polluting up your inner terrain.
Right, because we don't want to just cleanse it and then go back to doing the same thing, because that's not going to support us, obviously.
Right, so if your diet is high in acid foods like heavy proteins or high sugar fruits or starches, you need to move towards green foods and green drinks, more alkalizing foods, good oils like avocados. You also need to look at also the emotional side. So the negative thoughts, words, and deeds can also create excess acidity within the human body as well. So those patterns also need to be broken.
That's really important. And I think for most people, they say, oh my God, like, how am I going to get my kids to eat green foods? You know, they're not going to drink broccoli and have cucumbers and have big salads. But what we're really talking about here is just making sure that about 70 to 80% of your diet is alive with more water content. And the way to do that is to have a big salad with every meal. The way to do that is to start to have some of those other green things. But one of the biggest pieces I found is just getting them to drink the green drink, because they'll do that, because it doesn't taste bad by any stretch.
No.
I don't think it tastes great. It's kind of neutralish. You know, tastes,
tastes like grass.
Yeah, it's like grass, exactly. It's like, what is this? Although grass doesn't sound too pleasant to me. But the point is the kids will drink that, and they'll get that green, and they'll get that cleansing that's going on there. Right. So first thing is cleanse. Second thing is break the pattern, take control. What's the third step to really making sure we maximize our energy level? Okay,
the third is provide. Provide those vital elements that'll build healthy cells, that'll organize healthy cells. And I perceive this in the acronym WOMAN. I perceive that every man and maybe even woman needs a good woman. Like a woman needs a good mother or a good sister, and a man always needs a good woman, right?
That's true. So the W stands for?
Water.
Right.
And O stands for oxygen, M stands for minerals and these little tiny anatomical elements that help to build and structure genetic material. A stands for alkalizing, and N stands for the correct nutrition and diet.
So if we get a good woman, if we got good water, good oxygen, the right nutrients, the right minerals, etc., we're going to begin to have the elements there available for our body to rebuild itself, because we got rid of the poison, we broke the pattern, and now we're giving it what it needs. And then our body gets back into balance. And when it's in balance, what happens?
Your eyes brighten, your skin brightens, you have incredible energy and vitality. The weight starts melting off your body. You don't have that beer gut or those love handles or those thighs. These are all acid buildups, and this just starts melting away. And it is not in pain that this happens. That's what's incredible. People that experience this at a high energetic level as they're hydrating. And it's an amazing thing that happens.
Well, as you say, it all comes down to alkalize and energize. Now, one of the things that's interesting is in giving the body what it needs is you've created these products, and I certainly want to promote them for your being here with us as well, as because they've changed my life. And that is, you've found a way to deliver these nutrients so the body can really use it. And the challenge, I think, for most people is that they take a traditional vitamin, and you've shown me in the megahertz scale, they're in the 3 to 10 range usually. So there's almost no energy available. The body doesn't know how to absorb it because it's got to go through the digestive tract. Mm-hmm. So your solution to that is to really deliver almost all of your products as a base in a colloidal form. Could you explain to people what a colloidal is? Because many of us heard of colloidal minerals at least. But why do colloidals work, and why are they so effective in our ability to actually get the nutrients that we need?
Well, when we're talking about colloidal, we're talking about size, and we're also talking about system. So we're talking about the size of the matter or the particle. And our particles, because we're using very fine meshes, range at 5 nanometers. Now, 5 nanometers would be like you standing on the top of the Empire State Building, looking down and trying to see that little tiny ant. That's how small. So it's transdermal. That means that this little particle will go right into the lymph or right into the blood. And since it's negatively charged, these elements can then go to work to help neutralize acids or help build or structure or act as cofactors for carrying out metabolic biological purposes.
Now you deliver these, they're in a water solution, these tiny particles that obviously can't even see, and then what you do is you drop those under the tongue in a sublingual delivery system.
Correct.
And the reason you do that is because then it doesn't have to go through the digestive tract, it's absorbed. How much is absorbed?
Well, we perceive 100%.
Right.
I'm sure there's some loss factor, but because of the size of the particle, it immediately it's transdermal, so it crosses membrane and goes right into the fluids of the body.
Right, so the body has the nutrients it needs immediately, as opposed to going through the digestive tract, going through the acids of the digestive tract, and being eliminated very often through the kidneys or through other exit forms.
Exactly. So when you drink the super greens or you take others of our other colloids, I mean, you feel the immediate impact.
Right.
It's immediate.
Right.
So you feel a surge of energy that comes on because you're alkalizing. You have now nutrients, buffers, that are going to help provide energy or neutralize the acids, bring more balance to the system.
Right, makes so much sense. Now, when you do that, even when you put the super greens in there, the reason it goes in water is water, I guess, is the best delivery system for the system. Why, for the body? Why is that?
It's the catalyst because we're just like the Earth. We're 70% water and 30% matter. So we're a body of water in this gelatinous material, and we perceive matter, but we don't perceive this fluid. Right. And so we concentrate on the solutes or the solids rather than the solvents or the water. That's why it's so important to superhydrate, because we are a body of water.
Well, one of the things you told me when I first met you is I realized I needed to alkalize, and I understood the value of wheatgrass as an alkalizer and also as a blood builder, so to speak, because I guess the structure of chlorophyll is so close to the structure of hemoglobin, within the bloodstream.
It's identical.
It's identical. Well, I guess there's one difference?
One difference, the center atom. Magnesium for chlorophyll and iron for hemoglobin.
If you want to build your blood, which is the river of life, then you probably want to give it some nutrients that the body can quickly utilize. And they're so similar. It's one of the reasons it's been promoted throughout the years, not just by yourself, obviously, but many other scientists and people in the dietary field. But one of the things you told me one day is I was saying, I'm going to go get some of that. I love the green drink, but I better go have some wheatgrass. And you were saying, no, Tony, honestly, and I was trying to figure out how to have wheatgrass over in Fiji, as I think where our conversation started, because I didn't have a wheatgrass machine there. And you said, no, this green drink we have here, the super greens, is better. But I said, well, wait a second, it's dried now, and I got to put it in water. And you gave me the metaphor of pouring water on the seed and seeing it sprout.
Right.
Aren't you disturbing that, wheatgrass when you dry it out and put it in a powder form? And how could that be better than just traditional wheatgrass?
Well, we use a low-heat dehydration process of 70 degrees Fahrenheit or less to extract the water and to stabilize that living, indestructible matter. The key that's destroyed is the charge. We put that charge back on. So the matter is still there. It's just in a dormant state until we add the water to it, and then it becomes alive again.
And the reason you dehydrate it, I guess, is so it doesn't break down. Because
exactly. It'll ferment and decompose, and we don't want that because that creates more acidity. So we want to have it in a stable state, in a dry state, so that when we add the catalyst, which is water, that activates it, it becomes alive, and that energy is still there. In fact, we've measured it. You've seen the pictures.
Sure.
I mean, that vibrant energy that's coming off that matter. So we've placed that charge back on it, and because matter cannot be created nor can it be destroyed, it has always existed. All we're doing is then putting it into an environment to where it can then become alive, just like that seed. It's in a dormant, sleeping state.
Right, until you put the water to it, and then boom, it starts to sprout, and life as we know it happens.
Exactly.
It's fascinating. Well, what's great about it is, the convenience of it, because when you go someplace and you don't have access to a wheatgrass machine, which is not easy, you have it. Plus, you have more than just one wheatgrass in there. You have many different things, and they're all extremely alkalizing. Is that the primary focus of it, besides the energy?
The primary focus is to alkalize and energize, and it's also the concentration. So it takes me 20 ounces of material, okay, to make 1 ounce of material. So once I've extracted the water out, 20 ounces to make 1 ounce, which is the correct proportion to bring a body from a state of acidity to a state of alkalinity, to keep things in balance.
Right, because I don't know how else you do it, because if you think about it, most people are living such an acid diet, and if it takes 20 parts of alkalinity to neutralize only 1 part of acid, most of us probably wouldn't be able to consume, enough green foods to be able to balance it out, because most people's lifestyles in America, at least, and most of the industrialized world, is extremely acid, obviously.
And if your bank account's in a deficit, meaning that you're full of acid, you're experiencing different levels or different symptomologies based upon the acidity that you're holding in your body.
Right.
And so you have to neutralize that through superhydration and providing those alkalizing elements and substances that will help to bring the body back up to where it was before.
Now, all of your products, you've developed a variety of specific products, because it's kind of like everybody needs to alkalize and energize. But then we all have different genetic strengths or weaknesses. So if people have acid, some persons are affected by acid where it affects, let's say, their liver, or somebody else maybe affects their heart.
Right.
Everybody has a different genetic tendency or weakness, I guess. And I know you've developed specific products that are designed to help strengthen those areas. Maybe you can explain how those products work.
Okay, acids settle at the weakest point of the body because of their level of intelligence and also their charge. So they'll settle either in the heart, and that could be a genetic predisposition, or the pancreas could be predisposition as well. And so those acids will settle. So we have products like the pancreas product, which helps to support and neutralize those acids which are specific to that particular organ, or the heart, or the lungs. So it's product specific. Since we're superhydrating and alkalizing the whole body, we also want to support specific organs and help rebuild and organize their cells as well.
Now, one of the scientists that I sent to see you, a different one than Dr. Solomon, was very skeptical at first, saying, how can you say, for example, you have a prostate product, I know for men, that's been very dramatic. One of the first things that brought me to you is a gentleman here in La Jolla that we know who's a lawyer, who had severe challenges. He was getting up in the middle of the night, urinating, and I guess that's one of the symptoms of prostate challenge. And then, in addition to that, he was having sexual dysfunction. And this is prior to people having the new drug of Viagra to go after and being able to see blue on a regular basis. But the point of the matter is, he had a complete recovery both from the sexual dysfunction, as I know you know because he's your patient, but also he's not had a single night since that time where he got up and had to urinate. I mean, it's been a complete reversal. I know you've seen this again and again.
Yeah.
But when I sent this one gentleman to you who came back converted, so to speak, at first he's saying, how can this product really go directly to the prostate? Can you explain that in a way that's not too technical?
Here again, it comes back to bioelectrics, okay? The products carry an electrical charge. When there is a part of the body that's acidic, those alkalizing, negatively charged elements and herbs or vitamins will go to that specific area and nourish the body and bring balance, alkalinity, and wholeness.
And I guess you guys have followed this with radioactive tracer studies to actually show that those nutrients go to that specific part of the body.
Exactly.
Right. In fact, people talk about this and they think that there's nothing they can do, or the only thing to do is some kind of radical treatment. I know that there's been some dramatic cases that you've worked with that are documented. When I was there at your blood class with some of those doctors, you brought in some of your past patients, and we got to see an update of them and their blood. And what was the guy's name? John?
John Bailey.
Right.
He had a pH of around
pH
8.
PSA?
PSA, excuse me. PSA of about 8 that dropped over 4 points.
Wow. Over what period of time?
Approximately 6 to 8 weeks.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, let's talk now about some of the more popular diets right now, because what I see happen in our societies, we go from one extreme to another. Now fat is the bad guy. Everybody's trying to avoid fat, although this new Mediterranean diet study is starting to stir people up. But so they buy everything that says no fat, but of course it's filled with sugar, or it's just full of carbohydrates, which become sugar. And as you and I both know, anything you eat in excess is turned to fat ultimately. But people don't know that, and they get caught up in it. And we used to then be in a position where it was like high protein diets was the big promotion. Atkins, and now he's come full circle. Everybody's now going, he's the hot thing, Atkins again. Then it was let's go for high carbohydrates. And then the zone comes along and says, no, let's do all of them together at 30, 30, 40, It's just insane. So I like to take some time and walk through them, because I know people have promoted them, and I know they've lost weight on them. But as we well know, there's a big difference between health and fitness. FloJo was a very fit woman, but she's dead,
Right.
and so we might want to talk a little about that too, maybe later on. But let's start with maybe the Atkins diet, because it's coming back full circle. It's a diet that tells people go out and eat all this massive amount of protein and even fats, saturated fats even, like go have bacon and eggs. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're promoting, and yet people lose weight. And maybe tell us, why do we not want to do that, and why are people losing weight on this diet?
Well, the first thing that hydrates in the human body is the glucose. It's the sugar. And when you make a change from a high sugar diet and go to the proteins, just that change is going to cause some weight loss. Proteins burn a lot slower, and of course they are also lower in sugar.
Sure.
But in doing that, I perceive that there's a window where you're going to get an impact or a change, and there will be some weight loss, but you're going to go into ketosis or acidosis. You're going to be building up acids such as uric acid, which eventually that particular mode will put you into a worse situation than from whence you began.
Right. In fact, when you're on the diet, they actually have you, be direct, urinate on a stick to make sure you're not breaking down too fast, because they acknowledge that ketosis occurs. What that literally is cells are being destroyed more rapidly, I guess, than anything else, and you're taking in all this uric acid from the animals. Is that right?
Right. And the acid permeates the cell membrane and disturbs that cell, and it goes through its morbid evolutions and becomes bacteria. And so you're just building up over a period of time more and more bacteria, which can evolve into yeasts and funguses, which creates more acid, and you get into a more dangerous situation than you were before.
And interestingly enough, also, I've read even in other medical doctors' descriptions of it as how destructive it is. They say it's because the reason you lose weight is you lose water weight. Because there's so much acid in your body goes into hyperdrive and they urinate a lot in this diet to try and get rid of this ketosis, get rid of this acid in your body. Is that true?
That's true. Water is one of the buffers, and so water is going to be used to move these acids out of the system or dilute it.
Right. That makes total sense. Well, and Anna, what you see is, I know you've looked at a lot of people's blood who've been through a variety of these diets, and the Atkins diet specifically, and the breakdown you find there, I know is pretty extreme.
It's very extreme. From a healthy state of a cell, which is nice and round and vibrant and energetic, to this type of diet, the cells are dark, they're morbid, they're breaking apart, they're exploding. Yeah. There's a tremendous amount of yeast and bacteria in the blood, and this just builds up over a period of time. So initially, just for the fact that there's a change, you might feel better, but over a longer period of time, that buildup of acid draws down on your water content, it draws down on your elemental buffers, your protein buffers, your fat buffers, and eventually you end up in a worse situation than you were before.
Now, what was popular before that, and it's kind of going up and down because he's writing several more books, is this book on the zone, Barry Sears. I was just picking this up the other day again, looking at it. I remember reading this book, and part of this book hooked me, because the mindset at that time for me was I was go, 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 not eat all day long because I'm so excited, passionate, involved in meetings, doing what I'm doing, or I'm on stage. and I don't feel like eating. But then at the end of the day, boy, my blood sugar dropped, and I was like ready, as I said, to eat anything at that stage practically. But I would consume mass amount of food because my blood sugar was down, usually carbohydrates, you know, heavy duty on carbohydrates. And so he talked about in here about your blood sugar and the effect on blood sugar, and then what you should really do is have this balance of carbohydrates and proteins and fats, you know, this 30-30-40 syndrome, and how you should start your morning by eating protein. Now that's where I was blown out. It says you're going to eat the most heavy, concentrated, and the kinds of proteins he suggests are animal proteins.
Right.
And it just made no sense to me that I've rested all night, I've fasted and cleansed, and if you're on a fast, the first thing you do is go eat some animal product, you know, en masse. But he said, but then you'll burn more slowly throughout the day and you'll have more energy. What I did agree with was he said, you know, you should have more smaller meals throughout the day. It made sense to me that my blood sugar wouldn't be up and down anymore like that. So I started, you know, even having people in seminars have more snacks throughout the day. But again, I felt I wasn't willing to do some of the diet. It was just ridiculous. I felt better at first, but it didn't last. And the reason it didn't last is I was still being acid, you know. But any change, as you say, makes you feel better initially. But like, here's a breakfast. You know, it says 8 ounces of Jimmy Dean turkey sausage.
Wow.
8 ounces of shredded potatoes, 1.5 cups of egg substitute, 1/4 cup of picante sauce, 6 corn tortillas, and 6 ounces of Mexican cheese. Now, I don't think you have to be a genius to figure out this is not exactly a cleansing meal. This is a clogging meal. But tell us about the zone. Why? And by the way, it says lose weight permanently and reset your genetic code. I don't know anything here that resets your genetic code. In fact, I don't know anybody who's capable of doing that. That's on the cover of this book. Is that science? Is that? Give me some feedback.
Well, I mean, you've given me a lot here to think about. I mean, I think about that meal and I go, wow. I mean, protein for breakfast, particularly sausage. The USDA has done their own research, and the loads, the pathological loads in sausage is between 3 to 500 million pathological morbid forms of bacteria, yeast, and fungus. In comparison, let's say if you got up and had some vegetable soup or a salad, we're looking at maybe 50 to 100 pathological loads. And
As
so the
opposed to
difference,
500 million, 300, 500 million.
So what happens when you eat that kind of a meal, it activates the immune system. The blood looks like chaos. I mean, it's like bacteria and undigested matter is bouncing all over the place, and the immune system is just trying to engulf it to move it out before it disturbs more cells. And so this type of a diet, and then the potatoes on top of that, which is a starch which breaks down to sugar, ferments and creates even more acid. And so that's a very, very acid meal. In fact, there was nothing in that particular breakfast meal which would be alkalizing and energizing.
Yeah, it's a dead meal. But people say, but I feel better. You know, why do they feel better initially?
The change, here again.
Right.
What's happening there at the anatomical level is you're giving a new impression. And so that matter, or these little tiny beings, are going to respond to that make up living cells.
Right.
One of my theories is it's not the cell that's living per se, but that which makes up the cell.
Right.
These little tiny particles of dust or tiny beings that make up that cell respond to this new information.
And Dr. Béchamp, that theory actually came from Dr. Béchamp and also Dr. Enderlin from Germany, so many people before you, but you also discovered it on your own and gave it your own terms, but you do recognize, you know, obviously their work prior to you in this area.
Antoine Béchamp in 1864 discovered a tiny indestructible being, which he called the microzyma, which means small being,
right,
or tiny ferment, which was the only thing that was living per se.
Right.
What I have seen in the blood is that there's organization and disorganization, and the environment is key. And so when you put this type of a diet, like the Zone diet or the Atkins diet, when you're eating those high proteins and starchy foods, now there is something good about the Zone, and they add the good oils in there, and so that's
right,
also very good. But the rest of it is very disturbing to the cells and creates an environment for cells to disorganize rather than organize. So rather than generation, there's degeneration.
Breakdown. Now, the last one I'll mention that's at least currently become really hot is the 4 blood types.
Mm-hmm.
And now, as a type O, what I'm supposed to do is go out and be carnivorous, basically.
Okay.
And eat animals and cheese and meat and red meat. It's telling me to eat and everything else. Now, my diet was like that 20 years ago, and I was about as sickly as I can remember. I had no energy. I was fat. but it's saying this is what your body is made for. Your blood is different than everybody else, and it's so interesting how people are we're all able to be convinced because we want some logic behind diet, and there's so much confusion. So, okay, my blood, that makes sense. I believe the river of life is your blood, but when I started looking at the recommendations, my brain went, you got to be kidding me. What's the fallacy in this idea of blood types determining your diet?
Well, if you could imagine this book, if animals could read, like the gorilla, the elephant, and the bear, and we're trying to convince them of you've got to eat for your blood type, they're going to go, come on, this is ridiculous. I mean, they do that which is natural, and so they're grazing animals. We're grazing animals, and so our rule is we eat nothing with a face. If it's got a face, we don't eat it.
That's great.
But what we're looking for is the energy. We're looking for the energy value of that food. When you cook and process, or you're eating matter that's coming from an animal, I mean, that's dead matter.
Right.
You have to ask the question, where did that animal get its protein? And I perceive it got its protein with its head to the ground.
Right.
And so I also perceive that every animal on the planet needs to somehow, either directly or indirectly, eat greens.
Sure.
If they don't, they can't build blood, and blood is the key to a healthy body.
Well, you see that even in the carnivorous animals. You watch the lion take down the zebra, and they rip open the intestines is the first thing they do. I mean, science has shown that, and they eat the intestines. And what's in the intestines of this herbivore is the grasses and the greens and the food, the vegetables that it's getting first. Although obviously their bodies are very different than our own in terms of the way they function, and they do need much more protein and animal matter. They're designed for it. Their teeth are different. They've got a very tiny little digestive tract to get all those acids in and out fast, versus we got 25, 28 feet, to slowly absorb it. So.
But these animals spend most of their time sleeping, and so when you're eating these heavy proteins,
you don't see lions running around frisky all over the place.
You don't. The frisky ones are the grass eating.
That's true.
And so they're tremendously fatigued. They have to lay around because that protein just sits in their gut and ferments and creates all kinds of morbid acids, and they have to rest. It creates a lot of heat in the body.
Right.
And I perceive that protein like that should only be eaten in times of famine or in times of cold. And we're not experiencing any of those types of problems in our society today.
Well, also you look at the vultures, that they get the very last part of what's left, the dried up, dead part of the meat. There's no vegetable left, and they look like it. But now I know you don't tell people they have to become vegetarian. I guess when we talk a little bit more about, with Shelley, about the solutions here, I just want people to know you can certainly have fish. But what you're really suggesting is that they've got to at least make 70 or 80% of their diet more alkalizing, more live, more salads, more vegetables. And there are things like, if you would have told me, a year ago, that I would want to eat bell pepper as a snack torn up, or, I mean, people hearing this probably say, oh my God, I'll never do that. I would have said I'd never do that, even though I felt I was very health oriented. Or I had English cucumbers and got really addicted to them, because when your body becomes alkaline, you crave alkaline foods. You don't crave acid foods. It's not a willpower thing. Or I'm going to have celery sticks. I'm going to just listen, I got to have a life,
Yeah.
But when you start drinking the green drink, there's such a radical shift. Like, I even went to a salad bar, and I usually put tons of all the salad dressing on everything else, because after all, it's 70% salad,
Right.
or 90% salad, probably 70%. I probably had 30% salad dressing on the thing. But I could taste the sugar, and and once your body's changed, it's like you don't want it. It's really dramatic. And I really want people to know that, hear this, because they might be panicking, going, God, this sounds so important, but can I really make that lifestyle change? All you really got to do, I think, is start to drink the green drink, start to have more vegetables. Like, I love broccoli. It's one of the vegetables I do love, and I love stir-fried broccoli. I have that in the morning, and then, and I drink my green drink, and I'm ready to rock and roll. Whereas before, I thought, I got to have tons of fruit to make it happen.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about the lifestyle changes. But when it comes to these diets, the reason that people experience changes and the reason it doesn't last is there's an initial shift which breaks the pattern. When you break the pattern, the body's got to adjust, and there's a shift in the way we feel. But then ultimately, you've seen the blood of these people, and you know that there's a breakdown that happens. One of the impacts of these diets, I know you've shared with me, is that they create a tremendous amount of toxicity in the body because they create so much acid. Some diets are very sugar-based or carbohydrate-based to an extreme, so the body can't deal with it, and that sugar turns to acid. And some are extremely oriented towards animal proteins, and so you have this devoid mass that also is bringing its own uric acids and is breaking down into acid in the system. So either one of those is creating an environment, as you describe, that becomes disturbed, where cells start breaking down, And as they do, the environment becomes polluted, and then cells start mutating. But one of the biggest things that you see now is we see all these commercials telling us more than we want to know about women's yeast problems.
Right.
And we also hear about candida. I know it's not just a problem for women, and it's also for men, although men don't recognize it as that. What is yeast? You know, why are we seeing it proliferating so powerfully in our culture right now, and what does it do to us?
Well, yeast is a single-celled organism that proliferates in an acidic terrain.
Okay.
And it's rampant. In fact, in 1988, Dr. Truss wrote a book, and Orrin Truss is his name, about yeast and its connection to a variety of ailments and symptomologies, particularly PMS and chronic fatigue. But not only do women suffer from this, but also men as well. And yeast, when you eat these types of diet and these yeasts proliferate, they have a ferocious appetite for sugar. And so the very things that we crave are the very things we need to avoid because they proliferate an environment that's very, very acidic.
Right. So they actually, from what I understand, they need the yeast, they need, rather than say, the sugar to survive, these little creatures inside of you, and so they start consuming it. And so what happens is your blood sugar drops because you're not getting the benefit of it, and then you're even more hungry again, and then they eat it again, and it becomes a vicious cycle of you constantly eating but never really feeling full, never really feeling satisfied.
Right. And so what happens then is that environment's changed by going on a protein-type diet.
Okay.
And so now these yeast cells, like Candida, have to shift their emphasis from having a ferocious appetite for sugar. Now they're moving into protein fermentation and move towards fermenting proteins, which produce another type of acid, like uric acid.
Right.
But they both filthy up the system. So when they ferment sugars, they produce acetaldehyde and alcohols, which make us drunk, give us what is called the drunkenness disease, which leads to chronic fatigue. Or if they start fermenting proteins, then it goes to uric acid, and we suffer from symptomologies like gout or muscle fatigue and soreness and inflammation, aches and pains.
And they actually, what these yeast do is they actually feed on our proteins, which includes our muscles. They actually make our muscles more flabby at this point. Is that true?
Exactly.
This is fascinating. Now, when you talked about something just a moment ago, you talked about people consuming sugar, and what it really does is it becomes alcohol. And one of the things I know you've shared before is when we had our meeting in Utah, you said the way people here in Utah, really get high is they don't drink alcohol, but they eat
ice cream.
Right.
Yes.
Now, how does ice cream have that effect? Why does it elevate us?
The sugar lactose, when it's fermented in the body, breaks down to lactic acid. And so, and those acids, or also acetaldehyde, which breaks down to alcohol. Right. And so it's just a way in which, if you don't drink alcohol, you can produce it from within and get intoxicated from the foods that you eat.
Right. So that's the elevation that people feel very often is tied to that. That's really
exactly. So there's a sense of well-being, and connection that people get from the foods that they eat, because it produces, well, I'm not going to the bar to get drunk. I'll just have this cup of ice cream, Haagen-Dazs or whatever, and get high from that. But it breaks down to alcohol in the body. And so, and alcohol has a variety of different effects.
Right. What are some of the most negative ones for people? Because we hear some people say, they read an article put out by the Wine Growers Association, I'm using an exaggeration of the name, but that says, drinking, a glass of wine a day makes you have a better heart, or, manages your blood flow more effectively, or whatever the case may be.
Well, it acts as a stimulant. And so it can either make you very, very excited and happy, or it can make you very, very depressed.
Right.
But it's an illusion that's happening. It's really the body's attempt to neutralize these acids by releasing hormones that help to energize the body, or to make the body feel warm and in a sense of well-being. But in reality, it's in defense of neutralizing these acids, which are being produced through the fermentations of these sugars.
Right. Well, in my own case, I don't drink alcohol, and I wasn't going out and eating sugar en masse, but I was eating a high carbohydrate diet, a lot of starchy carbohydrates, and on the road pastas and so forth, because I didn't want to go eat animal products. So I don't want to do that, and I can't just have carrots. It's like, what do you have around here? And I didn't want to eat avocados because there's too much fat there. So I was eating a lot of fruit in the morning, though, so I was getting plenty of sugar there, obviously.
Right.
And then, which probably wouldn't have been as bad if I didn't also have all the other refined carbohydrates, all the pastas on top of it. So the combination of the two had me filled with candida. And I had no idea. All I knew was I was exerting all this energy, and I felt pretty good because my mind is so strong. But I felt like as the years were going by, it was taking more and more willpower and less just pure energy, let's rock. And when I made the shift and started drinking the green drink and started alkalizing like crazy and doing that super hydration, it immediately, in 30 days, I had no candida in my system, and I didn't go in there and try and kill it with some drug. What's the problem with trying to kill the candida?
Well, here again, one of my foundational principles is you don't kill anything. All you do is change the environment, and those particular forms adapt to that environment. So matter cannot be destroyed, nor can it be created. It only changes its form and function. And so bacteria you don't kill. It either evolves upward or downward, depending on the environment. So environment is key. So we're dealing with an ecology problem. With your situation, Tony, when you were doing the high carbos in the fruit, you're going up and down throughout the day. And when you go to a green foods, low sugar or low carbohydrate diet with lots of good oils, what happens is it brings you up to a certain level. You maintain that level for a longer period of time before you coming down. So there's not so many spikes up and down with a diet that is either high carbohydrate or high protein or some variation of that.
Does this mean I'll become very peaceful?
You become very peaceful. But
that's scary to me. I don't want that.
But you know what else it does?
What?
And this is one of the benefits of this is possible. I can't promise this. You could become maybe the strongest man or the wisest man in all the land.
Well, I'm ready for both of those. I will tell you sincerely, and for those watching also, that the difference in my energy, I've always had high energy, because a huge part of that is my mission in my life. And the other part of it is because I don't make food a dominant part of my life. I don't sit down and have all these huge meals. It's like that's not important to me. As most people know, sleep has not been either, who've been in my programs. But the difference is there's just a constant level of energy. When I'm on stage, I drink the green drink on stage instead of drinking, fruit drinks. And it's, oh my God, what a difference. And I don't crash at the end because when I was finally done, I was done. And then, I figure that's natural. When you're on stage for 12 or 14 hours and you're like this intensity the whole time, you've run your marathon and you're done. But now what I do is, I'm tired. And a lot of times, I feel really great. I'm still in a conversation and everything else. It's because I just don't have the acid buildup. And also because I've taken your targeted products that provide that alkalinity buffers for me. And I load up right before a seminar,
Great.
It's interesting because I hear people, they talk about they're going to go run a marathon and they're going to go do carb loading. And I look at them and go, oh my God, because they think they need that to burn the calories. What's the fallacy in that?
Well, you don't want to burn carbohydrate. What you want to burn is fat.
Right.
So it's a cleaner fuel to burn without the toxic, some of the major toxic residues that break down cells.
Right.
And so what you need to do is go to a low carbohydrate and lots of good oils. So rather than carbo load, you need good oils or fats in the diet so that you're burning fat rather than sugar, because the sugar can produce lactic acid, and that just literally just paralyzes your muscles.
Right. That's where people hit the wall. And that's why Stu Middleman, who ran 1,000 miles in 11 days, his whole thing was alkalizing like crazy, eating all these green foods, and making sure that he had the good fats. And that's what gives him the ability. Also, he said, if you don't give yourself fat, I think I mentioned this before, the law of mass action says if you don't put it in your body doesn't burn it. Because your body knows that it has to hang on to its fats. But if you are giving the body the fats it needs, it burns it, and fat burns much more slowly, much more powerfully, and gives you long levels of endurance, I should say, through time. Let's talk about some of your discoveries. One of the reasons I came to you initially, and the reason I came and started having my blood looked at, is because I was familiar with the work of Dr. Enderlin in Germany. He was very famous there. And his studies about the impact of what actually happens within the bloodstream, that the environment that our bloodstream creates, or that we create through our lifestyle, actually causes cells in the body to adapt. And I know you weren't out looking for Dr. Enderlin's work, and on your own came across distinctions that were shocking to you. One of the things that Dr. Solomon told me is he said going and spending those 2 days with you, which he expected to spend 2 hours, was a mind-boggling experience because it revolutionized all his traditional training. And he said, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it in the blood, what I've been told would be impossible to happen. Maybe you can share with people what your studies have found, and maybe where it all started, when you first started to make this shift, because you've been studying the blood for some time. But what made the shift for you? What did you discover that's going on in the environment that shocked you?
Well, what shocked me, Tony, was when I was in Houston helping a type 1 diabetic. and looking at that blood at high magnification and seeing a cell before my eyes change its form. I didn't understand possibly the function it was going into, but I saw a red blood cell become a rod bacterial form and then go back into a red blood cell. And then from there, from the center, as if it was giving birth to another form, which was a yeast form, which brings us back to the candida or the yeast forms that you were suffering from. Right. Candida, now, from my research, is born from within rather than from without. So it's not something you catch, it's something you do. It's a lifestyle, right. It's a diet, it's a way of thinking. All this has an effect on our internal environment.
How is that possible? Because traditionally in science, red blood cell is a red blood cell. A brain, we were taught for years that brain cells, we can't replace them. Once it's over, it's over. You blow out that brain cell, or you drink too much alcohol or something, it's gone, they don't replace. And I know I saw last year, for 100 years we were taught brain cells, we only have so many, they're set up in advance, you can't make new brain cells. Now they've discovered they're wrong, that the brain cells, new brain cells are made based upon stimulation within the environment of your body and your mind. But how is it possible for a red blood cell to become a bacteria? I mean, most scientists would say that's physically impossible. And Dr. Solomon said if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would just say it's physically impossible.
Well, just as amazing that a red blood cell can become a brain cell,
right.
Or a red blood cell can become a muscle cell, right. Or a bone cell,
right.
That it's not the red blood cell that's living per se, but it's what makes up that red blood cell. That in 1864, Antoine Béchamp theorized that there was something smaller that was living. In fact, he called it the microzyma, or the small being, that these little tiny beings were really which were indestructible, which he found, were intelligent. Right. It was intelligent matter that had the capability to organize or disorganize based upon the environment that they swam in, kind of like a fish in a fishbowl.
Right.
If the environment is clean and vibrant, the fish are healthy. Right. If it's polluted with either too much food or other toxins there, then the fish are disturbed and they disorganize, much like our cells. And so the discovery was the ability of that which is living, these little tiny beings which make up all organized cells, the precursors to our genetic material, have the ability to become whatever cell the body needs if it's provided the correct internal environment.
Right. Now, I know Dr. Enderlin from Germany also had a very similar theory in the more modern time. Why don't you tell us a little about him?
Well, Enderlin, he passed away in the 60s,
right.
But his idea here again was that there was a pleomorphic activity, pleo meaning many-formism,
right.
And kind of like a tadpole goes to a frog or a caterpillar evolves into a butterfly.
Right.
The cells have the capability of changing their form. In the first phenomenon, becoming bacteria, in the second stage, yeast or fungus, and in the third stage, mold. And he perceived that there were two primary parasites, which were mold, which were the disturbers or the parasites and representations of all sickness and disease. And so he tied these two mold parasites to cancer and to other degenerative diseases.
Yes, and his institute is still very strong and actually very well respected in Germany. What's interesting, though, as I listen to you talk about this is, in AIDS, we interviewed Dr. Duesberg recently from UC Berkeley, who's one of the original retroviruses experts, and the original discoverer of inconogens, I guess the genes that were related to cancers. And, he, along with about 100 other major scientists and some Nobel laureates from around the world, now say that HIV is not the cause of AIDS, which is pretty disturbing. He said there's $50 billion that's been spent over 16 years and not one person has been helped. And so it's creating quite an upset in the community, although Dr. Montagnier of the Pasteur Institute in France, he's the man who originally discovered the original HIV virus. There's a man in the United States named Dr. Gallo who was actually convicted of scientific misconduct. He got credit for it because he stole it from the other guy. But long story short, Montagnier, the original founder, is now saying, listen, there's no way that HIV by itself can create AIDS, which is staggering. He's now saying there are these cofactors. And he said, we don't know what they are, but we know that the virus by itself can't create AIDS. And now the head of the NIH is even saying it's not just the virus, because they've realized after, again, 55 or $50 billion in 16 years and not helping a single person, that we got a problem here, and there must be something wrong here. There must be some other element. So we're seeing already that people believe that these viruses are mutating, for example, and that's why it's difficult. So viruses can mutate. If cells, brain cells can regenerate or new ones can be created, then obviously we can see that maybe our red blood cells can actually begin to change, and I guess that's what you're really showing.
Exactly. The red blood cell contains all the matter that's necessary to form any cell in the human body.
Right. I want to follow up just for a second, though, on something you were just mentioning and show that traditional science is now being taught the same thing by the experts. And what I mean by that specifically is the idea that there is a single cause of a single disease, some infectious agent is the cause, as opposed to the environment, is actually now penetrating traditional medical science. This is a book that's used at Harvard Medical School and a variety of medical schools around the country, and the author of it is Dr. Robbins, which is no relationship, by the way. But what I found really interesting is in the very first chapter, Dr. Robbins here says, and bear with me on this, he's talking about the etiology or cause of disease, and he talks about the concept of abnormal symptoms or diseases being caused by what is the cause. And he starts out specifically saying an ancient recorded history for the Akkadians, and he goes through all kinds of detailed writing here. But what he says is if someone became ill, it was either his own fault for having sinned, or it was the making of outside agents such as bad smells, cold, evil spirits, or the gods made you ill. He says, in more modern terms, there are basically two major classes of etiological factors: genetic causes of disease and acquired. And acquired, he says, are infectious, nutritional, chemical, physical, etc. And here's what's interesting. He says, knowledge or discovery of the primary cause remains the backbone in which diagnosis can be made, a disease can be understood, or a treatment developed. But, here's what's really interesting, bear with me on this, but the concept, I quote, of one cause leading to one disease developed largely from the discovery of specific infectious agents as the causes of specific diseases is no longer sufficient. This is being taught at Harvard Medical School now. But when you talk to many doctors today, the half-life of medical education now is 5 years. Things are changing so fast, so they're not updated on this. And it says, although it's true that there would be no malaria without malarial parasites, and there would be no tuberculosis without tubercle bacilli, and no gout without a derangement in the urate metabolism, not all individuals infected with these organisms or born with a metabolic abnormality develop the disease. In other words, you can have all these symptoms, or I should say all of these infectious agents in your body and you don't have any problems, nor do they develop it at the same rate or with the same severity. In other words, today we know that we have tuberculosis germs, almost all of us in our body, but we don't have tuberculosis. It's only when we pollute the environment, something happens in the environment that allows those things to proliferate. And that's the whole metaphor we talked about earlier, which is, if you went to New York City and there's a big trash strike and you saw these rats around, you wouldn't say, look at all this trash these rats brought. You'd say, look what we've done. We created this trash and now the rats are coming and they're going to keep coming. You can kill all the rats off, they're going to keep coming back.
Exactly.
In essence, this is really your theory. Your theory is, and it makes so much common sense, is that it's almost like if we live in a polluted acid rain environment, if this room is polluted, we're going to be toxic. We're going to begin to break down or mutate to survive. In essence, you're really teaching about inner ecology, aren't you?
Exactly. The terrain is everything, and the germ is nothing.
Right.
And so it's the internal environment. That's really our battle cry, to reclaim your inner terrain, to clean up the polluted environments of the fluids through superhydration, through alkalizing and energizing. By doing that, you change the environment. You put new positive impressions at the cellular level, giving the chance for cells to organize rather than disorganize in a polluted environment. So it's the environment. Environment is everything. It's like taking seeds and throwing them on soil. They grow perfectly well, but if you throw them on carpet or some other matter, they don't grow. So the terrain is everything.
And that's why people can be in the same environment. People who are so fearful of germs are always constantly worried, somebody sneezed, somebody coughed, oh my God. And I've lived in that environment my whole life. I never get sick. And the reason is because my terrain has been so solid. Even in the compromised environment, I never got that compromised, fortunately for me. I heard George Carlin the other day talking about you wussies, you're so afraid of germs. He goes, I love to eat germs. He said, I drop food on the floor, I pick it up and eat it again. He said, I'm healthy as hell. He said, he says, what do you think an immune system's for God's sakes? He said, my immune system's good. We used to swim in the river, in the Hudson River, and he said, that made our immune system strong. And he just went off. I don't know if you've seen his latest special or not. It's funny, but let's talk about the immune system next, because first of all, if we want our bodies to be healthy, we got to have a strong immune system. And most of us are taught in traditional education that the immune system is this army that goes out and it attacks the bad guys and it kills them off. But when I went to your blood class and we started studying the blood with these doctors from all over the world, you can see that's not quite how the immune system functions. It's more like a trash collector, picking up all the waste. But if it gets overloaded, the immune system stops. In fact, well, let me hand it off to you. I'm giving away your show.
No, it's all right. The immune system acts as a glorified janitorial service. Its purpose is to collect the garbage and then take it to the dump, which is the liver.
Right.
And in fact, in some of my research, that's the very thing that happens. You see the immune system swimming through the serum. It goes over and picks up the garbage, which would be either a bacteria or a yeast cell. Because I perceive the size and also its toxicity, it'll carry it for a little while and then it will spit it out, and a smart white blood cell will then take it and pull it from behind as if it's carrying it to someplace, and here again I perceive would be the dump, which would be the liver.
Being in the class, I've watched this happen live, and you told everybody, watch this. This yeast cell, it's going to spit it back out because this is a relatively new white blood cell, I guess, and it's learning, so to speak. It's in the beginning process of it, but that the successful ones drag it along until it gets there.
Yeah, you can see it consuming the yeast, and then it carries it for a while, and then you see it throwing it out.
Now, my father died of what's called an autoimmune disorder about a year ago, and when the doctors were treating him, I said, well, how can you treat him? Because they say they don't understand what makes the body, quote, attack itself, where your immune system is attacking itself.
Right.
But you have an interesting perception or theory that makes so much sense to me, which is, I guess, what's happening is these cells now, when they're finally overloaded, there's so much toxicity. My father was taking drugs to bulk up because he wanted to work out and he wanted to build muscle in his older age. And he was doing a lot of things that were very destructive that we weren't aware of at the time. But what happened is his body literally started feeding on itself. And so they gave him more and more drugs, none of which helped. He lost 70 pounds in 2 weeks. It was a complete wasting away. But as bad as that was, what hurt me the most is I knew that no one was helping him, but I didn't know what, I couldn't explain. I just knew that his body obviously was toxic, and we had a lot of white blood cells. They were probably proliferating to try and do the job of cleaning things up. I knew that even before I met you. But explain that. Why then do other white blood cells seem to be feeding on or attacking, by some people's description, these other white blood cells? What is an autoimmune deficiency in your perception?
In my perception, here again, it's the immune system, which is carrying out its function to collect garbage, becomes full of garbage. It'd be like a garbage man going out collecting too much garbage, and the truck breaks down.
Right.
And so the white cell is breaking down because of its consumption of all this morbid matter, and then becomes disturbed itself and starts breaking down itself, thereby activating more white blood cells to clear out that garbage.
Right.
So it's like towing away the garbage truck that's broken down with garbage.
Right. And so now you see when the system is so toxic, it becomes so overwhelmed that it starts to pile on top of each other, basically, and it becomes a continuous process. And so when you look at it from the outside, one way to interpret that is to look at that and say, oh my God, the immune system is attacking itself. Another way to interpret it might be to say the immune system is doing everything it can to try and get rid of the waste that is coming in more rapidly than it's able to clean it up.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
This session continues on the next CD.
Let's talk a little bit about free radicals just for a second, because there's so much coming out now about free radicals might be the cause of cancer. You know, free radicals are the new focus. They've been there for some time, and everybody's been told, take antioxidants in mass. And I know you agree with taking the antioxidants, but I guess for a different reason. I guess the real problem is acid?
Well, the reason I agree with antioxidants like vitamin A and E is that they act as antacids. They neutralize acids, but it's just not taking any particular antioxidants to neutralize or buffer these acids, but it's the quality, it's the size of these particles so that they're transdermal, so they can immediately go into the blood and the lymph and help to neutralize these acids. So you lose a lot through digestion, through the colloidal form, which I perceive as the best form, going right into the fluids of the body, helping to neutralize these acids.
That's great. So that's where you get that 90 or 100%, I don't know if it's 100, but 90% absorption or somewhere in that range, because the body's able to get it directly because it's so small, it goes right into the bloodstream. Is that
exactly
correct? That makes sense. Let's talk a little bit about one final thing, which is the building of muscle. You know, a lot of people say, okay, you're going to become vegetarian, or you're going to, maybe not vegetarian, you're vegetarian and some fish. Gosh, you know, how am I going to build any muscle? You know, I got to have some protein here.
All right.
Maybe you can address that for us.
Well, most of the protein that is created from within our bodies rather than from without.
And it's recycled.
It's recycled as well. So there are protein pools which create about 70% of these structures. But when you think of the strongest animals again in the world, where do they get their protein? They get it from with their heads to the grass, eating the grass, which contain all the proteins. Wheatgrass, barley grass, kamut grass, which are in the supergreens, contain all the proteins or the subcellular units that make up all proteins. So what precedes those protein complexes are those little tiny beans that organize themselves into protein complexes. Right. So you can get that all from green foods. In fact, we talked about the broccoli being about 47% protein.
Right.
A higher content of protein than beef, chicken, turkey, pork, or even fish, without all the acid residues which compromise the internal terrain. So here you're eating alkalizing foods, getting the subunits to build all the proteins the body needs, and that's what builds strong muscles. When you build the blood, you build healthy cells that can also then change into healthy muscle cells.
Because you can actually, again, coming back to this distinction of understanding the difference between health and fitness, you can be very, very fit. You can build muscles, you describe, and have that muscle be based on waste cells or based on toxicity within the system, and you get this bulk, but you don't have health. Or you could build that same bulk, but you do it by building the blood itself. So you have healthy, vibrant cells, and those muscles are not just looking good from the outside, but they actually are good from the inside, from a health perspective.
Right, you build from the inside out.
Right.
And so rather than not only being fit, but you're also healthy. And this has been a major problem in the bodybuilding business. They look good on the outside, but when I draw their blood is suffering. There's a lot of disorganization, and the terrain is very much compromised, and it affects the energy value or the energy levels of these athletes, who if they're going on more of a green foods, green drink diet and using grasses and stems and leaves, they're going to build the blood, and when they put stress, which translates into piezoelectricity, that's a charge, signals the blood to circulate. Let's say you're doing curls and building the biceps. That energy is then signaled the blood to circulate in the biceps, and what happens then is the red blood cell will go back to its original form and then into a muscle cell. So if you're building good red blood cells, you'll also build muscle cell.
Plus, I guess, you know, all the studies I've done at Harvard, I know I years ago studied where they will take a vegetarian, person, bodybuilder, and you take somebody who's eating a lot of protein, and the excess nitrogen that they're taking in that protein actually sedates that person. It exhausts that person, makes them tired more rapidly. So the endurance level of these athletes is 10 times that of the person who's bulking up on protein. One of the things I think it's really important for people then is to think about if they're going to really want to shape their body like this, what they really want to do is they want to make demands, but they want to make sure the blood is in the healthiest condition to make those demands upon, and they got to have enough alkalinity to get rid of the natural lactic acid that comes from working out. Is that true?
Exactly.
If you don't, what happens?
Well, if you don't, that builds up into the tissues. You have more downtime, more inflammation and irritation. This doesn't happen when you're alkalizing and energizing. Just in your case, where you're putting out all that energy, you don't feel that downtime, where you have all that recovery to take place. So your exercises become more efficient, and you're able to exercise longer, you're able to build longer without the toxic effect of lactic acid buildup.
Well, one of the reasons I want to talk about this is because a lot of people say, well, health is really nice, but fitness, well, that's where the strength and the power is. And I personally love that sense of power. And years ago, I would go for that. I'd just push myself, and then I'd break down, And so then I became more health-oriented, and so I was healthy. But I see a lot of people that are, quote, healthy, but they don't look healthy because they don't have that vibrancy that comes from strength of being fit. Fitness being the capacity to powerfully do something instantaneously with an explosion of strength or energy, and health being all the aspects of the body in balance, working at functional efficiency. And you can't have both. Mm-hmm. You got to have health first, obviously. But in the building of muscle, so many people give up their health for fitness because they don't think there's a way to do both. Now, I know there's a great deal of research that's come out recently that's very exciting on what's called static contraction training. And we're going to actually do an interview with these guys. But these scientists basically have shown how to get people to gain up to 25 pounds of muscle mass in 10 weeks. Now, if you could put 10 pounds of, not pounds, but 10 pounds of muscle, not 10 pounds of fat, on in a year, that's considered to be quite extraordinary. And people bulk up and they take creatine and, protein powders to try and do that, and they end up having difficulty doing it. But they're consistently producing this. This is considered the breakthrough. And it's called static contraction. And the idea of it, because I want to hear how this works from your perspective, is that you, instead of doing, 12 reps, what you do is you take and you lift a weight and you push, you take the heaviest weight you can hang on to and push not to lockout, but to maximum demand and hold for 15 seconds. And if you can hold for longer than 15 seconds, it's not heavy enough. But 15 seconds and then it starts to come down using every ounce of effort you have. And that's it. You're done. You do one rep. And the growth that they're developing in these athletes, I mean, it's becoming the rage in many circles within the bodybuilding area. Why would something like this work? And how would your philosophy and your health approach and your products help people to get maximum results in this kind of area?
Well, it's a great question. With the understanding of the pleomorphism and the ability of a cell to change its form and function, helps us to understand how muscle cells build or how they grow. When you're putting stress on any particular muscle group, you're sending a bioelectrical signal, which signals the blood to create greater circulation of that particular part of the body that's being stressed. So if you're stressing the biceps, you're sending out an electrical charge that signals the blood to create greater circulation. Once the blood is there, the process of the red blood cell then goes through a process known as dedifferentiation. It goes from a red blood cell down to its original form, which is an embryonic cell, and then into a muscle cell. So pleomorphism applies not only to disorganization, as cells go from, let's say, a red blood cell to a bacterial cell, they have the capability of going into a muscle cell. Right. So it's very important that we concentrate on the environment, the terrain, and building healthy blood cells by what we eat. So super hydrating with super greens provides an alkaline environment and also those anatomical elements to build good, healthy blood cells, so that when you're building your muscle and putting stress, which is called piezoelectricity, you're sending out those bioelectrical signals. That'll signal the blood to go to the muscle group, and that process of pleomorphism will take place and build stronger muscle.
Right, that makes sense. And one of the things that probably makes sense based on what I've heard you say also is that in this system, they have done extensive research on about 30,000 bodybuilders, and what they've shown is that there's the more they rest them to a certain extent, the better off they are. Now, there's obviously a point of diminishing returns there, but that they need that rest. And I assume that part of that is because there's so much lactic acid being built up by the maximum stress of a muscle. Is that true?
That's exactly right. And so it's even more important to take colloidal supplements and alkalizing supplements to neutralize those acids, so you don't have the toxic effect or the breakdown of those things which you're trying to build, and that's building that muscle.
Right, and you're trying to really truthfully do it at an unnatural level when you're trying to really build huge muscles, more than you really need on a daily basis. And most people that are eating in an unnatural way on top of it, the combination of those acids in the body really start to break people down. So they may look good and they may be fit in terms of short-term strength, but they just don't have the endurance because they don't have the health to support it.
So you have to build from the inside out.
That makes total sense. Dr. Young, you are so brilliant. I could talk to you for 5 more hours, but I want to talk to your wife because she's going to show us now how the heck do we live this way and really enjoy ourselves, because my experience is willpower never lasts. If people have to do something and deny themselves, no matter how healthy it is, most people are not going to follow through. And what I've been thrilled with is, and I honestly would have been skeptical about, even though I consider myself to be very disciplined, was that I could enjoy these foods. Now, Shelley, coming to your home is what converted me because I thought, my God, and I brought, as you know, several of my executives with me, and they were out of their minds. This food is really good, Tony. I could really do this. This is fabulous. So let's talk about how and the heck do we really start to make this work for people? How do people make this change where they don't feel like, oh my God, I've lost everything? Because when we first went and had our blood tested, Becky and I, at the end, the woman who taught us about what we might want to do to cleanse our body and make our dietary change, I left very excited because I took this green drink. It was amazing. And Becky left depressed because she was saying, oh my God, I'll never be able to eat again. And food is an adventure and food is romance and all those things. She doesn't feel that way now, but she was really scared. So do we have no life? What do we have to do here? What's happening here? You give us the solution, Shelley.
Okay. Becky's actually right. Food is one of our greatest entertainments and pastimes, and we have to be realistic about that. We can take all of the products in the green drink, but we still have to eat. We still have the need to chew, to crunch, to socialize with food. And so what we do is we do it through transition and phasing. You don't make this an overnight, overwhelming process to where you feel like you're not going to have any fun anymore. And the other thing is through education. Many of us have been educated in the wrong way to believe that the only place we can get calcium is from dairy products, or the only place we can get protein is from meat. And so through education and through example and through changing our family and cultural traditions, we can come to learn that eating alkaline can taste good, can be fast, and most of all can benefit us so that we can have longer, healthier lives full of more fun.
Well, one of the things you just said that I think is really important is that texture. It's like one of the things I think people have is as a culture, we're conditioned to have like canned foods. Most people think of hot dogs and hamburgers, or burritos. But I think one of the great things you've done is you've made these hand foods, and the textures of those things, the feel of those things is so important. What are some things that people can do? Now, first of all, we obviously recommend they drink the green drink. They take the products, because even if people don't make a dietary change, which we absolutely want them to do, they're going to see a significant change. I think, Dr. Young, what was the percentage change you estimated in your work previously about that?
It's dramatic. It can be as high as 80%.
Wow. But we want 100%, and for some people it's not 80, it might be 50 or 60, so we want to make the dietary change. But what are the places that you would start with people? I watched this tape, you fascinated me, you made me believe that I need to alkalize, I need to energize, and we'll do the products, but where do I start with my diet? What are some simple principles I can begin with here?
Well, first of all, you look at your diet to decide how acid it really is, and after you hear about the science, you realize that, wow, 80 or 90% of what I'm eating is acidic, and that's why I don't feel as good as I used to. So the awareness is paramount. You have to be aware, you have to take an accounting of how you're feeling, and you have to have the desire to want to feel better. So with that desire, you look at your diet and you make changes first in bread, for instance. Most people are very addicted to sugars and breads. And so you start to back off a yeast bread and go down to like a sprouted wheat tortilla, and you make these transitions over a period of a few weeks. And instead of making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you take a sprouted wheat tortilla and you put almond butter on it.
Which is actually really delicious.
Right.
It's better than peanut butter because you're kind of bored with peanut butter, right?
Right. And then all of a sudden you feel like, wow, this isn't that bad. This is actually really good.
Right.
So you make these transitions through a period of time. You can phase off of meat and go to other chewy foods like tofu and raw almonds that have been soaked that give you that crunch and give you that high protein and calcium content. So you still feel satisfied and have energy throughout the day. And then you don't feel like you're being deprived of anything. You actually feel like you're giving yourself a gift and supporting yourself.
Especially when you get those textures like that. The raw almonds, again, for everybody, that's not cooked almonds, and that's not roasted almonds, and that's not almonds with barbecue on them. But when you take those raw almonds, explain about the plumping process. I was blown away by how good those are. And I go on a flight to Fiji. It's a 11-hour flight. It's a long flight, and I don't want to eat the junk they have on there. And now I just take my almonds and I take, believe it or not, celery sticks in a little Ziploc, and I love it. But I know that sounds insane. It sounds insane to me too. But the almonds really didn't sound too insane because I used to like almonds anyway. But explain the plumping process to people and what it does and how do you do it?
The plumping process is exciting because it actually starts the sprouting process of the nut. It pulls oxygen from the water, it plumps the nut, making it a higher water content food, which is what we're always trying to do.
But how do they do that?
The almonds?
Yes.
They just sitting in the water. They actually have...
So you put them in a bowl of water.
Yeah. And they just plump. They just absorb the water and the oxygen right out of it. They pull it into themselves to start the sprouting process. And so what you'll find is that they'll actually be larger, and they almost taste like a water chestnut. But they're still sweet, and they're very digestible.
Now, why are those almonds, for example, not considered, saturated fat? Why aren't they really a fatty type of food?
Well, one reason is because you're eating them raw. So through a roasting process, you're going to change those fatty acid chains and make them more brittle and less flexible in the body. So when we can look at these foods from our Creator and use them as they are, it makes it quicker, faster, and more efficient for us.
That's great.
They're really there for our support. We just have to have the faith in them as they are to use them as they are.
What do we do with our kids? They're going to freak out. What has happened to mom? What's happened to dad? They went to those Robbins videos or seminars, and now look what's going on.
Yeah, you don't want to come down too hard on anybody with this program because they'll just sneak across the street for the ding-dongs and Twinkies if you come home like a Nazi Gestapo type of person who says, we're going to take everything out of the house that's fun. So what you do with kids is, again, you think transition and phasing, and you start offering some more healthy choices at the table, along with the pizza and along with the macaroni and cheese. You put a big salad, and you crunch on those red bell peppers, and you live by example. Children will watch what their parents or what their caretakers do. And if they can see that their caretakers are taking good care of themselves and having plenty of energy, they'll follow after a little while. The other thing that I've done with my children is I'll allow them to make their choices always. And I'll wait till they get sick. I'll let them eat as much junk food and candy and sugar as they want, and then I'm there with the solution. There I am with this big bowl of vegetable soup and say, we're going to get better. Right. And I do it by alkalizing. So they make this anchor, this association that, wow, if I eat bad, I don't feel as good. And then when I get sick, if I eat good, I get better. And you do this, you bounce with them through maybe 6 months to a year of not feeling good and feeling better. And then finally they make the choice themselves to stay on the alkalizing food.
Well, I met your daughter, who's just a bundle of energy. I'll tell you what, she's your inner light example,
Right.
But, she's talked about how, she wouldn't live any other way. And sure she is. She's got, I don't know how many units at school at Brigham Young University, but she's an outstanding student. Everybody else is burnt out on Saturday, and she's like raring to go. And you just feel her vibrancy.
Yeah. But there was a time when she was very resistant.
Really?
And I would have to say about 4 years ago, she thought we were eccentric and I don't want to hear about this. And she had to go through her own experimentation like we all do.
But what ultimately conditions us is the pleasure and the energy.
Right.
You get addicted to the good feelings. And if you'll do it long enough, like the 7 to 10 days, you become alkaline and then you desire these foods and they become extremely satisfying.
Right.
Now, I know you've created a video on how to cook in the kitchen, but one of the things you've always told me is I'm not a cook. I don't believe that. Talk about that for a second.
Well, yeah, people who know me, I've always avoided the kitchen and the homemaking thing. There's so much out in the world to be doing, and I always felt if I was in the kitchen slaving over these long roasts that had to be roasted for hours and hours or any type of sauce that had to be made for a long time, I felt like I was really missing out. So now that I'm in the kitchen realizing that this is actually healing and helping people to live more vibrant lives, I'm excited to be there. And the 3 goals that I have is to teach people how to make it fast, because we don't want to slow people down. They will not commit to this if it takes more of their time. So we have to make it fast. It has to taste good. It has to taste good, and it has to be good for them.
Right.
And that's what we're doing in the video, is showing people how to do that at home.
I really want to recommend that for you because it'll show you how to make those things happen and or have somebody else make it for you. And again, it's not that complex. One of the things you've called yourself in the past, not a cook, but a food arranger.
Right.
What does that mean?
Right. Well, when we think of the earth, as Robert said, we think of the earth 70% water, 30% matter. That's how we want to look at our plate, and we want to arrange our plate with 70% raw, whole, energizing, alkalizing foods. Right. And there's a plethora of wonderful vegetable alkalizing foods. People just have to get acquainted with them. Again, like you say, you never thought you'd love red bell peppers as a snack, and now it's a treat.
It's actually very sweet.
Yeah, very sweet, very sweet. So you put 70% alkalizing foods on your plate, and then maybe 30% warmer, more grounding foods that would stay with you a little bit longer, and that combination makes us arrange a meal so that we stay on the alkaline side of the pH.
Plus, you've also, you're really great at making soups, and soups are so satisfying because when you're really hungry, if you do that first, it's like, one of the things I do is I grab on a big drink, a green drink, and I drink that before I eat, because what I found is, number one, you don't want to take your digestive juices and dilute them later on anyway.
Right.
And I make sure that I get my water, I make sure I got my nutrients, and then I don't feel so starving, because the minute I drink the green drink, man, if my blood sugar's down because I haven't eaten all day, I do that, it's like, bam, instantaneously, I'm within, half a glass, I've changed. So I do that so then I don't overeat, in any way. Mm-hmm. And then, but the other portion, I think, is you've really done an amazing job, I think, of taking different textures of food, but flavors of the foods. Flavoring is so important. And I know you made one of these little hand foods one time, made of one of these like wraps.
Right.
I mean, I was out of my mind because it had like, and I never would have guessed in a million years. It had avocado in it before. I was like, oh my God, it's too much fat. It was so flavorful. And it had hummus in it, and it had, I think,
sun-dried tomatoes.
Sun-dried tomatoes. Oh my God! And
Flavor.
cucumbers, and just the mixture of it was like better than something I'd had ever before. And that takes no time to make, and you can wrap it up. So between that and the soups and things like that, it's those things you can have around the house that people can instantly heat up or instantly just grab and make happen. And that's a big part of what I guess you're teaching, isn't it?
Right. You can have healthy fast food. It can be healthy.
That's great.
And I'm dreaming of the day when we have, fast food restaurants where you can drive up to the window and get a wrap.
Make healthies.
That's right, make healthies.
Well, wraps are becoming very popular, although not many of them are too alkaline. But once you know these things, what I've been doing is you go in there and say, I want you to put this and this and this in this wrap for me, and boom, you're ready to go, and you've got something there. And then they're showing up more and more. It's just like, McDonald's has like veggie burgers now. I mean, it gives you an idea of how big society has changed, So we're moving more and more to a healthy environment as people begin to understand alkalinity. Right. Hopefully there'll be even more and more choices as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of fear out of food. I meet so many women that are afraid of food because they're so afraid of what it's going to do to their body, who don't understand this alkalizing process. And really, we eat a lot of volume of food. We feast when we eat, and we feast in gratitude and reverence of all the healing elements that are in these foods. Right. So it makes it exciting. And the concern for the kids, 1 in 8 children have high blood pressure in the schools today. I know. And 2 in 12 have ADD. We're doing something wrong, and it has to start at home and then go to school at lunch.
Yeah, and you're also seeing kids today, or I was reading a statistic that they're 12 pounds heavier than they were 15 years ago.
That's right.
At the same age. 12 pounds. I mean, it's unbelievable.
We were lecturing in San Diego, and an elementary school teacher there told me she had had 2 children in her school have heart attacks this year.
At what age group?
Elementary school, so grades 1 through 6. 2 students had heart attacks. Amazing. So we've got to make a change. We have to for the kids.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Let's talk about kids for a second, because one of the things I love about you personally is you are such a mom to the world. You care about people so much, and you have such a generous spirit. It concerns me. I mean, I'm emotional about it when I see these kids, especially these young girls, both, that are living at, Starbucks, and you can see they look like waifs. Their whole bodies are just wilting away. And, I mean, I see our kids are systematically being destroyed by marketing. The amount of food that we now offer, instead of a normal-sized glass, it's Mr. Big Super Duper Gulp that's, large enough to basically flood your whole system with something your body can't handle. What do we do? What do you see happening with our kids? What's the impact on them? And what do we really do to turn that around from your perspective?
Yeah, from my perspective, I see that there's a lot of pressure on young females. Number one, to stay slim. There's so much pressure from society and from boys that if you're not slim and gorgeous, you don't make it. So in this complex problem and the pressure that these young girls have on them, they still need energy, so they'll go to the Starbucks and they'll go to these types of foods, but they won't feed themselves because they don't want to get fat. So this is where I see a real concern, where we need to educate young women that they can eat good foods, that they can stay slim, that they can be fit and be healthy, because these are the mothers that are going to give us our next generation. So it's vital that we target the young women.
Well, right now there's almost the new, I think they call them latte girls or something like that.
Yeah.
And they live at the Starbucks, and it becomes a social environment and a very emotional, almost cocoon, as well as going after boys' environment. But you see people just consuming mass amounts of acid on an ongoing basis, and you just see their body wilting away. It's a scary thought. Where do you start? How do you get?
Well, the other thing that we've done with kids is we've rewarded them with sweets a lot. If you get the right answer on this test, you get this treat. Or if you eat all your dinner, I'll give you some dessert. And then we coat their whole meal with sugar before they go to bed. And we wonder why they have to be on antibiotics and why they're overweight and this sort of thing. So we have to sort of change that with children and reward them by just setting down the good, wonderful, wholesome meal. And affirming to them, doesn't this feel great, this warm bowl of soup? Or we have to be positive about the alkalining foods so that they pick up on that attitude and be grateful for it. Sure. Children know when we're grateful for things and when we appreciate things, so that's a start.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Again, I think the most powerful thing is if you can get them to have the experience I know one of the things that you told me a long time ago you did is you just suddenly went, oops, the store was out of something.
Peanut butter.
So I
have almond butter
this
today,
almond butter here. I guess we'll have to try it. And then the kids actually liked it,
Right.
And oops, And I think,
I'm big at oops.
I think the oops technique is a really useful technique.
Yeah, it works.
Starvation works really well for you to try something new, But when the new thing, it tastes good, then people are willing to do it again. But when they have choices,
right.
I think one of the things you've done in your house, at least from what I've seen, is you've been real good at making sure that there are limited choices at times until they at least try it,
right.
and they make it happen.
Right, and again, it happens over a period of time. I would say it took us a year to phase milk, bread, meat, and dairy out of the house.
Right.
We still have sugar occasionally, but nothing like we used to.
Sure.
And as long as you don't make it a high pressure, as long as you make it an exciting journey, and everybody's healthy, and nobody has to miss out on any activity because they're sick, they love those experiences.
Let's talk about women. We're talking about girls. Let's talk about women. I read some things that disturb me so much. Just a few weeks ago, there was a big study that was done, and it was on the cover of the New York Times, describing the fact that women who have in their background cancer of the breast cancer, that it's now being promoted on a large scale, that they have double mastectomies as a preventative measure. In other words, they have no cancer in their body, no symptoms of cancer, but because their mother did or their mother and grandmother did, and it's in their family, they should remove their breasts. And the worst part about it, as bad as that is they said, and it's 90% effective. You have a 90%, if you have a double mastectomy, you have a 90% chance of not getting cancer of the breast. I thought, well, how could it be 90%? You have no breasts. How could it be 90% effective?
Yeah.
What is that about?
Well, again, we're focusing on the fear that is induced from having
that's
a family
exactly what they
history.
said. They said it's a mitigator of fear. It's an anxiety mitigator, and that's why the doctor's saying rather than live with the fear and anxiety, let's just loop them off.
And we come to the solution as when in doubt, take it out, or when in doubt, take it off, and then we don't have to deal with the problem. And the insurance companies have been a real culprit in this also because they're much more willing to pay for a hysterectomy than leave the uterus in and work on their uterus because they know that uterus is still in there and they may have to cover more insurance on it later. So the insurance companies are much more willing to pay a doctor to just take the whole shebang out, and then they feel like they don't have to worry about it. But if you listen to the science, we're really creating more weakness in the body for acids to settle to that place. We're disturbing lots of lymph tissue when we cut off a woman's breast. And then she's left impaired and deformed, and in my mind, much less of the woman that she should be. And we totally disregard the wisdom of our own bodies when we do things like that.
It's staggering to me, but it's all based out of fear. In my own case, I was told that I had a pituitary tumor when I went in for just a typical blood test that I had to do as part of my renewal as a pilot. You have to do it every 2 years. And if I had not stuck to my guns, he wanted to cut out, part of my brain, my pituitary gland, connected to my brain. And I had to go through 7 or 8 doctors. And when I went to endocrinologist, he wanted to drug me. When I went to a surgeon, he wanted to cut me. And I finally went to one of the top endocrinologists in the country, in the world, one of the founders, really, of the science in modern days, and was one of his final patients. And he said, Tony, you have no symptoms, there's nothing wrong with you, but, just to be safe, we'd rather treat you because we'd rather be certain that you're not going to have a problem, and we want you to have certainty. And I said, I got certainty. I don't need to cut out a piece of my brain. And I told him what's happened. He said, yes. He said, a baker wants to bake, and a cutter wants to cut, a surgeon wants to cut. He said, and I'm an endocrinologist, so I'd like to recommend you take this drug just as a preventative measure, just to be safe, even though you have no symptoms. And because I had so much growth hormone in my body. And years ago I did have, unbeknownst to me, that's why I grew 10 inches in a year. And so I said, I don't think so. And within less than 6 months, I had another doctor who's a friend of mine who was one of the only ones who supported me in doing nothing, saying you're totally fine, who pulled out this new article that came out from the FDA describing the drug now was creating cancer, the very drug that was being recommended to me. And all these people were well-meaning. Not only well-meaning, they cared about me. It's why they recommended the surgery or the drugs. But out of a need for certainty, out of a need to not have to worry, we do some unbelievably bizarre things in our culture. And I can't imagine a man being told that he should loop off his manhood, so to speak, as a preventative measure, and him just going en masse okay. But we do this to women. It's just staggering to me that as a culture we've allowed this to occur.
Right.
What do women need to do to be sure they don't have to live in fear? What are some of the steps that they can do? Because women are told as they enter their 40s and 50s, they have concerns, and there's more fear entering that stage of life for women based upon some of what is promoted in the culture and I'm sure in a positive way, or attempting to be positive to protect them. But what do women really need to know? What do they need to really do?
Well, I think an awareness and a new interest in taking care of ourselves is paramount. And if a woman understands herself in a holistic sense, that every organ is there for a reason, and even after having children, that uterus and ovaries is very valuable and has to do with bone mass and hormonal development through their menopausal years. If they can value themselves and become what I call very stingy with their organs and with their body parts.
Not giving them up.
Yeah, and realize that every part helps the other, and look at ourselves holistically and treat that bloodstream as a tissue, as a flowing tissue that affects every other part of the body. If we give them the education and the rights to take care of themselves and the knowledge, then they have the power to stay healthy all throughout their lives.
And they can stick to it when someone else is going through their training and doing what they're trying to help. Again, no one's trying to hurt anybody here.
Right.
But we just, as a culture, we used to give women when they were pregnant, we used to give them, what was the drug, thalidomide.
Right.
You know, and we did it
for
20, 30,000 mothers, I guess, at the stage initially, or I guess 20 years, excuse me.
Yeah.
And now we have these thalidomide babies, you know, that grew with, you know, arms coming out of where an ear is supposed to be and holes in their throats and everything else. And so just because something is believed doesn't mean it is correct.
Right.
And we unfortunately found out years later, you know, bloodletting was the way that, you know, you used to try and deal with a virus or a challenge at one stage in medical history a long, long time ago. So I think it's real important that people use their own common sense. You know, that's part of what we're hoping will happen. So as long as you're talking about women, one of the big things that women are concerned about is calcium, you know, because they're all told that your bones are going to break down, you're going to get osteoporosis.
Right.
And so what a lot of them do is they're out there trying to find drinking milk or taking in dairy products or doing things that
taking Tums.
Yeah, you know, doing anything they can to try and get some calcium in their system. So should they be worried about it? And if so, what should they do?
Well, they should be concerned about it, but there's some great solutions that they're probably not aware of, which are all natural and which are all around them. It's not real common knowledge that all of the green leafy vegetables are very high in calcium. It hasn't been taught. And so the women have to realize if they're getting their greens and getting their salads and eating avocados, that they are getting the calcium they need without the high-protein animal sources that would leach calcium from the bone that would cause the osteoporosis. So it's sort of a dichotomy here when a woman is thinking, you know, I need protein and calcium from animal sources so that I won't break down, when really the acidity level goes so high that that's when they start breaking down.
Because as they take in all of those acid foods, their body then pulls the calcium as a buffer to deal with the acids. So they're actually, it's not only a self-defeating process, it actually accelerates the breakdown, doesn't it?
Right.
Exactly.
Right. So as soon as they realize and are re-educated that they can get calcium from tofu or raw almonds or all of the greens or vegetables, broccoli has a very high count of calcium.
Yes.
Then the fear dispels, the weight comes off, they feel taken care of, they feel nurtured, they feel like they're handling their own health situation, and they're vibrant. It's wonderful.
Well, you just brought up another point, too, which is so often these people are working so hard also to lose weight.
Yeah.
But they're creating so much acid in their body, the body's trying to hang on to that fat, if their genetic tendency is to do that, to protect, to buffer against that acid. So here they are trying to pour on this calcium and maybe going and working out really hard, because that's typical. I hear a lot of women, they're out there, they're on the Stairmaster, they're pushing, and they're over-exercising, actually, because they have so much acid in their body already from their diet. And they're trying to build the calcium, and everything is just breaking down. And they say, well, I guess I'm getting older, I'm aging.
Right.
You know, it's an amazing dichotomy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the women's products, because one of the things that really sold me on your company and on your products specifically was, first, myself. Second of all, as you know, I have a tremendous executive team at Robbins Research, of which it's dominated by women. I'm one of the token males on the team. And there's only one or two of us, three of us, I guess, total, that are male. And I have powerful women that are in their 40s and 50s who just kick butt. I mean, they run the show.
Right.
But as they've gone through the natural process of aging, they have had the change of life, some of them, and they've had flashes, you know, and so forth, hot flashes. And one of the greatest things is I'd been using your product for about 6 months, I guess. And I came to the meeting one day and I saw everybody with a big bottle of green drink. And I said, wow, I said, everybody's really hooked on this now. And they said, yeah, because I got them all to go do blood tests so they'd be convinced to see what really worked here. This wasn't just feeling good for the moment. And I said, why did you continue with it? And everybody gave different reasons, but two of the women said, because my hot flashes disappeared. And I asked them, you know, from drinking the green drink, they said, well, the green drink, but also I take the women's pack. What is the women's pack, and why does it seem to have such a dramatic effect on women's hormones and so forth?
Yeah, well, again, we call it a target product, which means a balancing act for a certain area of the body, the female reproduction. And this product is formulated with a synergy. There's synergism in all of these herbs and components of the product that actually are better than the sum of their parts. And they also have the nucleic acids, which drive those healthy and curative properties of the herbs right to the female organs. Wow. So it's a real balancing act, and that's why they receive benefit from the symptomologies that they're having, because even an article that I read just lately said that women with PMS and with hot flashes are taking antacids and receiving benefit. And again, all of these symptomologies that women are experiencing are just an indicator that they're too acidic.
Right.
So this product targets that area.
Well, again, as we talked earlier, acid is what really puts the cavity in here. It's not the sugar. It's the acid from the sugar. It's the acid that destroys marble or destroys your insides, and it's the acid that's going to go to whatever your weakest link is, I guess. Now, that was one of the questions I had. If I want to start now and I say, okay, I'm willing to do the following. It makes sense to me that I got to alkalize and energize. So I'm willing to look at my diet and say I want to make 70 or 80% of it more salads, vegetables, and I'll have a small piece of fish on the side if I'm going to have that. Or I'll have a small amount of pasta, not a giant pasta and a token vegetable, right? So I'm willing to do that, because I won't feel hungry. And I'm willing to drink this green drink. That sounds really great. I'll put some pH in the water. I don't have to measure the pH of the water. Just put those pH drops in, put some green drink in, and I'm ready to rock and roll. But now, what products, how do I know what products I might need to target? If I don't have a blood test, in my case I did, but not everybody's going to be able to go have a blood test, of this type anyway, where they can see their live blood. How do I know if I need a women's product, a men's product, a Z-Link product, an orthopack? How do I know what I need?
Well, most people understand that they have weaknesses in their body. They'll either understand it through their family history, if there's a predisposition there, which also comes through, through their diets and their lifestyles, or they'll just know inherently, I have lung weakness. I get bronchitis every year, in the winter, and so those are the areas that you want to target, because as Dr. Young teaches, the acids settle to the weakest part of the body. If there's been an injury, so to speak, if you've blown out your knee or you've had a hip injury, that's where acids will settle. And so that's where you try to target with products like Lung Plus, or if you have a predisposition for blood sugar problems or diabetes in your family, you're going to want to target with a Pancreas Plus. Everybody should detox their liver at least once or twice a year, so you're going to want to target that filter of your body and help it along with Liver Plus. Adrenal, everybody that I have ever seen under the microscope has some level of adrenal exhaustion that's living in the United States. But when you came to us, there was adrenal exhaustion. Not anymore. I've seen that all clear up in you, but adrenal exhaustion is rampant. And so the Adrenal Thenate product, or the Adrenal Plus product, is going to be the one to support those.
And I want to talk about that because my adrenal glands I pretty much have lived on for a good portion of my life. I've had my chiropractors travel with me, as I told you, and tested me, and my adrenals were always out. Now they're always solid. I haven't had one time in the last 10 months where they weren't solid since I've done this. But I've had chiropractors in the past, and I've had nutritionists give me adrenothin or various forms of adrenal supplementation, and it would work for a moment, but it wouldn't last. By the end of the day, I was gone. This product, it's solid 24 hours a day for me. I don't even think about it. I have no question that my adrenal glands are solid as a rock now, and I can go deliver, and I don't feel that loss of reserves. Why is this product so potent? What makes it so effective? Why am I getting so much more benefit from it?
Well, I would believe that it's partly because of the target product that you're giving the organs some balance and support, and then on the other side of that, you're alkalizing. So you're rebuilding and you're regenerating. We've talked about regeneration and redifferentiation today. You're actually building your adrenal glands on your own. So you shouldn't have to use a target product your entire life. You really shouldn't.
Just for a short
once you
period
get
of time.
balanced.
Just to build it back up.
Yeah, it's based on bioelectricity. Because of the charge of the material that's on that particular product, whether it's the men's formula or the women's formula, it's driven right to those particular organs specifically because of that particular frequency.
All right, we talked about that before, so that's why the product is really being used and absorbed. It's getting to where it really needs to go, like you described in the radioactive
It's kind of like the
tracer
herbs
studies.
and the vitamins and minerals hop on a bus, and the bus drives specifically and has a sign up there, liver, and so it goes right to the liver. Okay, so it's very easy to help support that organ, but these targeted products are supportive.
I see. That makes sense. What's it like living with this guy? With Dr. Health here, Mr. Health.
It's never a dull moment. Rob Rob's a great messenger, and he's very much like yourself as far as being able to think about things and project them out in a great way to help save mankind. He's a visionary, and much of his success comes in his eureka experiences of discovery and knowledge, and then, again, his heart is to share this with the world. Both Robert and I have a real hard time seeing anybody suffer. And so our mission is to get rid of the suffering and give people back their license to eat and to feel well about themselves, to have vibrant lives, energy, all of it. That's what we want.
Well, you're both such radiant examples of what it is you teach. I mean, you really do walk your talk. And also, I have to say for people listening or watching that I've sent you all kinds of people with just about every kind of challenge I can imagine, from genetic challenges to lifestyle challenges. And A, you've never turned anybody down whether they could support it or not. B, they've all felt loved and cared for by you. And C, I've seen dramatic changes to a man, to a woman who you've worked with. And I've worked, sent some pretty dramatic examples to you. So I'm so grateful to you, and that's why I really wanted to do this session with you. I want the world to know more about who you guys are, and I know that's going to happen whether I'm around or not. But I'd really like to get you out to a larger base of people. So I hope those watching have had a taste, so to speak, of just what a rich level of understanding you have and caring you have and science you have that can vibrantly change the quality of their health. And I'd like to maybe ask you, Dr. Young, maybe to complete our talk together and I want to say with Shelley, we've only had a short time with you here because we could talk so long, Dr. Young, but I want to make sure, please get her video because you'll get a chance to have her in detail show you how to make eating enjoyable, entertaining, and fun. And also, I think, get a great deal of her additional wisdom, because I could have done this interview with her by herself for the entire time, because her level of knowledge is extraordinary.
That's true.
But let me just ask you, Dr. Young, since you were kind of the founder of this science, obviously, or this new understanding of biology to a great extent, what message are you really trying to put out to people? I mean, what is your life's real message? I mean, if we're trying to encapsulate all this, what do you want people to really know and feel and experience?
Well, I want them to know that there is hope, and there is a chance for them to have vibrant, radiant health, and that it's not always found in the places they think it's going to be found. And I just am so profound to be part of an opportunity to share a message that is so incredible, to be part of that, and to share that to the world, and just to be part of your life, to be part of those who you have sent, to empower them, not to treat them, but to empower them with knowledge and information that they can do this on their own, that they have the power from within to change from the inside out what they're feeling, what they're experiencing, by making shifts within their lifestyles, within their diet, within their thinking processes that can improve the quality of their life to a level that they've never, ever experienced. Or maybe they've experienced, but it's been lost. They can have it back. They can have their life back. And so when they come to the golden years, they don't have to experience that in a rest home. They can experience that on the beaches of the world or some exotic place where they want to be to have or share with their loved ones for a long, long time. So we share maybe an improved, which I perceive as an improved lifestyle, a quality and a quantity of life that can be achieved through alkalizing and energizing and receiving what I think is most important, that inner light, which is balance.
Wow. I get chills. You certainly are clear about what your mission is. Let me ask you a final question.
All right.
How do you want to be remembered when your life's work is done? What do you want to be thought of or remembered or said about Dr. Robert Young?
Well, that I cared, that I loved, and that I respected my Creator, who's empowered me to help my brothers and sisters who I care for as well. This isn't about money. This is about love. It's about caring and sharing and lifting people up and making all of us enjoy what we are destined to enjoy, a better life, a better quality and quantity of life. We're all dying too prematurely. We're dying with diseases that are based upon lifestyles, and I would just like to be remembered as one that truly cared and wanted to share this information which I've received from my Creator.
That's awesome. I love you both. You're just extraordinary souls.
And we love you.
Well, it's mutual.
Share this
very
time
much.
together. And
Yeah.
I'm thrilled that we got to share it with an audience of people whose lives can now be changed too because of the hard work you've put in and your openness to your own guidance, both of you. I really feel blessed to have you in my life. You made a huge difference in my life. I'm thrilled we're friends, and I'm also thrilled you two have each other because you're such an incredible synergy. You really, together, are such a force for good. So God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Thanks
be
for
half
being
the man
here.
without her.
I love you guys.
All right.
Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope this has stimulated you. I hope this has created more questions for you. A lot of answers, but if it created more questions, that's a good sign of teaching. Because ultimately what we really want is to have you become the questioner, for you to do the pursuit of your own knowledge, not just to accept what anybody says. But I hope that you had your common sense hat on here and you listened from it, and that you'll now find a way to really take your life to the next level of quality and to really hopefully spread that message to many others. If you like information about Dr. Young, or if you like to have information about any of his works or his products and so forth, you can contact us at Robbins Research at 1-800-898-TONY, as corny as that sounds. It's easy to remember, 1-800-898-TONY, and talk to one of our account representatives, and they can connect you to Dr. Young or his products. And also, I highly recommend, if you're in an area where it's available, to have one of these blood tests so you get a chance to actually see what's going in your blood. That's certainly not a necessity, but it's a wonderful additional asset, especially if there's any skepticism left in you, because the blood doesn't lie. The river of life and death is found in the blood. And this is really a chance for you to revitalize yourself, as Dr. Young has said, from the inside out. Make sure you take advantage of this. Take some action and live with passion. God bless.